Hello, all you beautiful people. And we're here to watch, I guess it's Keep America Great, or I guess to Make America Great. We're all come together to make America great. I'm really hyped, as you might be able to tell. I've had my first energy drink of the evening. I got a cup of coffee. We're gonna get this shit done. This shit's gonna get done. We're gonna stay here until somebody wins, or until I pass out into a caffeine-induced coma. One of the two. But I'm starting off this evening being high energy. So, let's see here. We have obviously the chat up. That should pop up in a second. We have the electoral map. So I will color that in as we call states. And let me just get up. So there's Real Clear Politics. Let's just take a look at what the best electoral maps are. Because polls should be closing in the first states now. So let me just see who has the best one. Because everyone has their own version of it, and some of them are good, some of them are bad. Okay, that one doesn't exist. Okay, that's garbage, whatever that is. Okay, ABC's doesn't look bad. Okay, cool, you can zoom in on it. Okay, we'll just stick with ABC's for the moment. So we have that. So we're just going to wait. And we will have guests on. Let me just get that set up. So sorry, guys, I'm going to be kind of hyper for the first part of this until the initial caffeine high runs out. So let's see here. Okay, so let me just take a peek at the chat. Let's see if anybody is saying anything. Please share the stream on your social media platforms. Let's see if we can get a bunch of people tonight to come on and watch. It's the biggest night of the year as far as streaming goes. Probably the biggest night of the last couple of years. I don't know. It's one of my fondest childhood memories. My father and I would always sit up together and watch the election results come in. It's just the horse race. There's a nice dopamine rush that comes out whenever you do it. So I'll be a little more coherent in a couple minutes. I'm just putting all this stuff up. Okay, I'm just posting it. Okay, let's see here. Just share it in anything. Okay. Okay, I'm just sending this out. Let me see. I'll post this in Fritz's. I don't really see anybody commenting yet, so. Okay then. I'm just gonna go into my server, and I will. I'll get guests on in a couple minutes. I'll start messaging people and see if they want to come on in a couple of minutes or so. We'll see. So let me just see. Yeah, so there's a couple people I wanted to come on. I did ask Classical Theist. He's just has something in his life that he's just busy doing something. Otherwise, he would come on. I should have Classical Theist on again sometime soon. He's a great dude. Um, okay. Do you read the chat in an American accent? What do you mean by an American accent? Do you mean like a Southern accent, a Boston accent? I don't know. There's a lot of different accents that it could be. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so I will. Let's just. I'm just going to see if we're getting some results coming in, and we'll eventually. I will start pulling people in. I just don't want to get people to come in too early before any results will start coming in because it's going to be a long night. So let's see here. So far, I don't know why Indiana and Kentucky are reporting. They've been reporting for the last hour or so. Oh, I guess they closed at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so those are actively being counted then. So, by the way, guys, let me know if like the audio and everything is okay. Just so they closed. So Indiana is 6% counted, and Trump is at 63%, and Kentucky is 14% counted, and Trump is at 53%. Now, obviously, Trump's probably going to win both of these states, but I'm just not going to call it quite yet. I think New Hampshire has also started counting. Where's New Hampshire? New Hampshire has counted 1% for some reason. I don't really know why, but Trump is at 65%. No, it's the guests this time are specific people. So Serp's going to be on. Terrellian's going to come on later. Charlemagne might come on. I'll have to see. Some people I haven't really messaged. A couple other friends of mine might come on. I'll just kind of see how the night goes. I'm not sure who else is doing a stream even tonight. I guess Forney's doing one, so it kind of sucks that like there's only like I kind of only do one stream each, and I'm not gonna kind of go on somebody else's. Oh wait, I hear somebody.
Fritz is on.
Oh hey Fritz.
Hi, how's it going?
Good man, yourself?
I'm okay. I guess you can let Serp know I voted when he comes on, or I'll let him know.
Okay. So
I was thinking of voting though for the American Solidarity Party, which is essentially the Catholic distributist party.
Mm-hmm.
But I decided to ultimately vote for Trump just for this election. I can do my half LARPy anti-democracy thing next election.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we haven't gotten too many results in. I'm probably going to be here until like 1 in the morning. We'll see.
That's fine.
Cosmic Cat just came over to say hi.
Aw. On Twitter, the New York Times tweeted out and then had to delete a post that said the something along the lines of the responsibility of declaring the winner of the presidential election falls to the media. Clearly dropping the mask moment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought they were gonna do like their pre-made Biden one, or like Trump needs to be removed in a military coup tweet.
I don't know.
Something like that.
I have a question: is if Biden wins, do you think he'll try and go for 2 terms, or will he quote unquote handpick Kamala Harris to run for the 2nd term?
I don't know. They might have him on like life support, like just like hooked up to the golden lion throne.
Mm-hmm. The Malarkey throne.
Yeah, like up to the life support thing. One sec.
I'm a little upset. Is I made some purchases recently, and then I just found out yesterday that Metro Exodus is 60% off.
It was kind of funny because I was watching Sargon stream and he had Styx on, and Styx had his cat. And he's like, make sure you have a cat to hug regardless of what the outcome is.
Mm-hmm. So also that celebrity that's married to a bottle of wine, I think her name's Chelsea Handler. Apparently, I unfortunately saw like New York Post retweeted something that shows she posted a picture of herself topless except for two I voted stickers over her nipples, and I just thought, you know how I just thought to myself after throwing up, you know how us trads all consider celebrities to be kind of demons.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to quote Metro, that you call them demons, I call them bitches.
I'm just messaging some people. There's a ton of results. Okay, I'm just gonna message Absolute Defender.
Let's try to figure out what to play during the election. I think I'm going to go for Dark Souls 3.
Mm-hmm. You should get the Cinders mod.
What is that one?
It completely changes the game. It adds in MP regen, for instance.
Mm-hmm. I never play a magic class, and I don't really use weapon arts that much.
It massively buffs them. It's kind of hard to describe. It gives in like NPCs you can summon. Like you get a Solaire summon sign. I'll tell you about it later when we're not doing this, but I actually think it's a lot better than the base game. They make the bosses a lot harder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In exchange for the other stuff.
I have found I'm enjoying doing a dex build over strength build more, but I'm just saying this because we don't have any results in yet. Because if you have a faster weapon, you can stun lock the enemies. You have a better chance of stun locking the enemy.
Okay, let me just look at the chat. Biden looks like a zombie. Biden looks like a lazy boy from retirement home. Okay, so let's see how things are going. I think we do actually have some results so far. We have some results from Florida.
Can you send me the link to yours?
My stream, you mean?
No, the where you're getting your results.
Oh, sure.
Just put it in the
I'll just post
thing.
that in the Argent stream server chat. Okay.
Cute.
Does anyone know if Endeavor is doing or Settler's Lament is doing their own stream?
Well, I don't see it right now, so
maybe I'll ask later.
Okay.
Okay, so we have some results coming in. So Florida is currently we're at 13% reporting in Florida, and Trump is at 53% of the vote, and Joe Biden is at 46%. It's not saying where the vote is coming from, so I don't know if that's early voting or what. So I'm not going to call Florida yet, obviously. New Hampshire is... Trump is winning at 62%, 16 to 10 votes. So that's...
Oh, yeah, because they have the earliest...
yeah.
They have the... One sec.
In Indiana, Trump is at 64% with 8% reporting. So I don't know. What point should I what point? I wonder how much it should be before I call the state. Like,
It depends on the state, obviously. Like Indiana and Kentucky are most certainly going for Trump, but
maybe I'll wait till like 20% for those two.
hmm
Let's see here. I'm just gonna message Serb. Okay. I think he's probably doing something. I mean, he's in Montana, so he's probably still at work or whatever.
hmm
Charlemagne, I think, is going to jump in a little bit. So let's take a look at what else there is. Sorry, you can talk, man. I'm just going to be interrupting periodically.
Yeah, no, I don't have all that much to say. I'm looking at the results on Twitter as well.
I just find it fun to watch them roll in. Even if it's an election I don't have any stake in.
Oh yeah, I forget you're not American.
No. Well, I mean, I do because maybe Trump will do something about the big tech companies.
Yeah.
In the second term.
Because I've heard like Bitchute was just destroyed earlier, a couple hours ago. They shut, I think, like their ISP or whoever kind of cut them off.
So they called Vermont for Biden with 0% reporting.
Yep.
Okay. Someone says, ask Endeavor. Where is Endeavor? Is he on, I guess he would be on...
So, Richard Spencer posted him casting his ballot for Joe Biden because he's apparently the correct candidate for white people. But you're right. I think the best word to describe him is a word that rhymes with maggot, though he is one of those as well.
I don't think he actually is gay. I think he's just really, really preppy.
Yeah, I don't even mean that in the term of his sexuality, just in his mannerisms and behavior.
No, BitChute got DDoSed. I think it's back up. The site's not dead or anything, but someone shut it down.
Okay.
So let me see. So Real Clear Politics. Try to see what they have for Florida. It's weird when different ones have different results.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see here. Just gonna refresh that. Let's see who else we have here. So I was I was trying to watch some news today, like just to see if anything was like gonna happen in particular, and I was like, what news would I even use? So I was listening to Fox in Russia Today.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to watch RT just because I know the others are all so bad. Although Fox is fairly balanced, to be honest.
Hey, isn't it funny that the Russian state media is actually less treasonous or less against the United States than most of our own media is?
I don't know. I mean, this Guardian one kind of sucks. I mean, maybe they have a map somewhere. I don't know. The Guardian. Let's see what CBS's is like. No, that's not a results. Let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the Guardians? Okay, here we go. Okay. So let's see. They've called Vermont with 0% reporting. That's ethics in video game journalism.
Mhm.
They've called Kentucky for Trump.
Which one are you using?
The Guardians. Let me just put it up.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. I'll probably switch between a bunch of them as the night goes
Yeah,
on.
just send them in onto the Discord if you want. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So let's take a look. So Biden is currently ahead in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how much of that is just early vote at the moment. So they say in Florida, 43% of the votes have been counted, and Trump's down 200,000. If people in the chat know anything about this, let me know. Just because I don't know exactly what's happening. Because there's so much just shenanigans with how stuff is coming in.
Yeah, tends to be hours before you're able to actually, because yeah. Though if they've managed to call Florida early enough, then that could probably make it already.
Oh,
I mean, at least for Biden. If Biden keeps up a lead there, then Trump's basically screwed.
let me see here. So Florida is 5% reporting and Biden's up. I don't know. Okay, so what I mean is, here's the thing. I don't know if, because when Florida closed, 500,000 votes immediately, or 5 million votes immediately came in. So I don't know if that's the, early voting or not. Because if that's the early voting, it doesn't matter a ton. So, let's see here. The Florida Panhandle is not voted yet, and that's, if I recall, a very red part of the state.
Yes, that's true. Because yeah, the key ones, Tampa, Miami, and Tallahassee, the major cities are the ones that are already voting largely, and a whole bunch. I think most of the rest of the state is red. So again, we don't know yet.
Yeah, because a couple are in. Polk County, 100% reporting 0 votes. Okay, that's makes sense. Let's look at Georgia. Okay, so Georgia has started to come in. Biden is winning in Georgia with 3% of the vote counted. Trump is winning in South Carolina with less than 1%. Okay, I'm just gonna not take these seriously until it reaches 5% or something. So Kentucky is at Trump 57% with 18% counted, so I'm going to call Kentucky and put her up on the board. I don't think there's any surprise there. Oh no, that's Virginia, not Kentucky. What are you drinking tonight?
Pink Moscato.
What's that?
I'm drinking. It's a wine.
Oh,
it's a
wine.
sweet. I don't have a lot of it, so I'm not going to get plastered.
I have. I actually bought a canister of McDonald's coffee a while back, so I've just been working my way through that.
Okay. I've never really had coffee ever. I don't like it.
Oh, it's my vice because I don't drink or smoke. So my vice is I drink a lot of coffee. Florida is shifting blue. I don't know because I don't know how much of that is early voting or whatever.
Monroe County. It says Monroe County counted, and the Libertarians are dominating with no reporting. They have about 50 votes total. Oh yeah, Moscato is a mixed wine. It has like raspberries, cranberries, and stuff like that in it too.
Hello?
Hello?
Does this filter, is this too abrasive?
Can you turn it down slightly, maybe?
Volume-wise?
Just maybe make it slightly less extreme.
So is Kanye West
Sorry about
president yet?
Unfortunately, no.
No.
Damn
Okay,
it.
so sorry, just to introduce. So we have the Beckloff, Charlemagne, Fritz Imperial, and Absolute Defender on. Thanks for coming
Hello.
on, guys.
Thanks for the invite. It's gonna be a fun night. I'm feeling the energy. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm
I literally listened to the Never Come Down, Make America Great Again remix
Yes.
for like an hour before this.
Mm-hmm.
So
I listened to a little repeat of it was a video of a guy in a plague doctor's mask dancing and walking around to Gangster's Paradise. That was my version of it.
right.
So what's going on tonight? What's the deal so far?
Okay, let me just refresh. So the problem is it doesn't specify what's an early vote and what isn't an early vote. So Biden's up quite a bit in Florida, but I don't know how much of that is early voting and how much of that is like not.
He's winning by a little over 200,000 votes with half of the votes counted.
He's not taking Florida.
Biden isn't
Yeah,
or Trump isn't?
No, Biden's not taking Florida.
Well, yeah, because none of the panhandle has come in yet.
Yeah, that's all early votes too. He's not. Trump's gonna win this. I'm a little bit concerned about the.
That's a bit better. We'll see what the audience says.
I'm a little bit concerned about the voting fraud, but I'm not concerned about where the votes actually are.
I've heard it's really bad in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
There's a lot of shenanigans going on in Philly in particular, but I still don't think it's enough.
Does everyone here think Trump's going to win?
Hell yeah. He's gonna
Yeah,
blow it out.
I'm
I
at
think
60% Trump's gonna win.
I had
98%.
him at 55%.
I subscribe to Sean Last's prediction, which is most likely Biden is going to win. I know. But, I mean, he provided a pretty compelling case for the polling in 2016 was adjusted for this year, for this election.
Oh, Serp, guess who voted?
Oh, hey, sir. Good to have you on, man.
Thank God you voted.
And
Green.
I voted. I know. I was thinking of voting for the American Solidarity Party, which is like the Catholic distributist. It's like our attempt at a Christian Democrat party, but I decided no, that I'll do that next time. I voted for Trump.
Oh, by the way, on Friday, I got a text addressed to my mother who had died in 2011 saying, "Are you going to vote for Biden?"
It's weird. Yeah, we got mail from my grandma who died 5 years ago.
Well, it wasn't mail though. It's like it was a text message. I'm like, I didn't even have this number when she was alive.
So far, all I've called is Kentucky. I'll call Indiana in a minute because we're at 20% and Trump's up 14 points. I'm just gonna call it. I don't think Indiana was ever in doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm sure some of the maps put it as a swing state. I don't know. It'd be really funny if like Trump lost because of Montana.
And Serp just
I'm worried about the Senate here because we're notorious split voters.
Yeah, I think that's a distinct possibility.
That the Republicans could lose the Senate because of Montana.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. We'll look at Florida. It's not looking great at the moment, but the Panhandle hasn't come in. I don't know where those votes are from.
Miami. That's where they're from.
No, but it's 0% reporting in Miami. So,
Oh, What of it?
I don't
Said,
know
like,
if they don't count early votes as part of a constituency or how it works. Now, I was listening to like some mainstream media news. So apparently, if you vote by mail-in ballot, you can still go in and vote in person. And theoretically, they're supposed to cancel the mail-in ballot. I'm like, how would they even know? Like,
Well, you know, that's the old Democrat slogan: vote early, vote often.
yep. So
I'm gonna duck out for a bit. I want to get something to eat. But
okay,
just wanted
thanks
to
for being.
say hi.
Yep.
When does Pennsylvania close?
We close at 8.
Although for some reason they've posted some stuff from Pennsylvania already.
Some of it is at 8, and some of it I think is at 7.
Maybe Pennsylvania is a pretty big state. Let's see, Georgia.
Serp, can you explain Montana? I would have thought it would be a solid red state, but
In presidential elections, it's a solid red state. Montanans have a very deep belief in environmentalism. So the Democrats have power because of the environmentalists tendency of Montanans. So what ends up happening is that the governorship of Montana to protect the environment has been dominated by Democrats for the past 16 years. And traditionally, Democrats do disproportionately well in Montana compared to the president. So, Montanans will elect for lesser offices, Democrats, and they'll vote split tickets. Because in the United States, we don't have a parliamentary system, so you vote for each individual office. So people will vote for Trump, and then they'll vote for Bullock, who's running for the Democrat for the Senate, who is our current and will be our former governor soon because he's term limited, and he's running against the incumbent Republican Steve Daines. And it's a very big toss-up because Bullock is very popular in Montana, and basically, most Montanans think that the Republicans are out to exploit Montanans' resources and destroy the environment.
And they're 100% correct.
I mean,
it's not entirely wrong.
they're largely correct. So that basically means that Montanans will support a Republican president, but they don't support people in Montana that are Republican, if that makes sense, or they're purple as far as non-presidential, but they're hard red for the president.
But aren't your Democrats pretty conservative, though, by American standards?
Yes. Well, my governor is now running for Senate. When he ran for the president, remember, he got booed off stage because he wanted...
Free healthcare for Americans?
Free healthcare for Americans and to purposely exclude illegals.
Oh, sorry. Joe Biden donated me $1 and said, "My victory is as certain as Nick Fuentes' heterosexuality." So, have they called any states? Yes, they've called Vermont with 0%, with 1% reporting, and they've called Kentucky.
Kentucky they can actually call. Vermont is, I wouldn't call it with, I would wait till there's 20 in for any one state.
I called Indiana at 20. Oh, at 18.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Problem here is if the more people that would have leaned towards Democrat, did they vote for Gary Johnson, or did people that would have leaned towards Republicans vote towards Gary Johnson?
I never know.
Because Joe Jorgensen is like a non-entity compared to him.
Oh, Florida, it's tied now. It's it's tied at the moment, so we'll see how that goes. Let's take a peek at Florida.
You're on ABC.
Actually, the Guardians, I think, is the best, bizarrely enough.
Guardian has it where Trump is still losing in Florida.
Yeah, it's weird how like they all update at different rates.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Hey, Patriot.
Hey, Lightning Patriot, to be exact.
Okay, Trump is ahead in Florida now. With 59% reporting, he's up by 30,000 votes.
I'm more interested in who wins the Senate.
You are?
I'm more interested in dabbing on
Palpatine,
Richard
obviously.
Spencer.
Do you think there's any chance that if Trump wins re-election, he'll try to do something about tech companies?
I think
I
he
don't
might.
think he can do that I think he needs congressional power and power over the Supreme Court.
Oh, they just called West Virginia for Trump with no percentage of the vote counted.
I saw there was some like crackpot map that had West Virginia as a toss-up state. But I don't know. I almost wonder if Trump could get like some progressive Democrats on board. Like, I wonder if AOC would be in favor of breaking up tech monopolies.
No.
I don't know. She might be.
I doubt it.
Do they benefit her?
They do, but I don't know if some of them might be. Do you think Clarence Thomas will retire if Trump wins re-election?
Probably.
Because doesn't Kagan has diabetes, right?
Yeah, not Kagan, Sotomayor.
Mm-hmm.
Kagan's Jewish, Sotomayor is Hispanic, and she's fat and has diabetes.
There was another.
I thought
Is it
Sotomayor
Breyer,
was
the other? Who's the third other Democrat on the court?
Oh, what's his name? Is old and is probably going to retire soon.
Yeah. He's probably gonna retire at some point during Trump's term too. So, yeah.
Not unless an angry mob of Antifa comes in and is going to come in and pull the plug on him. If he,
I will give
retires.
Amy one thing.
Counties get their votes in early in Virginia. Why does this always happen?
I gotta give Amy credit for one thing. She's young, so she could be on the Supreme Court for like 25 years.
Yeah.
I mean, the Supreme Court is ultimately like more powerful than both branches combined.
Stephen Breyer is 82.
Yeah.
He was appointed by Clinton. So, I mean, if we wanted to go complete power play, power move, I guess Alito could retire in Trump's last year.
Oh, Biden is up in Florida again by 100,000.
Let me see here.
Guys, what if this is the Young Turks meltdown stream, but we're melting down over Trump losing?
I don't want that.
I'm like prepared to see Trump lose, and I wonder, am I the only person that predicted that here?
I said there was a 55% chance of him winning.
Said that there was a 42% chance of Trump winning.
Yeah, I think it's more likely Biden's going to win.
I believe it could be a landslide for
Either
Trump.
way, actually.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
And to be very honest and fair, I think that Trump not debating probably cost him an entire percent or even 2%. So that's third time.
I love
Like,
how
I think
Virginia...
that was a catastrophic mistake.
Virginia's such a cock tease because the Republicans always massively up, and then DC comes in and it just evaporates.
It's not DC, it's Fairfax County.
That's the suburbs of DC.
Yeah, DC is not actually part of it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean the DC.
The metropolitan area.
Talked about in
Yeah,
I
you
am
can walk
predicting
to Virginia from DC. So
that this election will be like the 2019 UK general election, because I think the the Democrats, in quotation marks, have sort of act like the Never Trump thing. They're trying to stop it, and then people are just like, "F it," you know. We're going to vote Red Party into office, and then Red Party is just going to be full Zog.
Mm-hmm.
Lizard-occupied government.
I don't know. I think Joe Jorgensen can still win.
But what about Kanye?
Who the hell is Joe Jorgensen?
Joe Jorgensen!
Her running mate is a brony.
Really?
Named himself after a My Little Pony character.
Okay, we're fucked. That's gonna
And-
split the far right vote.
His last name is Cohen. Her running mate's last name is Cohen. And then her position is like she basically is very much in favor of like tech censorship and getting people fired for alleged racism. Like she stood on that position as like the libertarian candidate. Like she's just complete shit. Like I have respect for like, you know, Ron Paul type libertarians or civic libertarians, but like by and large I've been like ever since I've, you know, become more religious, I despise neoliberal libertarians as much as anyone in this call. Unless if someone has a different opinion. Oh yeah, for the record, I did not vote in this election.
Why not?
Well, I voted in the midterms.
What state do you live in?
I live in... It's a very democratic state in the Midwest.
Go no.
What?
Go vote, you Illinoisite. The polls
Maybe.
closed. Go tell this Illinoisite to vote. Chat, bully this Illinoisite to vote. He's time.
Imagine having the chance to vote for Trump and not.
Just to vote for
I
Trump for the
actually did
popular vote.
but it was in the primaries.
Again, did the
I
poll
voted-
close there? Is it 8:37 there?
It's 7:37 here.
Okay, you have 20 minutes. Go.
Nah.
Faggot.
uh,
Okay, Virginia flipped and got called.
What?
oof.
Even and Trump is still ahead on Guardian. Guardian called Virginia with Trump winning it.
You mean Biden?
That doesn't make
Trump is still winning in the counted votes, but they called it for Biden.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I was able to vote in the midterms, and I mostly voted like Republican, and when it was like between Green Party and Democrat, I chose Green Party. Like that's basically how I voted in the midterms. And I was debating whether or not to vote, and I just kind of decided to vote Republican to just be like, you know, there's all the tech censorship and stuff like that. You know, they're definitely gonna, you know, free us boys. They're gonna take on Antifa and restrict immigration. And I haven't seen anything. I've only seen the GOP go in the opposite direction. Instead of Antifa, they're going after papal supremacists. Instead of, you know, stopping tech censorship, they're talking about, you know, not being able to go on encrypted messaging as censorship.
So Trenchgun says, can I get a shout out for my pal Remington? He's a massive Biden supporter and watching this. Hello, Remington. Good to have you viewing, even if you voted for Biden. I mean, I didn't vote for Trump because I legally can't vote for Trump.
Well, that doesn't stop a whole bunch of people.
That's
in this
true.
country.
I voted as Gonzalo Sanchez, who died in 2005.
Mm-hmm. Why is Trump still losing Florida?
Someone asked how
Oh,
Rain's
wait.
doing. She's doing good. I took her cone off a week ago. She's healed up. I'm not sure where she is at the moment, but she's good. She's been fixed. Someone's asking why I can't vote legally because I'm Canadian. So I will be a turncoat though when the day of the rake comes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I don't know. I'm scared about Florida. The Panhandle hasn't come in though.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that's exactly what happened last time. Is
George on the thing.
sorry?
It flipped on the Guardian.
Yeah, Georgia, you mean, or Florida?
The Guardian.
Yeah. Ohio. See, the problem is I don't know if the votes that are coming in are early or whatever. I get a super chat from Spiced who says, "MAGA, I guess. I don't know. I miss Tulsi and Yang." Someone was
innocent
saying
eyes.
that their like meme ticket was Tucker Carlson and Tulsi.
I almost voted for Tulsi Gabbard, but because there wasn't really much choices on like the local Democratic in terms of candidates, like I would have reelected my senator. There was no progressive challenger to the senator, and then like, you know, my local race candidates were shit too, so I decided to vote Republican. I voted for a guy who previously ran as a Democrat 2 years ago when we had our gubernatorial election. He ran as a Democrat then, and then he switched over to the GOP, and he's running on one issue, which is that Illinois should break up into 5 states. And that was the main reason I voted, was for that guy.
Let's see. New Hampshire's still at 1%. It hasn't been called yet. So. I don't know. Like, Nevada, I think, could flip. I saw some, like, pretty interesting stuff coming out of Nevada. I wonder if there's, like, a scenario where Trump will lose Pennsylvania, but he'll win otherwise.
Sorry, what?
I wonder if there's a scenario where Trump loses Pennsylvania but wins because he gets Wisconsin or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see here. Biden wins Virginia, even though... I love... Virginia's so funny. Fairfax. Oh, North Carolina is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So... not that. Let me see what's come in from Ohio. Oh, okay. So all that's come in from Ohio is Columbus and Cincinnati. So we'll see. Someone's saying that the New York Times has Florida at 95% chance Trump will win it because of the Panhandle.
Nice. Yeah, I tried checking that, but they have their whole site paywalled.
Of course they do. Honest ethics in video game journalism.
Did you try Sci-Hub?
That's what honestly, like, when for the National Justice Party, I think they should have just gone full meme and had ethics in video game journalism as part of their platform. Because that would have been funny at least.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Did you guys vote for them? Did you write in Mike Enoch?
they're not running, are they?
That would have been the only justification for voting in my book.
Can't you vote for someone under a pseudonym through Reddit? That would be an interesting.
You can write it.
Supreme
People
Court.
write in like, a certain leader from Germany. Sometimes.
Like, I wonder if you like wrote in the Gipper, it would count as a Reagan vote.
So what if that's what actually barred Kanye from winning? Is he accidentally put Yeezy on instead of his actual name?
Probably.
I don't know. He was actually on my ballot.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, he's on the ballot in quite a few states. I think Kanye's. I wouldn't even put in a meme vote for him, though. I think he's pretty dangerous.
I think it's very clear he has bipolar.
No, I don't think he has bipolar. I think that's a common misconception
Do you think he's a narcissist?
towards genius.
Or
He's definitely a narcissist. I think he actually confuses his ego with God. He gives me Antichrist vibes, to be honest.
really interesting.
Yeah, I watched his interview with Joe Rogan, all 3 hours of it, and I think he's a pretty dangerous person. He's clearly not mentally ill or unstable in any way. I don't think. I think he's eccentric, and I think he's highly intelligent. I do not think he has any mental problems
Do you
whatsoever.
think he plays it up
And,
as a way to?
No,
get people
no, I think it's actually like him. That's why he's dangerous.
I've only listened to snippets of Kanye, and everything I've listened to is unsettling. So
Yeah, when I listen to Kanye, the thing that really got me worried about him is he really understands how the neoliberal left uses black people. Like he understands it almost from like a reactionary perspective, but he has a very different agenda than like a white person would have. I mean, Kanye he's like a techno futurist. I think he seems to literally want to build Wakanda, honestly. He seems to believe in systemic racism and white supremacy.
I mean, that's not that exceptional for a black person.
No, but it is
Like
for
any of those things you just named.
I stepped away from it. So what is the what do you think his end game is? Does he want to be president at some point, or
yeah, he wants to win the election in 2024. I think he could potentially do it as well.
what would he run as a Republican or a third party or a Democrat or?
Let me check the ticket actually, because I took a picture of my ticket, and it should have the party listed. He might be independent.
I thought he named his party the Birthday Party.
I think he did, but then he backed off.
Yes. I will give him credit. That is meme worthy.
Yeah, it is the birthday party.
If you haven't heard already, an actually good third party you might want to look into is the American Solidarity
The
Party.
problem
which
with
is
them is they're really against the death penalty.
that's true.
Also, they're pro-immigration.
Yeah.
That's true. They're like the closest we have to a Christian Democrat party.
Yeah, I that was another one I considered voting for if I was going to vote. I ultimately decided if I was going to vote, I was going to vote for the Green Party.
Who ran on the Green Party this time?
Howie Hopkins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything interesting about him?
He's basically trying to get a bunch of like he's not just the nominee for the Green Party. You can look up this guy. He's not just the nominee of the Green Parties, but he's like the nominee of a bunch of other parties.
Someone's asking if Kanye's baptism was invalid. Why would it be invalid?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't he? I'd imagine he was baptized, though. I mean, because he's black, so his parents probably weren't atheists. So I would imagine he would have been baptized when he was younger.
Yeah, I would say don't underestimate him, and I think it's worth listening to the Joe Rogan podcast because hearing someone talk for just 3 hours straight, uninterrupted, is pretty enlightening. I think.
I think it's a bit much to say that he has a chance in 2024. That seems very.
I don't see why. I mean, he's a very accomplished person. and he's extremely motivated, and he has a very strong personality. I mean, just look at what Trump did. He just came out of nowhere, right? I mean,
Okay. Oh, sorry. I just want to say something.
Yeah, yes, but I don't see. But Trump also ignited a certain part of the electorate. I don't see how Kanye, besides black people, is going to ignite anybody and build a coalition.
Okay, so I made a shitty free account on the New York Times. So they're saying that Trump is up. I think this is in all the districts where voting's complete. That he's up 12% with Hispanics, particularly with Cubans, and he's up 3 percentage points with blacks.
How whites?
It doesn't say whites. He's also up 5% in urban areas. But we'll see. So the New York Times has Florida at greater than 95% for Trump.
cool.
All he has at that point, all he has to do is win Ohio and then another Midwest state, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I guess he has to win Arizona.
I just want to see Jake Uger cry. That's all I want.
I want to see Richard Spencer cry.
So the New York Times has 65% Trump winning Georgia and 65% Biden winning North Carolina. I don't know how they can even say anything about North Carolina.
I don't understand. I feel like Georgia. Actually, I feel like Georgia would be more easy to win than Florida and North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Because Atlanta's become such a monster.
Yeah. Ooh.
So I don't see how North Carolina could be lost if Georgia and Florida were won. Because again, it's just Charlotte and like carpetbaggers in there.
So Ohio looks bad, but votes have only come in from Columbus, Cincinnati, and Cleveland. So there's still quite a bit of rural voting. I don't know. I think we might be able to call it tonight. We'll see how it goes. The night's still young.
Charlemagne, can we like talk about this Yeezy thing since I was doing like laundry at the time? Why? So you think that he actually has some like? He's just a rapper. What else does he?
No, he's not just a rapper. He's a extremely accomplished person. Just listen to him talk about what he's done on the Joe Rogan stream in terms of his accomplishments as CEO and CFO of his organization.
How much money does he have total?
He was $50 billion in debt 5 years ago.
Okay.
$50 million.
No, 50. I think 50 billion. Whatever. He was massive. One of those. He's completely.
You can't be $50 billion in debt.
I can't remember what it was. It doesn't matter. 50 million, 50 billion. Who gives a fuck? It was one of those 5 years ago. He's completely turned that around. He's clearly very intelligent and seems to run his organization with a very close personal touch. The guy is I think he's very capable. He could probably steamroll the Democratic primaries if he wanted to in 2024.
Do you think that he's going to try and run as like this moderate Democrat?
Oh God, he would run as a progressive.
Why would he turn left after he turned right on purpose?
He never turned right. That's a total meme.
He's just black because, or he's just Christian because he's black. He has a Christian image just because he's black, or what?
No, I think he. I don't know whether or not he. I couldn't really speak to his inner
I think it'd be like
Christianity.
a liberation theology thing.
Maybe, but I think his perception of Christianity is very tied to his ego.
I would agree.
Seems to. He views himself as having a sort of divine purpose from God, basically.
So he's like Christian?
He's like Joseph Smith, but black.
The little I've heard of him talk about Christianity, he seems to have a very warped perception of it. However, I can agree with everything you mentioned, Charlemagne. It's just that I don't see the coalition that he needs. That's the only thing. That's to me the biggest obstacle for a Kanye
He could easily get more votes than Biden. I mean, he'll easily get all of the progressive left behind him. I mean, he's a techno futurist. He appeals to the green people as well. I mean, he's got the whole left wing platform on his plate, except he knows how to defeat the neoliberals.
But wouldn't that be a good thing if he was elected? If you're a non-American,
Fuck no.
don't you? So
He's going to release the Black Demon.
I think that if he was elected the United States, I said if you're non-American, if he was elected president, that would mean
for anyone.
What?
Wouldn't be good for anyone. I mean, if Kanye became president, he would unleash the Black Demon. Basically, that's what would happen.
Okay, if Kanye becomes president, what happens to NATO? Like, let's say Trump is president for 4 more years. Like, so you think that like the entire American empire would just be like wherever it was when Trump left or Biden left? So from my perception, the American empire is in a very tenuous position right now. It's in steep decline.
Yeah, he might well destroy it if he was elected.
So if he was elected, then globalism can exist in a tripartite world. I just can't see globalism existing without America being a universal superpower. Russia and China wouldn't be, we're going to be globalists too. They couldn't agree on that. As soon as the United States is, say, as powerful as Russia is now, or even as powerful as China is now, then Russia and China will actually break off each other. And if Russia and China break off each other, India has the potential to be a standalone country as well. And other countries such as
India has better relations with Russia, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But India will be sovereign.
Yeah.
Because you could argue there's 3 sovereign nations, the international community, China, and Russia. And then every country that's allied very directly with Russia would be part of Russia, or with China would be part of China and fall under their sovereignty. But if the international community collapsed, I could see a country like India becoming sovereign, or Iran becoming sovereign, or Israel becoming sovereign. Those nations would become sovereign, and we'd be in a much more multipolar world. And if you had somebody like Kanye win, however bad Trump has been for the American empire, and it's been pretty bad, if Kanye won, it would be a disaster.
What even would Kanye's
I think Kanye would actually mostly leave foreign policy to the Pentagon and State Department, from what I heard. He doesn't seem to think about it at all, honestly. So kind of expect things would mostly go status quo, but he would destroy the US economy.
Israel, or would ally with Palestine as this liberation figure?
He doesn't seem to express any interest in external policy. His focus is entirely inward.
Okay.
Do you guys think it's still too early to call Florida?
Trump's now winning, according to The Guardian.
And the panhandle hasn't come in yet?
Let's wait for at least a couple of them to come in, then we can count.
I would just wait. It's like 80 or like 90.
Okay. I kind of hate when they call states at like less than like 5%. I mean, I get it. No, I don't know. I just don't like it.
For states that could be swing states, I guess.
So if Trump loses Florida, what will he'll have to win? What, Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania,
You'd have to win the entire Midwest if he lost Florida, which is statistically pretty flimsy.
The New York Times is still saying that Biden's going to win North Carolina with less than 1% reported.
And they also just called South Carolina.
So someone's asking, neo-fascist pariah says, holy crap, is this a serious conversation about Kanye West's foreign policy?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very bad attitude to take. There's no reason not to take this guy seriously. I mean,
seriously, is
he the biggest musician on earth?
Nomination is extremely difficult, and the idea that he would be any better than Sanders running through it is kind of hard for me to consider.
So here's my question.
The idea that as a the idea that he'd be any more competent as a president than Trump is, I kind of find, like, if he's a successful businessman, then it's the same thing as Trump, and I would consider Trump a very, very incompetent president who has essentially had nothing of his agenda done.
I think Kanye would be far less.
I mean,
competent.
Trump has and he hasn't. I mean,
More competent than Obama.
he got the tariffs done, didn't he?
It's all reversible if he left office.
Yeah.
No, but he did have a trade war with China. They did renegotiate NAFTA.
No Trans-Pacific Partnership.
There's no Trans-Pacific Partnership. They're building the wall. They stopped funding ISIS. He didn't start another war. I'm just saying, like, look, he's been disappointing to me too, but let's not, like, go overboard.
No, but I'm not saying that he hasn't had any successes, but what I'm saying is that has there been a constant reshuffling of his cabinet for 4 years straight?
Yes, constantly.
Has he ever won the media's congratulation with the sole exception of bombing Syria?
No.
That's never going to happen, though.
Has he ever left? Has he even left Syria? So he's and he has any of the people he's appointed to cabinet after the initial people were fired. Have any of them been separate from the so-called swamp?
No, plus all of them snake. Basically everyone around him snakes on him. Is there anyone who hasn't snakes on him? Oh, sorry. Another super chat from Spice. Thank you very much. Charlemagne, can you elaborate on why you think Kanye is the Antichrist? Or has an Antichrist, is an Antichrist figure?
It's just the way he intermingles Christianity in this very deep way, and like talking to God basically with his megalomania.
And he's really charismatic.
Yes, it's this combination of charisma, ego, you could say megalomania, and the sort of direct, he literally thinks he can't fail because he's on this epic path that God has set him on. I mean, I would say just listen to him talk for a while. It's hard to talk about it specifically because I don't remember.
Okay, I think I understand though. I
just think that there's parts of there's just parts of this that just is kind of hard for me to swallow.
He sounds a bit like, is he a bit like a more charismatic version of Pete Buttigieg in some ways?
Like 100 times more charismatic. Yeah. I mean, you get the sense that he really believes. I don't think he is faking it or anything, right? Like, I think he literally believes that he's on this divine path. Like, he actually says that his ego exists as like this tool given to him by God so that he can succeed or something like that. It's very disturbing.
I actually think that Glenn Beck believed God had chosen him to save America. Like, I'm not even joking. That was the impression I got.
That's not very hard to believe.
That he thought that, or that God chose him to save America?
No, that he thinks that God chose him.
I think Glenn Beck was like schizophrenic. I mean, that guy was not all together.
I used to watch him a lot when I was younger, and he kind of feels like he wants to be the next Joseph Smith or something.
Yeah,
there's something. I used to listen to Glenn Beck too until he did the whole gay marriage is okay. Yeah, I like now.
As much as everybody seems to despise him, I do love. It was like one as Glenn Beck got older and hated Donald Trump. Milo Yiannopoulos made a really good insult where he said he looks like a gay antiques dealer because he's got these giant Coke bottle glasses because his eyesight's going.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have saved this wine for later.
Glenn Beck's pro-Trump now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I will say this:
watching him
after Trump wins the election.
So I stopped watching him because he condemned Russia's ban on gay propaganda, and he like took a moral stand on it.
He had like, have you ever seen his video where he goes full anti-Duganist?
Yeah, so he was like, if you believe that this censorship, if this is justified, then never watch me again. So I never watched him again. Also, he went on a rant about privatizing all the national parks and how that was like a big like goal of his. It's such like a supervillain thing that some libertarians have. Like that's what they want. Like one of the few parts of the federal government that's probably run fairly efficiently and effectively.
And should be run by the government.
Yeah.
What is that?
The parks.
Oh, the national parks. Yeah, pretty good.
He also made a massive dig on Teddy Roosevelt and said he's like an evil progressive, and I'm like, nobody does his pet.
Who?
He hated Glenn Beck, like despised Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh yeah.
He was probably one of our most based presidents.
Absolutely.
Aside from, I mean,
Outside of him-
from the imperialism. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, and outside of his support for our entry into World War One, but outside of that, he was like a
Well,
based.
there is an argument that had because like Woodrow Wilson actually campaigned on like he was the first one who brought the idea of America First, and he campaigned as like an America First president,
Didn't he
like
campaign
saying he
on
kept us out of war.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kept us out of war. Teddy Roosevelt was just honest. Like, we're gonna go into this war. We're gonna defeat Germany and the Central Powers. You know, we're just gonna enter the war. Well, Wilson was more like, let's stay out of the war.
Wasn't Teddy
and then
more like
he intervened? Wilson got involved in the war as soon as the Bolshevik Revolution
Wilson
broke
was
out.
just a liar, man.
Wasn't Teddy
Yeah.
though more like not so much spreading democracy as I just want like shit for
Yeah,
America?
but like had Teddy Roosevelt gotten elected, I remember seeing like I think Alternate History Hub did a video where like had Teddy Roosevelt been elected, he would have gotten us into World War One, and that would have stopped the Bolshevik Revolution.
Well, there's the
So
other
make it
idea.
that way you will.
I mean, the other idea is that if the Germans had won, they could have stopped the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yeah, that too.
the Germans had won, it would have been exactly like Kaiserreich.
Exactly.
Let me see.
I doubt there would have been a second American Civil War.
Okay, so
though.
I got some good news. So Mitch McConnell won his seat in
Huzzah!
No.
and the Democrats spent more than $100 million trying to overthrow him.
He should have been just voted out.
Should he just say this attempt at my life has left me scarred? But my results.
So anyway, on the Guardian, Trump is losing Texas.
Well, what percentage is 60?
6.
Let's look at where that's all early votes, I think. I'm not. I'll worry about that later.
Mm-hmm. Again, if you look at Ohio, Trump is still losing there, but like none of the other rural counties have come in yet.
It's mostly Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. So.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know much about this Joe Jorgensen person, but who would she siphon votes off from, Trump or Biden?
That before nobody answered. I feel like Trump.
We have no idea. I have no idea who libertarians.
Yeah, like libertarian parties, just like, but like any good libertarian, would have just not been in the party or voted Republican or just gone into the Republican Party. But still, it's just
Okay.
The Libertarian Party is just probably would take more votes from the Democrats. But go ahead.
I don't know how much my viewers really disagree with me this on, but I really think the Republicans have to come up with some sort of plan on healthcare and just like the vague platitudes. I think because that's the only issue if I lived in the U.S. that I would consider voting Democrat on purely for that reason. Like if it was a state election and the Democratic candidate wanted to bring in some sort of public health care, I'd be tempted to just vote that way.
Yeah, that's actually why. Like, there's obviously other reasons, but that's one of the reasons why, like, the Democrats had a lot of victories within Trump's first term was that they basically, until recently, campaigned on, like, kitchen table issues or, that we want, affordable health care, and they campaigned mainly on that. But the thing with the House is that they campaigned on that, and then they got impeachment, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Trump is up 1.5% with 85% of votes counted. And wow, so he's getting 46% in Miami. And Tampa and the Panhandle. So I'm going to call Florida for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay doing that. Let's take a peek at what else we can. Because I feel like Florida was the swing state that they were the least sure about.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Still nothing's come in from New Hampshire. Michigan started to come in. I'm surprised they haven't called Indiana yet.
Buttigieg gets
apparently, I can look at New York Times right now.
Yeah, I figured out how to get past their paywall.
It says that Trump is going to win Florida. Trump is going to win Georgia. Biden's going to win North Carolina.
Thing with North Carolina though is it's still less than 1% have in. I'm surprised they don't have any of the other ones up yet. Because they only have the 3 predictors, the 3 forecasts. Maybe they'll put them up for the other states soon.
I noticed some people expressing surprise over Virginia, but that state is always blue.
Yeah, but with regards to healthcare, I just kind of feel like if I had because I have a medical problem, my bipolar, and I'd almost be tempted to vote Democrat, like at least at a state level, purely for that issue. Sir, would you agree with me on that?
That's like what I grew up on is like, you need to vote Democrat because they're going to give us better health care.
Mm-hmm. So, I know the Republicans just ideologically can't do that, but I mean, they have to come up with something. Even if it's a voucher system, they need some sort of, something more than we're going to have the best healthcare in the world. I love how Trump, says, he created the greatest economy in American history and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, interestingly enough, Trump basically said that in 2016, we'll have health care, everyone will be covered, it'll be the greatest in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be the greatest healthcare in the history of the world.
You do have to appreciate his optimism, at least.
Or at least his positive campaign.
Yeah. Some people argue that, I'm not sure if anyone has heard of Keith Preston.
No.
He's a national anarchist professor, but he basically said that in 2016, Trump ran to the left of Hillary. In his view, Trump objectively was more left-wing than Hillary.
I would agree economically if you
Yeah, in economics.
So they have, the New York Times has Georgia at 86%.
It says that there's a huge amount of like swing for Hispanics voting for Trump.
Yeah.
Times.
Because I thought the 40% Hispanic was probably not going to happen, but I think he probably would have improved. He's probably up a couple points among blacks. But the way, because keep in mind it's a two-party system, so even if like 2 or 3% of blacks swing, that's really a 6% change because of how many there are.
Sorry.
I think if they win, it'll be because of Baked Alaska. I think Baked Alaska macing that guy in the parking lot saved America. So looking at Ohio, 43% is in. Once again, I think that's mostly just from the major cities. Yeah, Pennsylvania is only at 3%. We're not going to look at that at the moment. I'm looking forward. I almost want Trump to win just to have another Dame Pesos, the Young Turks election meltdown compilation.
Yeah,
because those are amazing.
I remember this. I watched back when I liked Steven Crowder. I watched his stream of the election. They tuned into the Young Turks for a little bit, and it showed like a commercial for them of like this young girl who's like, "What it's like to be an intern at the Young Turks." I'd be like, I would never ever want to do that because I feel like Cenk Uygur like probably screams at his other. He seems like someone who has a very, very short temper and screams at employees.
I love the trolls. So they support the right for all workers to unionize. So I think someone concerned trolled their staff into unionizing, and Cenk like got really pissed off about it. So like he's like, no, we can't afford unionized workers. It'd be really bad. And he went through like all these reasons for why unionization's bad, and it was just kind of funny. I support unions in theory, but in practice, they're
yeah, me too. Because in practice, they're horribly insufferable.
Well, in practice, they actively campaign against the interests of their employees.
I'm proud to have never liked Steven Crowder.
Yeah, I just justified it as in like why we all watched people like Sargon and whatnot 4 or 5 years ago. Is it was a different time.
I found Steven Crowder, this is gonna sound bad, but I find it funny when he like goes to a college campus and just asks random people stuff.
The most cringy thing he did was when he went to Ireland, because he still had this weird notion that Ireland was super conservative. And he thought, like, I'm going to get the pulse of Ireland by going to a bar and asking a bunch of absolutely drunk people. And then he got, like, mad when a bunch of really drunk people in a bar in Ireland weren't answering his questions seriously. Because he was there because he was invited to Rick Santorum's daughter's wedding.
Sorry, why is Steven Crowder so bad?
He's a very cringe normie con that dresses in drag all the time.
Oh, okay.
People theorize that he's probably gay because he likes to dress in drag, and he's been married to a woman for like 8 years.
And he's also a Canadian.
That's true.
Not as a
French
defense
Canadian.
or yeah.
Oh.
Well, he was born in Michigan, but was raised in Quebec, in Montreal.
I'm surprised you
But
didn't
like
know
he's been married to like the same woman for like 8 years, and they don't have any children. So either he's not able to have any, or like
She
he's
could
gay.
be infertile.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Irish Cream sends $5. Thank you very much. Says, hello friends, let's call it Jeb 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta admit, dude, that meme's kind of cringy, but I appreciate
Ooh.
it. No, I just kind of gotten tired of all the Jeb memes.
Yeah.
Even the guacamole bowl.
I mean, it's just kind of like Harambe at this point. Although no, Harambe is still funnier. Let's see, Ohio. Okay, Ohio's way too early. Pennsylvania's too early. Trump has an early lead in Maine of 35 to 5 votes.
Who the hell is Rock de la Fuente?
Why? Wait a minute. Why did Florida's number of counted votes go down? It was at like 85, and now it's at 77.
Fuck knows.
The hope in Florida, I think how the law works in Florida is they have like shenanigans recount if it's less than 1%. So it looks like Trump's going to win by more than 1%, so they won't have to suffer through a recount. Trump's ahead in Michigan.
Oh.
Still at 1%, though.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, if he wins Michigan and Ohio, he may get it.
I think if he wins Michigan, then it's very likely.
Mm-hmm.
Wins any Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, or Minnesota, you basically got it.
Yeah. Let me see what the New York Times is saying. So they've called Florida... Oh, okay, so they went from North Carolina being likely Biden to tilting Biden.
Wow, Trump's going to lose Ohio?
Maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
No, again, only the 3 main cities have actually showing anything, so.
We'll see in Ohio.
Carolina is progressively is switching into the Trump category. New Hampshire.
New Hampshire's still like nothing's in.
I like to call it New Hampshire. It's like I get really, really pissed now whenever people call it Notre Dame because it's like a bastardization of Notre Dame.
Let's see, what's Vermont at? Yeah, I'll call Vermont for Biden. I don't think that's a surprise.
Oh, this is an embarrassing question because I didn't follow this at all. What was QAnon? Can anybody answer that?
It was supposedly someone within the Trump, or someone within the deep state that was working to expose the swamp, basically pedophiles or corrupt politicians.
Mm-hmm.
And they were posting under Q, or that was their pseudonym. I have never followed it, so that's basically all I know.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's like the learned elders of Zion. Basically, like
even because that is at least more scary and interesting. QAnon seems stupid.
And then, like, if the pedophiles control the government, even if it's made up, it's true anyway. Like, even if Q's not real, it's true anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who is Epstein?
Well, at least the learned elders of Zion made their predictions beforehand, and then it happened. While Q is like something happens, and then apparently they say, "Why I did this," or like stuff like that. So,
It's so weird because the New York Times has North Carolina as 60% reported, and the Guardian has it at 3% reported. I don't know. It's weird. Let's take a look at ABCs, maybe. What do they have?
I've actually never looked into Q at all.
I just kept thinking everyone was talking about the Star Trek character. That's how I was. Like, what are they talking about?
Related to that, have you
Seen
watched?
the Winged Serpent.
Have you been watching Red Letter Media's Star Trek reviews?
I haven't seen their episodes of the top 10 stuff. Are they good?
They're great. I love those guys.
I just like they decided that because they're such boomers, or they're just so sick of how every episode of the new Star Trek series are just awful. They're like, let's just talk about why we like Star Trek.
I have a very mixed relationship with Star Trek. Because I used to really like it, mainly because it was just something I'd watch with my dad all the time, and it's something we talk about, so I just kind of liked it for that reason. I think there's, like, interesting... I think it's kind of a thing where some episodes are good, other episodes are bad, and overall it's kind of mediocre, I guess is what I'm going to say. It's a very episode-by-episode based kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I think me the thing with Star Trek is, yes, I accept the fact that it's a progressive vision of the future, but at least like they make this point in the Red Letter Media videos about it, is like at least it's kind of like cozy and nice, of like you can imagine yourself being happy on the Starship Enterprise, as opposed to all the new shows are just war and violence and misery. Because everything has to be like Game of Thrones now. Mm-hmm. Like an episode. There's a moment that I'll always love, and it's like there's a little kid who's like 9, and his mother or dad had already died on an away mission, and then his mother died on another one. So
Hero Worship, I think it's called.
Yeah, and then like Picard and Troy have to go and give him the news, and he's like, "Oh, I'm all alone now." And Picard just says, "No, on the Starship Enterprise, no one's ever alone."
Oh, is
I'm
that
like,
the
Aw.
kid who like worships Data?
North Carolina is tilting Trump on New York Times now.
Yep.
What is?
Trump is one, according to the New York Times. Trump has won the South.
Has won Florida.
Won Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Okay.
That's good.
I'll call Georgia. Let me see, what percentage is Georgia at?
It's not very deep in.
Okay, I'll wait a little bit on Georgia and North Carolina.
Ohio does worry me now. It's where it says there's 0% reporting in Cleveland, but it shows all the votes that have gone towards him. I don't know.
I'm surprised the New York Times have not put any additional needles up yet.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they're afraid.
Maybe they're just waiting for those couple. Maybe there's not enough ones in yet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you read the needles?
Yeah.
It says if Joe Biden wins one of these 3 wins, if President Trump wins all 3 days,
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So I think that they're trying to say, like, it's a bunch of hurdles that Trump has to get over, and Biden's going to win no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Is what they're trying to, like, give their viewer base.
Let's play a game. I'm just gonna bring up Real Clear Politics, and let's take a look at what the polls were for these, because maybe this will give us an idea of, like, okay, so let's see, Florida, North Carolina. So they had Florida was up 1 for Biden, and is Trump up 2 points in Florida?
It's up like 2.2.
Okay, so he's up 2.2 in Florida. I guess that's technically the margin of error. So Trump might actually win Florida by more. North Carolina, they had 0.1 for Trump. But, okay, so let's just look at this. So this is how sleazy these people are. So all these, like, polls that showing Trump slightly ahead came out, like, the day of. I think they do that because they were, like, they rigged them up until the last minute so they can pretend that their polls were accurate.
That's what they did in 2016.
Yep, that's exactly what they did. Let me see.
Also, Texas is pretty close. I know it's only, 43? But
Let me see what Georgia is.
I wonder if they're doing this thing where they leave Texas being blue for so long is to like a way to win Arizona so Trump voters won't go after
Okay,
work.
so the sleazy shit they just pulled with Georgia. So Biden was winning Georgia until literally today. And now Trump was projected to win Georgia. So they just like, yeah, so I think they rigged it. I mean, we'll see how it goes, but let me take a peek if there's any other states I can call. I don't know. Just there's not enough reporting for me to feel comfortable. Like, I know Trump's obviously going to win Mississippi and Alabama, but I just don't like doing it until, yeah. Oh yeah, if Trump wins 3, either candidate could win, and it could take days to know. If Biden wins 1, Trump needs the Midwest to keep his chances alive.
269 to 269. Come on.
Trump win in that case because is it the House or the Senate who decides?
No, it's the House. It's the House.
Okay.
So
House decides, so he would lose, but then Pence would be vice president.
Isn't it by state? Like each state gets 1 vote.
I don't think it's just the rep.
No, it's each member gets a vote.
Oh, because I've heard different things about it.
I think each member. I think each state contributes 1 vote, and then the representatives from that state decide. Let me look it up real quick. It's just in the
if
Constitution.
someone could look it up because it's kind of confusing.
Happened since 1824. Because in 1824, Jackson won by a landslide,
That
like
was
the
the
popular
corrupt
vote.
bargain.
He didn't win it like a absolute majority, so then they just was like, "Fuck you, Jackson," and then they made John Quincy Adams president.
Mm-hmm.
Arjun, why don't you like Castlevania 4? Blur? Argento?
Sorry?
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't you like Castlevania 4?
I've never played any of the really old ones. I've only played the RPG ones.
Oh, it's really good. It's the last one they made before they switched to RPG.
I'm just not very good at platformers, so.
Arjun, I'm going to be honest. Are there games you are good at? Because you keep saying you're not good at certain.
No, I'm not good at video games. I'm just not.
Okay.
I'm okay at the Souls games. Those are the only I'm okay at those.
Mm-hmm.
So in the case of a tie, the way it actually works is the representatives from each state come together and cast 1 vote as the state. So what actually matters is which states are red in the House, not how many reps there are. So the Democrats have the House in terms of numbers, but how many states are red?
So then Trump would win it in a landslide, basically, because he has control of all the smaller states.
Okay,
Right,
I'm
that's
going to
right.
call Oklahoma for Trump because it's at 20. I don't know why they haven't called Indiana yet. Let's see.
Prince Wilhelm County, Virginia, has not been called yet. It's at 97%. That's funny. Sorry.
What are the is Grand Rapids a Democrat thing in Michigan? Because Trump's ahead there, and it looks like he's ahead in Detroit suburbs, and even in Lansing. So we'll see. Okay, Fox News called Indiana. I've already called it. I'll call Rhode Island. Not that it matters. Rhode Island is always the state I forget even exists. I think more than any other.
Even more than Delaware.
Oh, I'll call Delaware.
So somebody in the chat asked, Charlemagne, what's your opinion of Elon Musk?
Yeah, I kind of like Elon Musk. I mean, obviously he has progressive politics, but I mean that kind of goes with I don't know people.
He originally, yeah, like
But I think people like to blow off his achievements and everything, but I think he's doing really cool stuff. I mean, SpaceX is awesome. You know, I mean, absolutely. If an American company is leading the way in space exploration, that's just cool. I mean, I don't really give a fuck if he's a progressive.
Mm-hmm.
he gets a lot of his.
What the
Well,
hell?
He originally supported Obama, and he got a lot of funding from the Obama administration.
What the hell
so
has
that
happened
makes a
in
lot of
North
sense.
Carolina?
Sorry, what's going on?
What happened in North Carolina? Biden's up by like 6 points now.
Charlotte just came in, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. No, it only says 0.5% of the votes come in for Charlotte.
I don't know. We'll see.
Ohio is scary, actually.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think like they're particularly accurate in terms of the reporting. Like which areas are.
Mm-hmm.
Rooster God says Tesla is shit.
Not from what I understand. I mean, apparently they make pretty good cars.
My thing is, I think electric cars are kind of the way we'll eventually solve things, a lot of environmental issues. I'm just not sure if the technology is really there yet. Particularly battery technology, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't feel that way on electric cars just because how do you generate the electricity?
Yeah, for me, electric cars seem like toys or novelties until better recharging, refueling can. There's just a better method. I don't see how you can wide scale replace gasoline cars.
There's just too much energy in gas.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all fucked if we go back to the 18th or the 18th century.
I mean, I support nuclear, but they're pretty much against. Most people are against nuclear, so.
I'm like quasi for nuclear. It's just that like I think that our IQ will decline so much.
Are
that
you
it'll
for
be
nuclear in Russia and Japan?
What?
Do you think you're for nuclear in like Russia?
Or if you can keep your IQ up.
Yeah, I see no reason why bother with nuclear, honestly. Like, unless we build totally new plants. I mean, the plants are just too old. And, like, there's still plenty of fossil fuel left, so who cares?
I don't think there's plenty left, but...
Maybe you're more knowledgeable about this than me, Sean.
The problem with fossil fuel is that once your society isn't intelligent enough to reach that, and you crash, you'll never get fossil fuels again. Because all the fossil fuels that are easy to get have been taken, and the fossil fuels that will continue to take are going to be more and more technologically difficult to take. So you have a precedent if you're in a society of declining intelligence where eventually fossil fuels, even if there was supposedly even 60% of fossil fuels are left, if you declined in intelligence enough, you couldn't extract them. And essentially you can never extract them because you couldn't build the technology to get the energy to get the technology, so on and so forth.
Yeah, we have no idea where IQ declines are going to go. I mean, there's no reason to believe necessarily that that pattern's going to continue indefinitely or won't reverse itself.
Historically, though, if a trend, like for instance, IQ was gaining for the past couple hundred years, now, of course, declines have been seen in the last couple decades, so who knows, there have to be a dramatic change. But to me, these trends, especially when you're talking about IQ over a long period of time, they're hard to change. That's just my conjecture, though.
I just think that our entire society is an IQ meat grinder. A welfare state.
But what
Yeah,
about
for most-
like
it is
okay, so
probably
even
is for most people.
even if it happens in like white countries, what about East Asian countries with high IQs? Or do you think
They're also in an IQ meat grinder too. Any kind of welfare state, or even industrial society, period, is.
I just think that East Asian countries will suffer, but not to the degree that Western ones, since they seem to be more historically stable and they seem to be that way currently. They just seem, but the thing is that I really don't think East Asian countries can really carry the mantle of
civilization?
Of the West. Well, I mean, they can continue their own civilization. I'm pretty sure they can do that. I just don't think they can do what the West has done.
Okay, so sorry. So guys,
Yeah,
I'm looking at Texas. So Houston and San Antonio have both come in 70%. So maybe that, and then some of the in Dallas. So I think it's mostly urban areas at the moment.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Texas is going to stay red.
Avataz says, "Happy Election Day, boys! MAGA 2020 to save America." Indeed.
I mean, by the way, I'm definitely for like new nuclear plants that are.
Charlemagne, do you think there's any type of, for lack of a better term, alternative energy that's like feasible?
I mean, you have to make electricity somehow, or blow up chemicals. I mean, those are like the two types of energy, basically. So, I mean, like nuclear isn't like magic, right? You're literally just making a big steam engine, basically. So I would just say no. I mean,
I think Iran is the best bet, but
What is?
Iran or thorium.
Yeah, molten salt reactors, I would agree.
No, the best bet is if you find some fossil fuel out in space.
I don't know how that would be possible, but
No, well, I'm just talking about like super long-term time, because people always talk about fossil fuels eventually running out on Earth, but
I mean, but do fossil fuels exist without life?
we actually, it's kind of a misnomer. Like, we're pretty sure that fossil fuels exist from fossils, but no one actually knows why all this stuff is there.
Is there anything to the theory that oil is generated by the Earth's core in contact with the crust rather than?
If you're really orgasmal, I guess you'd probably believe that.
I have no clue. That sounds kind of crazy, but we actually don't know how fossil fuels are created.
I forget what it's called. There's like a non-organic theory of oil.
Do the evangelicals say that Jesus?
It is called non-organic theory.
I don't
someone's
recall
talking
what
about
it is.
Actually, the moon of Saturn, Titan is just covered in methane, right? And that's just explosive gas. There's like infinite explosive gas on Titan. So in the long term, there's really no way to run out of this sort of chemical energy.
Escape the planet. I mean, if you escape the planet using fossil fuels, not fossil fuels, a nuclear power, you could presumably any planet that's large enough is going to have nuclear power materials.
Yeah.
So you could use nuclear power indefinitely if you could build machines which could extract it and then bring it back to the Earth.
Is fusion real or is it a meme?
If you had plutonium power, fission power, nuclear reactors, I don't think that there would be an energy problem unless there was a dramatic IQ decrease. I think that the movie Idiocracy would basically happen if you lost, if you did fusion power, but we'd have energy for hundreds of years to run an industrial society. Now, we've been attempting fusion power for 65 years and have went nowhere, so.
So let's just take a peek here. What am I looking at again?
Yeah, I don't really see the point of fusion power, honestly. I mean, it. Yeah, it just seems like kind of. I wouldn't say it's a waste, but it doesn't really seem like a necessary breakthrough, even for space travel, right? Because you can do things like use nuclear bombs to accelerate large craft
Texas is
close to the speed limit.
Okay, Texas is catching up pretty quickly.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about Texas.
Do you think I can call Georgia?
What's it at?
It is at 27%, and Trump is up 13 points.
Mm-hmm.
I might wait a little longer, so I'm not sure if Atlanta's in. Although the New York Times has it at 85% Trump win. Okay, Boogie asked the question of the night, what if we find spice on another planet?
Then Portugal will get it first.
No, we find like melange. I guess then we could train like mentats and they could come up with some sort of power.
Mm-hmm. Is that a Dune reference?
Yes.
No, I'm not familiar with that. If you want me to leave the stream, then I will, and I'll understand.
Charlemagne, do you think solar power is the biggest chip in history?
Oh my god, solar power is just a fucking joke. I mean,
Solar power is a joke, but it's also like the worst pollutant there is in the history of the world.
yes, I mean, there's nothing green about it, and I mean, it's great if you want to use it to power small devices in a limited capacity. I mean, it's really useful in a pinch, right? If you have no power source, but you can't run the world on solar power. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Hello.
Hello, my friend.
How's the stream going?
Oh, hey, Trillian. Glad you can make it, man. All right. I mean, I think things are going reasonable. Like, Trump's taken Florida, Georgia, and probably North Carolina.
Trump projected to win all the purple states in the South so far. Now we're just waiting to see what happens in the Midwest. And apparently,
Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Sorry, what did you say?
Trump took all the swing states so far, or is projected to win all the swing states in the South.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're looking. We still don't know what's going to happen for the swing states of the Midwest. And then it's possible he could win Maine and New Hampshire. And then we'll see. If he wins the Midwest, we don't have to worry about Nevada and Arizona.
I don't think New Hampshire's been called yet. So Pennsylvania, I don't know. It's none of the rural stuff is really reporting yet, so we'll see how that goes.
It's still very early in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania wasn't called until very late last time, so it's probably gonna be hours before we know.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping maybe. Oh, so I think they've called North Dakota.
Pennsylvania.
What? Trump? Biden is ahead in Kansas? I don't know. I'm sure that's just because of early voting.
It's early, maybe Kansas City.
Yeah, cities almost always report in first, and the states end up blue for a little bit.
I wouldn't be surprised if they counted the early votes first. I don't know how it works exactly, though.
I have a mechanism where they count the early votes automatically, and they're already pre-counted, basically.
Yeah.
Are we feeling good so far, or
better than when I made the video, but I'm not optimistic, if that makes sense.
I'm still at about 60%. I think Florida was like the first of the states that flipped that I actually thought was a swing state. I don't think North Carolina and Georgia are really swing states, so
neat? da.
Let's see here. The New York Times is kind of in full-on cope mode for Texas. So,
What do you mean?
they're trying to like spin it. So yeah, I mean, if we look at Texas, Houston is most of Houston, San Antonio have already reported in. So
Yeah, those are the ones that you would expect would lean blue in Texas.
yeah, so I think what's going to happen in a lot of these states is Biden has an early lead and then it closes.
Yeah, of course.
Isn't there projected to be a like increased turnout this year?
I'm not sure.
From what I was reading, the early projections were at like 67%, which is insanely high if it's actually that high. That would probably favor Trump as well, not in terms of voter turnout overall, but that Republicans tend to vote more on election day. So
Why
yeah,
is that?
it's like a ritual thing. I mean,
Okay.
People that have conservative personalities do things in rituals, and they get excited for it, like Christmas or like Thanksgiving or Halloween, and that they, or weddings and things like that. People with a more left-wing personality tend to not make big deals out of events.
yeah, as a conservative, you would never like. Well, I wouldn't say never, but like, you wouldn't go vote early, even if it was more convenient. Like, you're going to do it on the day of because that's just what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I voted like 3 weeks ago, but I moved, so I had to like go to the courthouse and so I anyway.
So if you guys maybe in the chat know a bit more about Michigan, is Grand Rapids a red or blue city? Because at the moment Trump's winning there.
I'll ask a friend of mine
Okay.
from there.
Let's see here. Texas is still not looking good, but once again, it's kind of hard to say. Let me just see if I can call any of these other states. What's Maryland at? 0%.
A hard blue state, though.
Yeah.
When are we gonna know? Like, is there a...
It depends on what happens in the Midwest. If the Midwest goes towards Trump, then you'll know before like 10 o'clock Eastern, or not 10 o'clock. You'll know before 10
says
o'clock.
that Grand Rapids is more red than other major cities. Okay, so Maine is interesting.
Well, it's just one county that's reporting in.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the issue with Maine that they have a few major cities that are really, really blue?
No, that the entire state is filled with gun-loving hippies.
No, that's Vermont.
It's Maine, too. I have a great aunt and uncle there, and it's a lot like that up there.
That's an interesting question.
Let's see. Someone said Grand Rapids is a light red city. What about Detroit? That's in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Is that on the map?
The suburbs, Trump's winning, but I mean, not much is in yet, so we'll see how Michigan goes.
Oh, suburbs of Michigan?
I kind of feel if Trump wins Michigan, like, that's a good sign.
Again. Yeah.
I kind of
that was
feel if Trump wins either Michigan or Pennsylvania and holds Ohio, then he's probably has the election. I'm not going to call anything too early, though, but...
but,
New York Times is in like full on cope mode over some of these things. Like they're trying to say Biden can still win in Georgia.
I don't understand why they do this thing where they lie to themselves up until the last possible minute. It's so weird.
It's because they think that if they do that, they'll dissuade people in Nevada and Arizona from voting for Trump.
Okay. As if anyone in those states who's thinking about voting for Trump is looking for what the New York Times says.
I was just about to say, I actually don't really think they're being honest.
I think it's just to dissuade
The New
people in
York
Western
Times
states.
being honest, hands rubbing.
Yeah, they can't. They're gonna sigh off until the last possible minute, of course.
yeah, all polls are
The
a sign.
last possible.
And even then some. Yeah, it looks like Florida's pretty solid, which is a really good sign.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what's percent of. Yeah, I mean, even for like obvious states, I kind of don't want to call them until there's 20%.
Yeah, just wait. I mean, it doesn't matter if you don't call Alabama for a while.
Are the states with a solid color states where it's just been definitively decided?
It's where the media's called it.
Okay.
The one on the one on the bottom is my map that I'm filling in as we go. I'm looking at the one from the Guardian because they have a pretty good map. But
So sad that Virginia.
the capital
When
of the
did it-
Confederacy, yeah.
Yeah, when did it become definitively a state? Because it was a
Probably
hard red state decade.
Probably like the early 2000s, maybe.
Recent immigration, I think, changed that a lot.
And
I've
the
heard a
suburbs
lot of it.
DC.
I've heard part of it is that a lot of employees in Washington D.C.
Locusts.
from Virginia, not just locusts, but a lot of employees in Washington D.C. commute from Virginia,
Mhm.
and so people move to Washington D.C. for work specifically.
And all those military bases.
And taxes are probably lower.
That is very true. Virginia, even though it was the heart of the South at some points, or the head, whatever you want to call it, it's barely Southern now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
When you go to
Heck, even Maryland at one point was actually somewhat considered part of the South.
Yes, Maryland was, I think, was it like a border or
It was.
it was neutral, I think, during the Civil War. But
I think
No, Lincoln military occupied it before they could succeed.
but
I think
At the very, like, as the state started seceding, he militarily occupied Delaware and Maryland to prevent them from seceding.
yeah,
Yeah.
but Maryland had always been a crossroads between the North and South. Although there was a lot of Southern presence in Maryland historically, although today, and it has been this way for quite a while. It hasn't happened recently, but today it's barely anything resembling its historical Southern roots. I mean, Maryland is not really a Southern state at all in any sense now, and I think the same phenomenon is happening to other Southern states near the South, like Virginia, and it's just a phenomenon of the South just becoming less Southern.
Well, a point I've made is that
I mean, I think Charlemagne would know about it. I think he lives in the South, right?
Yeah, we don't really consider Virginia Southern anymore. It's historically part of the South. South Carolina definitely is.
A point I was going to make is that when you consider the whole thing about removing Confederate monuments, is that it is certainly, I think Argent made a point that it's in a way of cultural genocide, but like of all the issues the left is quote unquote trying to address in the South, notice they're not trying to battle the drug problems, the poverty, and the domestic abuse, because they want that to still be a mainstay of what the stereotype of the South is like, so they can continue to make fun of them.
Yeah.
I don't think the left has any intention of trying to fix the opioid crisis at all.
The White Death?
Yeah.
Shit lives, yeah.
I mean, the left obviously is made it clear that they despise poor people, or they despise poor white people.
Real Human Being asks, do you think Southern whites are the lowest rated, or the lowest on the totem pole in the United States? Yes. People hate Southern whites.
Yep.
Yeah, the only group of whites that are more hated worldwide are probably Afrikaners.
Yeah.
Well, we've suffered a very strong dysgenic effect because the North took out our aristocracy.
Yep.
Well,
I mean-
I don't know if Southern whites are really hated around the world, and so much as they're hated maybe among like in the United States and Canada.
They're really hated in Canada.
Yeah, like
Okay.
In as much as people hate Americans, Southerners are sort of treated as the platonic form of Americans around the world.
You would agree with me, Torellian, that people in Canada really hate Southerners, right?
Oh gosh, yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, I mean, in my view, Southerners and Northwesterners are like core Americans. No one else is American.
It's like Victoria too,
What
where the
about
primary culture is
More
Yankee, and the
American?
secondary culture
Are
is Dixie.
Midwesterners like? I mean, will you be considered kind of core American too?
Yeah, I would include them, I suppose.
Why would you
In
include
third place?
Northwest? Why would you include Northwest?
In like Montana, Idaho.
Oh, okay. You mean mountain whites?
Yeah, I don't mean Pacific Coast.
Yeah, I was confused there for a moment.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
But yeah, I definitely.
Charlemagne, I would say there was a day where the entire United States was core America.
Yeah.
So you're saying that like America lost California as its core provinces, so now it just has claims?
Yeah. By the way, Florida is not a southern state either,
No.
even though geographically it is like one of the furthest south. But no one in the South would really consider Florida anything more than like vacation state.
So for people who follow the Young Cucks a bit more closely, didn't they say that this was going to be like Biden getting like was going to win all these states? Like I think Shank said it was like conservative. His conservative estimate had like Joe literally winning, I think, every swing state.
Okay, so I think the New York Times has deleted they no longer have the gas valve things.
Mm-hmm.
They've gotten rid of them, I guess.
Yep, they got rid of them. Oh no, they're still there.
You link them in the Discord.
Sure. I kind of hate how they give a percentage, like a victory percentage, that changes wildly. I kind of feel if you're going to put like 95%, it should be actually 95%. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't move from 95% Biden to 95% Trump. I just think that's kind of retarded. Let's see here.
This Hispanic on Twitter is like, polls were wrong. Biden could still win, but polls were very.
Well, I mean, we don't know. Like, I was pretty sure about Florida, just because of all the like the swing states. The polls I think were the most favorable to Trump there. I mean, it looks like he's gonna win. What was Trump won Florida last time by 1.2? So if this holds, it looks like he's gonna increase his.
Here's what I don't get. Why would Kansas go?
No, it's not. It's because all the early votes are counted, and it's because conservatives ritualistically vote, so they tend to vote on election day.
Oh, okay.
So it's like how conservatives have traditional marriages. People with conservative personalities, you could say, they always have a marriage instead of getting married at a courthouse or living in sin, or so on and so forth. Or they always celebrate Halloween, or they always celebrate Christmas the same way, just because it's what they do.
So Argent zooms in on Kansas. It's probably the urban areas reporting first.
It isn't actually. If there's urban areas, I guess.
It's
There's only one urban area, Kansas City, and it bleeds over between Missouri and
The
Kansas.
thing is, I don't think for the early votes they show where the early votes are from. So looking at Texas, San Antonio has most of San Antonio, Houston, and have come in. It doesn't look like virtually any of rural Texas has come in yet. Georgia still has a fair amount of Atlanta left.
Kansas has almost nothing reported. So
I
that's
do
gonna
love how Virginia's called for Biden, despite Trump still having a lead there.
Yeah, a friend of mine said the same thing.
I don't know. You always got to wonder because, like, Fairfax, like a third of it has come in. I don't know. Let me see if there's any I can call.
Gosh, how did the Northeast ever get so shit? I mean, I know they've been blue states for.
Calvinism. I mean, is
The
Calvin
eternal Puritan.
We should have a
Oh,
constitutional amendment,
Colorado's coming in.
and to where it's illegal to work for the federal government unless you live in D.C.
Let me see if the New York Times has put up any more of these.
Australian, tell Argent how good Castlevania 4 is.
Oh, you mean Super Castlevania?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call Georgia.
I mean, it's a great game, but it's the kind of game that Argent would hate.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna call South Carolina. I'll call Arkansas because it's 30% in. Illinois, the electoral map for Illinois is going to be really funny because I'm sure it's going to all be red outside of
Chicago.
Chicago.
Chicago. Yeah. Although the northwestern part of Illinois, like along the Mississippi River, that was actually where Trump got a lot of. That's where a lot of you have a lot of like blue collar Democrats. You know, it's kind of like part of the Rust Belt, the upper part of the Mississippi River. That swung to Trump. So I have to check I have to find a good map here.
Someone has Colorado was a dark blue state. Sorry, dark red state, but a combination of locusts from California and Hispanics flipped it.
Yeah,
So now it's a dark blue state.
I don't like either of those things.
So did Bush? Bush won because he won the Southwest, right? That was kind of what put him over the top. Whereas with Trump,
He
it's
also
the
won
Midwest.
Virginia.
Right.
Trump won by winning the Midwest. Because Trump is the first Republican candidate to be competitive and outright win the Midwest since Reagan, or since the first Bush, since the Reagan era. So like Dole, Bush, McCain, Romney before him had like no swing whatsoever in the Midwest. Trump like won it in a landslide, with the exception of Illinois, which is unwinnable because of Chicago, and then it was extremely thin margin that Hillary won Minnesota.
Yeah, it like almost went to Trump except for McMullen.
McMuffin, yeah.
Oh yeah, it was like almost like there was like 100 votes if you put all of McMullen's votes into like Trump. I think it was like a few hundred.
Which is so funny because that's like it's interesting. Like a lot of stuff happened in Minnesota. Like over a year, no, it was a little under a year ago. Trump did his first rally in Minnesota. Do you remember that? Does anyone here remember that?
No.
He did his first rally in Minneapolis, and then that happens to be the first, like, you know, the one that triggered all the BLM riots was in Minneapolis too, Minnesota. Isn't that funny?
So Colorado hasn't been called yet. Kansas hasn't been called yet. Let's see what Texas is at. Okay, so nothing's really happened in Texas for a while.
Yeah.
Let me see.
It is a lot more competitive, though. Or at least that's the way it seems.
I think the big thing that's propelling Trump is, ironically, BLM. Like, that and the Republicans as a whole.
Support for BLM went way down.
Well, no. Like, what BLM is doing, like when, like, your average, like, working class white guy, or even just working class people see blacks rioting in the streets, their immediate reaction is, we gotta vote for the most, we gotta vote Republican. We gotta vote. We want law and order. And then Republicans do nothing once they get in office, and they just make it worse. And then people vote Republican harder. It's like, you think some of our guys are like, you know, I mean, it's just like, you know,
It would be so much worse under a Democrat leader.
I don't. Well, there is an argument. Like, one of the reasons Richard Spencer endorsed Biden was that, in his theory, like, liberals would just crush Antifa and BLM if they got into power.
What?
Yeah.
No, that is not complete. Even though I disagree with him, that's not a completely unreasonable, because then Antifa and BLM are no longer of use to them.
Yes.
Yes. Torellian, would it be like a reference to your quote that the people who put you in power aren't the people who keep you in power?
Yeah, that's true.
That they use them as the mob. I don't know, though. I think that they're true believers, and I think they'll cuck to them.
I legitimately think that Antifa and all these things are actually meant to humiliate us and to undermine our own confidence and willingness to organize.
There's
right?
still a strong argument, though, that the Democrats will purge these types, or at least those types, or clamp down hard, because then they're going to be a liability.
Can I say something?
Uh-oh. Yes.
According to the New York Times, Trump is increased his vote in every single demographic, but majority aged 65 and over, and whites with less than a college degree. He's increased dramatically with Hispanics, and maintained or slightly increased with every other group.
I think the 2.5% with blacks is actually pretty significant.
I'd say it's a slight increase, but I mean the majority, like the Hispanic increase, is like massive.
Well, that's why I think Nevada's in play. Maybe Colorado. We'll see.
I know it's really cocked, but like, I find the idea that like the Hispanic immigrants will always be like, they're not a monolithic Democrats in the way that blacks are, and I know that they're going to lean Democrats always, but the idea that if you didn't close off even if you did close off the border, and even if you did end immigration, that like it's already baked in the cake and that they'll take over, I think it's kind of dumb, because we might see like a huge increase in Mexicans or whatever voting for Trump.
So you mean if we sealed the border and tried to prevent further immigration, then you could assimilate at least some of them?
You could it could be like most of them would just identify.
America's hope is that the intrinsically white supremacist instincts of the Latino and that their desire to be white will usher in an era of Castizo futurism. That's America's only, is to become a Latin American dictatorship.
We will have the Hispano-Teutonic master race.
Yes. And basically, all the Castizos and Mestizos are going to support the white regime in the hopes that eventually their grandkids will be white and marry into whiteness. And
That's like how most Latin American countries are, to be honest. If you look at like the advertisements that come out of like those countries, you'd think that they were whiter than
yeah, absolutely.
10% or whatever.
They have much more white supremacist instincts and tendencies than the United States does.
So people are asking, so far I've called all the states right, but we don't like have results for most of the toss-ups. North Carolina, I think the New York Times still has North Carolina as Trump 90% winning.
Carolina is 88% according to the New York Times, and Trump won Florida according to the New York Times, and then 81% for Georgia.
Mm-hmm. So the New York Times is in damage control mode. So they're saying Biden winning New York is not surprising, but in August, Trump told the New York Post he was putting New York in play. He did not. Let's see, Minnesota.
Yeah, what's up in Minnesota and Wisconsin?
It's like 1%. I'm not gonna really think about it too much for the moment. I don't know how Michigan's going. It's only at 17%. I like how New Mexico's called. They're not even bothering to count the votes. New Mexico's not really a swing state, but I mean it's more like swingier than like
Illinois.
Yeah, or like I'm trying to think of another one. Like they've called South Carolina. I guess. I don't know.
Well, Virginia got called where Trump is still in the lead.
Yeah, like
I think it's tactic of intimidation. It's just to try and intimidate people who can still vote in Arizona and Nevada.
I know that it's insane for me to think about Virginia, but Fairfax County is like 30% counted.
But it's totally possible Virginia could go red. But
it's unlikely, but it's like it's tilt Democrat. It's not firm
Democrat. Because Richmond has fully reported. Fairfax is mostly reported. Where's the really dark blue part of Virginia?
The north is the really dark red part is the tail or the panhandle.
Yeah, I just don't know if Virginia... Like, I know we had this same thing last time. I don't know if anyone other than The Guardian has called Virginia.
I wouldn't call Virginia until it was above, like, 50-60% if I were a website, but it's intimidation.
Mm-hmm. Colorado... I don't know. We'll look at Colorado in a minute. I know it's not looking good for Trump there. Let's take another look at Texas. I don't know. Texas is going to be a while. Sorry, go on.
If Texas goes blue, when was the last time Texas voted?
Texas went blue. Trump has no path to victory whatsoever. I think Carter. Maybe during there's a three-way race.
Before the alignment, the realignment, I don't think Texas has not voted conservative. Let's maybe just frame it in those terms.
92 in a three-way race, but I don't think that matters.
So, What are your thoughts on the idea that Trump's softness during the riots this summer and the like were due to a delusion on his part that he could genuinely win black?
I think it's basically like the military refused. Like the military and like this, like everybody just refused, and that I think really there was like a week or 2 weeks where he had no effective control of the country.
Do you think he didn't want to undermine his own authority by ordering them to do something which they would refuse, which could lead to like a chain reaction?
I think it's more like Trump just doesn't have the authority to do that. I mean,
legally he does.
I mean,
The way he would do it is he could impress the National Guard and have them like basically invade. But to do that would be like grotesquely unpopular.
That would cause a constitutional crisis.
yeah,
Yeah, the last time that happened was during like Eisenhower and the segregation bullshit, where like Eisenhower impressed the Arkansas National Guard and forced them to go against the orders of the governor.
I don't even think it ever got to the point of Trump not controlling the military or anything. I mean, it's just it's a huge
The military straight up refused to defend the White House, and then he sent in like
That's what
federal-
I'm talking about. I'm not talking about him sending in the military to take control of all the states.
Oh, I thought you meant Chaz or whatever.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the fact that they seem to refuse to help him in Washington, D.C.
So I have the BBC. So the BBC has not called Virginia yet. Trump is now ahead in Texas, I think. Let's see. Oh, okay. Do you think the BBC or the Guardian's more accurate?
BBC.
Okay, I'm just gonna go with BBC. Just their map's kind of shitty. Just because they have this stupid sidebar. But
Why is Alabama blue on this map?
early voting. Guys, can you just people who are streaming? Can you see the map? Okay, on the BBC one. Like I know it looks like shit because of the sidebar, but
It looks like ass, but it's readable.
yeah.
Is that the BBC one right there?
Yeah. Let me see if I can fix this by. How do I get rid of the fucking sidebar? I don't know. Sorry, guys. Oh no, Texas keeps flip-flopping. I think I'm just gonna keep mainly using the Guardians just because the BBC's map is awful. Even if it's theoretically more accurate. Let's see here. So, I don't know. Has Florida been called yet?
I mean, I guess it depends on who you're looking at. It seems like Trump has Florida.
I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean,
for Biden to win.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Trump has it. I mean, it doesn't even matter if they don't call it yet. I mean, it's pretty much in the bag at this point, for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Biden wins New Mexico with 0% reporting.
He wins Virginia with 400,000 less votes.
So the New York Times is calling Rhode Island for Biden, even though Trump's leading in every single county. It's like 30% reporting.
Yeah, they were doing that earlier with other.
Yeah, but it's like Rhode Island. But I do. Their map is better.
I'm glad Americans.
I can at least see the counties, the vote like percentages
No,
in the counties?
the BBC map looks like ass. It looks horrible. It looks as bad as like, well, it's not quite as disgusting as the other BBC, but okay. So Detroit is coming in now. Lansing's coming in. Okay, so I don't know. I still think Michigan's in play. Sir, do you think if he wins Michigan, he probably has it?
I don't know what the fuck is going on in Ohio, because Ohio was supposed to be like a definite Trump victory.
Hey guys, this is kind of random, but is Connecticut the gayest state in New England?
I don't know, man.
Isn't Vermont? Or is Vermont not New England?
Vermont is.
How is it not New York?
Because of
New
upstate
York
New York?
is its own thing.
Yeah, I think it's Connecticut. I think the simple fact of having Yale makes you gay.
It would be really weird if, like, Trump won Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota, but lost Pennsylvania and Ohio.
I'll be back on later.
Sure, no
Do we
problem.
know if that happens?
So half of Milwaukee has come in. Milwaukee's the main city, right?
Milwaukee
yeah.
and Madison's the capital. Milwaukee is its biggest city.
Because Trump is at 40% of the vote in Milwaukee. That seems pretty high for him.
Maybe he'll sweep the Midwest.
I hope he does.
Wait, I saw on Twitter CNN is walking back Virginia. Oh, after calling it for Trump. Okay, I think they mistakenly called it for Trump.
Well, almost all of Fairfax has already come in, and Trump is still winning in Virginia.
If Trump wins Virginia, I think he won the election. I would say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I'm
I'm most interested in Virginia at the moment.
because I just don't know where the remaining Biden votes would come from. Like, Richmond's entirely counted. Virginia Beach is counted. I guess the rural votes are also exhausted. Why is it only at 42%? Like, where's the rest of the votes? Charlotte? I'm not sure, like, what hasn't been counted yet. Biden wins District of Columbia. Oh, no.
Well,
That's the worst place on the entire planet.
Okay, so Denver and Jefferson have mostly come in Colorado. So we'll see what happens with the rest of the state.
Boulder's going to be blue as well in Colorado.
Mm-hmm. Isn't Boulder like the most liberal place in America?
Awful.
Isn't Colorado Springs like the most conservative place in America? Or at least I've heard that.
Colorado has been completely ruined by Californians, just like Texas is getting.
Southerner, or are you a Westerner? Charlemagne.
I'm a Southerner.
Hey, I'm a Westerner, obviously. Since I'm talking about Westerners, does anybody want to talk about the death of the Western genre?
sure.
Very disappointing. I love Western film, and every now and then you get a film that's in the Western style in some sense. Like, I remember that
There's
movie
a lot of space
Logan kind of
westerns.
was, right? What was the last Western-esque movie other than
There's
that?
a lot
I can't
of
remember.
space westerns or sci-fi westerns, I think.
Basically think that the death of the Western, I think the Western is the most American genre there is.
That and superheroes.
No,
Maybe I would say westerns are more American this year.
Superheroes
the
are
Western genre is a purely American
the
phenomenon.
superhero genre is largely a creation of the lizard people.
Let me ask you this about westerns. What do you think of Hang 'em High? Because I actually don't really like Hang 'em High that much.
Some Eastwood movie that's against the death penalty, where he's
Yeah,
he lives.
It's one of Eastwood's early films.
Oh, it's good. It's just like I don't know.
Serp, did you ever watch Bone Tomahawk?
To watch that, I was hoping we could just have a Western marathon and watch that.
Okay, because it's like Western body horror.
I'd like that. I was hoping we could watch some spaghetti westerns, and that one in the future.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, one of the funny things about westerns is Italians made like the best Western movies.
They hired a variety of actors from all over the world. They shot it in Spain and then dubbed it in English.
I've been to southern Spain. It does look like a lot like that.
Oh yeah, in a lot of dry land.
In Virginia, I'm not. I'm actually thinking Trump is going to win Virginia.
Spain is like interesting because it's not that big a country, but northern Spain is almost like temperate rainforest, and southern Spain is like a desert.
Spain is carved up by a lot of little mountain ranges that create widely varying climates.
Which is, I think, is really cool.
Yes. Northern Spain is beautiful. Interesting thing.
Think of it like a powerhouse of cinema, though. It's so interesting to think about that.
Trilly, would you say saying Bilbao in that area is almost like temperate rainforest is like fair?
No, it is. Northern Spain is temperate rainforest. Also, interesting thing about the northernmost portions of Spain, legally, anywhere from 75 to 100% of the population was noble. And in Basque Country, 100% of them were noble because they were free of any lizard person or Moorish blood. Yeah. Just thought that was interesting.
Okay, Texas has swung back. Let me take a look at BBC, maybe.
I think someone mentioned Bone Tomahawk. I enjoyed the movie, but I felt it fell pretty far outside like the Western genre.
No, it's more of a horror action movie, which is probably why I liked it. I don't have anything against Westerns. They're just not my thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call it a Western, though. It's a horror movie set in the West, but it's not really a Western.
No, I mean, just in general, like, I don't have anything against Westerns. It's just not something that really appeals to me. Probably because I'm
I mean, it's very acquired taste, I think. I mean, they're older. They're really long. I guess they're kind of samey, too. So if you don't like it, you're not going to like any.
You might like it just for Kurt Russell.
Sorry, Absolute Defender, you were saying something?
I was just going to say that I think the decline of the Western has a lot to do with America not just being less American, because the Western is very rooted in a certain cultural context and place in history.
Serb has a lot of interesting
It basically is a romanticization of a certain historical period in the United States, which speaks to, I guess you would say, Americans. But as there's less Americans, or as America is less American as it is right now, it doesn't have that same resonance as it would back.
Yeah,
I would agree.
America before World War II wasn't really all that free. Like, it was basically just a slave society, but you have more white people and yeah.
Sir, you were about to say something.
Cities are safer.
I think that a bellwether for the health of like American culture is the Western, and that the Western is not so much like this romanticization of like a period. That's definitely true, but it's also the idea of like there being a concrete good and there being a concrete evil, and like the idea of good versus evil and of a healthy society is pretty inbuilt in it. I know that it's kind of samey, but there's also anti-heroes in it. But generally, the anti-heroes are pretty like heroic, or generally depicted as heroic, the traditional Western anti-hero, and that it's just a very civilizational affirming genre.
Is part of it just that I'm not American, so I don't really get Westerns?
Yeah. Also, it's grown over me because of what state I live in over time.
I think a lot
So
of the
when
issue is fundamentally it's just considered racist.
I basically think that it was like the Western didn't die as a genre. It was just the film industry only allowed independent Westerns to be made past a certain date in the 70s, and that the Western artificially died because of political processes in the film industry itself, and the Western never actually died. It was just forced to quote-unquote die for political purposes.
You'll still see, quote, Westerns, but they're often very pretentious, artsy kind of movies that are all about how whites were the real monsters.
Is No Country for Old Men a Western?
Quasi-Western, or it's Western influenced. It's like a Western influence.
You know what it is? The thing I like that kind of takes the place of Westerns is I really like Lost World stuff, like Victorian era, or just like going to some like random undiscovered tribe or undiscovered civilization, particularly it just kind of getting lost there. Like it's kind of like Jules Verne or H. Rider Haggard or stuff like that. Maybe that's kind of like the Anglo equivalent to it, Westerns. Also stuff like Zulu. So Ohio is swinging back quite a bit. So 67% is in, and Cleveland is mostly.
Now that Trump wins Virginia, I think he won the election now.
But like, because they're calling it, but I just don't see, like, I'm looking at the map, I don't know where the remaining votes are. Because most counties seem to be at like 100%.
Someone says, look at Rhode Island. What's going on there?
Rhode Island.
Yeah. Rhode Island's more further north.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to decall Rhode Island because I had called it. I feel ashamed. But yeah, I mean, if all the districts are reporting in and Trump's ahead in all the districts, how is that going to... Did you get what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's being uncounted, it's weird. If you go on to Real Clear, the percentage at one point for Virginia was 88%, and now it's like 45%.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Ohio's just about tied. Trump is behind by 0.1%.
Why is Real Clear and then The Guardian such divergent?
I think they all update at different rates. It's really weird. This happens every election. I'm just using The Guardian because they have the best map. So, let's see, New Mexico.
So far, I would say that like it's going good. It's just watch, like, everything I think depends on the Northwest.
Unless Trump gets like a surprise.
Unless Trump gets a surprise victory in Virginia, and then it's like it doesn't matter if he wins the Northwest or not, and then everybody's going to look towards Arizona or something weird like that.
Someone in chat saying Charlottesville is the only place left in Virginia for Biden's vote. For Biden votes.
Charlottesville?
Or does he mean Charlotte?
Charlottesville. Okay, Charlottesville is 10% and it's 90% Biden. But I don't know. Biden needs, how much is that? 100 and, sorry, my math brain's not working. Like 200,000 votes. Let me just look at that.
Are there that many undecideds that would have switched, like non-party holders that would have switched from 2016 to 2020, though?
Yeah,
It's
Trump
just
is
weird.
up by
Everybody and their dog said that Virginia was a hard blue, and it's like
250,000 votes. I mean, that's quite a big margin. I don't know. I mean, if Virginia or maybe like some weird one like Rhode Island randomly flips for God knows what reason. Because, I mean, if we look at Rhode Island, Trump has a 10% lead with 32% counted.
that's probably not take Rhode Island in yet. I just keep looking at Maine as far as the Northeast. I know there's like nothing in, but
Wisconsin, apparently there's going to be some major numbers out for that soon. Okay, so Trump is up a fair amount in, well, about 1% in Texas. I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up too high, but Serp, do you think it's going better for Trump than you thought it was going to? So far, at least.
Yeah, because of how competitive he is in non-states or states we considered solid blue. He seems to be overperforming in states, which means that the polls are worthless and absolutely worthless, and I should apologize to everyone personally here. It seems to be overperforming very well in hard blue states, very surprisingly, in fact.
Well, I mean, we don't know. Like, because I don't know if the mail-in ballots are counted first or last. So, okay, here's some nice cope from the New York Times. Mayor of Dayton, Ohio says Biden lead right now is encouraging. The question of the night, will suburban ladies rule?
Can't stump the Trump.
If Trump wins, why do you think it would be that he won?
Seems Hispanics, him.
Hispanics and the low energy turnout or the low energy campaign by Biden, because like essentially it was people reluctantly wanted Hillary last time, but this time Biden has nothing going for him because Hillary had the fact that she was a woman. Biden has nothing
Trump
going
picked
for him.
up 6% in urban areas. That's pretty massive. He got over a third of the urban area.
I saw this left-wing woman with colored hair make a video on Twitter just saying how she voted for Trump because the sex abuse allegations against Biden were worse.
I'm going to say that if Trump wins this election, it's because of the lockdowns.
I agree, actually. That's what I was going to say. I think
clearly if he wins, it's the lockdowns.
I don't know if, like, because Denver's mostly, I don't know. I'm not going to call Colorado yet. I have no idea what the fuck's going on in Texas. I don't know why North Carolina's called for Trump when Biden's ahead.
Because probably the city, the two major areas, Charlotte and Raleigh, are in. So it's almost tied there anyway.
Yeah, Colorado, like Virginia, we expect to go blue.
You might be able to call Michigan.
Trump is still up in Virginia by 265,000 votes.
If you look at Michigan too, he's up by almost 200,000 there, and 20% is already in.
Let me look at
Like, as far as the outside of Ohio, Trump was most likely to win Michigan. Other than I think he is more likely to win Michigan than Pennsylvania. Just because of how severe and unpopular the lockdown is there.
I'm just gonna see how many votes he got for Virginia last time. Votes in Virginia, rather. Let's see.
Yeah, good call. I think this is the critical state we need to be looking at for a little while.
Okay, so in Virginia last time, Trump got a total of 1,800,000 votes. Actually, let me see what the margin of victory was for Hillary, because Virginia isn't that big a state. Let's see, roughly 2 million minus. So the margin of victory last time was approximately 200,000. So We'll see. See, Rhode Island. I mean, Trump's still ahead in Rhode Island. I don't know. Maybe the ghost of H.P. Lovecraft is reaching out from the grave.
He's trying to seek. He's trying to seek out the last of the Anglo energy. Though, would he be racist against Trump because he's orange instead of white?
He wouldn't like me because I'm Irish.
What is
but Trump is German.
Is Trump German and Scottish?
Yeah.
Yep,
but
there might be something else in there.
Aurelian, before he died, he said that Dutch people were non-white and subhuman.
It's like I love how.
Well, I mean, he is right about the subhuman part.
It's like I love how Ben Franklin described Swedes as being swarthy looking.
I feel like he must have never seen a Swede in his life.
Wait, though I think he was, or was he one of the? Which one of our presidents was like the first ambassador to Sweden, though?
I don't know about Sweden, but I mean, he did have a mission in France, as we all know. Maybe he met some Swedes there.
Swedes.
What's your favorite founding father?
Probably John Adams.
John Adams.
Because he's like the most conservative of them. And
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't. I don't think he was that keen on the Masonic aspect.
Oh, he was pretty outspoken against the Masons.
I
his
saw that. That must
his son John Quincy Adams.
I think Hamilton's
courted the anti-Masonic party.
I would assume that everyone here would say Hamilton. Does
I'm gonna say
have any other opinions?
I don't know.
I think Jefferson is both the best and the worst.
I think that's a fair statement.
Jefferson had horrible views, but he was a good person and ultimately had the interests of ordinary whites at heart.
Yeah,
He was actually a race realist.
Louisiana Purchase is the most awesome thing in history.
What about Polk's victories?
Well, he's
not a founding father.
Oh, okay.
Louisiana Purchase is so amazing.
What about
just buying a country that's bigger than your own country?
Okay,
and then,
but that can't be attributed to him. That's just Napoleon selling land he couldn't keep. Like,
he was probably shrewd on Napoleon's point because
he conquered all that land.
Oh yeah, Polk is the best. Like, you might have issues with it morally, but you can't deny that. And I mean, I don't, but you can't deny that he was incredible.
He conquered the richest state. Isn't California historically the wealthiest state, other than maybe New York?
It wasn't that wealthy though until much later. Once you actually got immigration in. Alaska could get you. Who bought Alaska? Oh, that was Seward was under who? Johnson. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, which is weird because I think Johnson's considered one of the worst presidents.
I actually put Johnson pretty high on my list of presidents.
Why?
Because he tried to veto a lot of the Reconstruction program, and the Republicans basically impeached him. But he tried to veto a lot of the punishment of the South. And that's why he's rated so poorly, because he was a conservative Democrat but he was a unionist, so he ran on the ticket with Lincoln.
Was he even part of the Republican again in 1864?
Sorry,
the president?
What did you say?
Was the ticket Republican explicitly, or was it just like Union ticket?
Let me see.
It was Union. It was called the National Union Party.
Yeah, I think so.
It's like a broad coalition party.
It's so random that McClellan ran against.
Not really, because like Lincoln hugely spurred McClellan, and it's like a revenge
Do you
thing.
think that McClellan was has been unfairly maligned?
I think it's kind of like, I think to a certain extent, but also like the guy didn't bring in victories.
Mm-hmm.
No, he was an awful general. I mean, he never capitalized on opportunities.
He's
too
so conservative. But I don't know that much about the Civil War.
Some speculation of McClellan, the more like favorable speculation is that he cared too much about the well-being of his troops. Because his men really loved him like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's definitely possible, and it's a clear argument that Grant cared essentially nothing about his troops.
Didn't Grant just throw them into situations with little thinking?
Yeah, like Grant was just like.
Wasn't Grant?
Just think of the Soviet Union just sending endless troops against the Germans. Just think of it within that context.
So I think Lincoln appointed him for that reason.
What was it? Grant's whole idea that look, we can outlast them and win in an attrition war.
Pretty much.
So let's not skimp on troops.
There's
The irony, Shiloh, from my understanding, he was a very capable general, but eventually he was just no match for Lee, like man to man. So his whole idea was just overwhelm Lee and to just take Lee to task over and over. Just defeat Lee and Pyrrhic victory for Lee after Pyrrhic victory for Lee. Pyrrhic victory.
I think McClellan's strategy was to basically build up over time for an overwhelming strategic advantage.
I think that he wanted to build up over time, but take territory and garrison it and make it so that the South couldn't advance. I think that he wanted to garrison too with the massive Union army, but he was fired so fast that it would have never happened.
I've seen arguments that he did have a plan. It's just Lincoln fired him I think what happened is Grant was appointed because Lincoln just wanted someone who would attack, just without anything else. So Grant just kind of threw men into the meat grinder because ultimately Lee had no way to replace his soldiers, whereas Grant could just keep pulling them. Let me see, what's Rhode Island like?
The unfortunate thing about the whole war is the South could have won it pretty handily early on if they had actually invaded the North.
Would they have?
Oh, yeah.
You mean after Bull Run, if they had
the victory in 61 after the Bull Run, they could have just taken out the White House and then it was just ended because the North couldn't form an army at that point.
Yeah, Beauregard, I think, was in command of the army that could have invaded Washington, and if he had decided to, there's absolutely nothing Lincoln could have done to stop him.
Okay, I'm calling Kansas.
It was a hard war. They had no idea how big a victory it really was, right?
Of course.
Wow, look at Illinois. Well, Chicago's only 10%, but interesting.
Happening in Illinois?
Trump is briefly ahead, but Chicago is only about 10% in.
Chicago is probably the rest of the state combined in population or something insane like that.
Ohio is flipped. Trump is up 2% and a bit.
Why were you from Ohio now?
Sorry?
Ohio's within calling. You might be able to call Ohio.
I'm gonna wait till 80%.
Do you want to check Rhode Island and Virginia again?
Yeah, Rhode Island hasn't moved. Virginia's at 50%, and so someone posted in the chat that there's still a lot of early vote to count.
Okay.
I actually read the biography of Stonewall Jackson. It was pretty interesting.
He was a good man.
Was he a
Yeah.
spur?
Oh no, I think he actually was autistic. Like not like as an insult, but like the way they talk about him, he sounds like he was actually autistic. What was kind of based though was he asked Jefferson Davis to remove separation of church and state from the Confederate Constitution, or something like that.
Based.
Well, he was an extremely religious Presbyterian, although he would always fall asleep in church. But like one of the things is he would hold his arm in the air because he claimed it helped his circulation.
So, from I don't know how many people are aware of this. The Confederacy had that God created, like God, the authority of the Union of the States was under God in their Constitution, not under the people. Or it was with the permission of God that the people formed the states.
Right. Let's see. Biden's closing in Maryland. Sorry, in Virginia, but Trump is still up 200,000 votes. So I don't know. My opinion of the Civil War was that it was tragic, and ultimately I think it was about the Southern upper class not wanting to pay white people what blacks would do for free.
I'm gonna go for like 15 minutes. I'll be back.
I have a really hot take on the Civil War.
Sure.
The South should have won, not for any moral reason, but because it would have afforded the America's superpower status.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too.
It would have prevented the U.S. from becoming a superpower, and it would have also secured states' rights in the North as well, and demoralized the hardcore.
Yeah.
Did anybody ever see the mockumentary Confederate States of America? Where
No, I haven't.
It's bad because it basically says that it says that they win because they managed to get British and French support, but that not only that they managed to conquer the rest of the United States and then conquer all of Central America,
Which is based.
Which I don't get why. I don't think the South had any.
What the fuck?
I think okay, in the Southern Victory timeline, which is the alternate history, they buy Chihuahua and Sonora from Mexico and annex Cuba as as slave states.
What was funny is there was actually a plan by the German Empire they wanted to be able to annex Cuba to help establish a colonial empire, but especially after the Spanish-American War, they're like, "What do we do now?" And so they basically had a plan to just. They had a plan to just sail the German Navy up and down the coast of the East Coast and start shelling cities until the U.S. relented and gave them Cuba.
I always think the U.S. should have annexed Cuba, and I stand by that.
What did you say?
I think Cuba should have been annexed by the U.S. I think they were kind of dumb to not annex it.
Instead of make it as a puppet banana republic.
Yeah.
Well, it would have undermined the entire pretense of the Casus Belli.
Yeah. No, but they could have had some fake referendum where Cuba voted to join. Like Puerto Rico was gained in that war, and it's kind of an ambiguous status.
Why should the United States have annexed Cuba?
I don't know. It just was logical, and it's useful territory.
I mean, at the same time, the United States already had more land than it knew with.
Yeah, but I mean, you can grow you can grow sugarcane and stuff there.
And it's the largest island in the Caribbean.
Yeah, and it helps lock down the Caribbean. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cuba was just like a de facto U.S. economic colony until Well, I mean, you could say it switched to the Soviet Union, but it was basically a U.S. colony, but officially independent.
But I'd say the Civil War is one of the wars where I like both sides almost the same. Like, I like the Confederacy and I like the Union.
The music of that war was really good.
Yeah, I love the music.
I especially love the story of the Bonniboo flag and the Irish Volunteer are based off of the same Irish song, the Irish Jaunting Car tune, and they were both written, and each version was written by Irish immigrants in response to each other.
I mean, obviously, the South is the better version of the United States.
I mean, but there's like some wars where like I'm trying to think of some other wars where like both sides. The 100 Years' War is like that for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same thing for me because while like I acknowledge the sainthood of Joan of Arc, it's still I actually know from records my ancestors fought for England in that war. So
the Norman Conquest is also like that for me. Because like I don't meme that much about it. I do really like the French. They've contributed like an immense amount, religiously, culturally, and I guess technologically to Western civilization.
The Normans?
No, just the people of France in general.
Oh, okay.
There is a saying that I like. It's English people are the best poets, Germans are the best musicians, Italians are the best artists, Russians are the best novelists, and the French are the second best at everything.
That's probably accurate. I'm just gonna
it's
call
100% accurate.
Yeah, you mean New Deseret?
I think we're gonna probably start seeing New York Times on Suicide Watch soon.
Fucking hope so.
Yeah, I've actually stopped paying attention. So let's see, where are we at now?
Let's see. Lindsey Graham won re-election. I know Lindsey Graham is shit, but it'll help them keep control. Let's take a look at Rhode Island. Trump is still up. I don't know. I don't think anything's happened.
And he's still up in Maine.
Virginia. I think Virginia's narrowed a little bit.
Mm-hmm. But Trump is still up by 200,000 votes.
2, 1, 1, 5, 0. Yeah, Trump's up by just under 2,000 votes now. But like a lot of the red counties still have some vote left.
Arizona came in.
Someone asked me, do I think Joan of Arc had visions? Yes, I do.
She was known for being extremely astute, very sane. She didn't have any of the objective features of schizophrenia. Despite
how she's portrayed in modern media.
Yeah, so for example, when the people on the English payroll, because it was just French people who were on the English payroll in the North, when they would question her and try to trap her, she was so astute and she would just outmaneuver them every time. At the end of the day, the only way they could only convict her on having worn men's clothing.
Oh, that was the fucking lame ass thing they can.
Yeah. They even put her in a situation where they took away her clothing, and in order to preserve her modesty, she decided to wear the male clothing that they offered her. And then they're like, "See, she deliberately wore male clothing."
Is that punishable by death, though?
No.
Is it even illegal?
Huh?
Was it even illegal?
I don't really think so. It was frowned upon.
I'm sure like women in peasant places probably did from time to time.
Basically, the whole thing was a farce, and everyone knew it. Also, the last name of the bishop who tried her, the Bishop of Beauvais, I think, his last name was Cochon, which literally means pig. So, I mean, I think he's wrong ipso facto.
Mm-hmm. Trump is ahead by 3 points in Ohio now.
I'm gonna call Ohio when it's at
80%.
Why is Iowa still just gray?
Maybe they close later.
So, did you guys see the thing where it showed that the people most in favor, when they broke down voting habits by name, and Karens were the most likely to vote for Biden?
Lamau.
And Richards were most likely to vote for Trump.
You know what's really weird about the whole Karen thing?
What?
The left really tried to turn it into like a conservative white woman thing.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to racialize it and politicize it,
Right.
and it was just strange.
The Karen thing was always a racialized thing.
Really?
Yes.
Because there
Yes, it
are
was.
like conservative and liberal Karens. I think it's probably like a
Yes,
similar.
yeah. Like
It's
I think both sides tried to politicize it, but it was always racialized.
Karen was always anti-white.
Isn't it kind of the same
Yes.
thing with like
This
the
is true.
NPC meme where there's NPCs on both the right and the left?
Yes, there's right and left wing NPCs. I mean,
you're-
but
like-
like once again, I don't think NPCs are a problem. I think the issue
No.
is mass democracy. As I've said, the concern of the average person should be their family, their job, and going to church. It shouldn't be trying to figure out like really confusing like political shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the NPC is like the normal state of a person. There's nothing wrong with being an NPC.
No, well, it's also, I think it's unfair to expect people to educate themselves when they're only asked to participate once every 4 years, and the issues don't even matter.
Genuinely participatory democracy has always relied on a large servile caste.
Or if it's on a very, very local level where you're actually talking about issues
We're the
that
most participatory democracies, societies like Venice or Rome, like you said, where there's a smaller.
Well, it would have been, something like Athens or just local villages.
But I think even like in the Roman Republic, the citizens were probably more engaged.
Probably.
Interestingly enough, you actually had a similar thing in Russia before Muscovy took over with the republics in Novgorod, where it was actually relatively democratic. Speaking of of that time, because
Whereas Muscovy essentially adopted a lot of the policies of the Golden Horde, Novgorod was actually already a fairly westernized, trading-based civilization.
Yeah.
So, has anybody ever seen the movie Alexander Nevsky?
No, but I'm familiar with it.
It's pretty good. Like, cause it's such a good story that even the Soviets had to at least somewhat paint, an Orthodox saint in a positive light.
Okay, I'm calling Ohio. He's up 4%, and there's only like 20% of the vote left.
Sir? I know he's gone.
So I'm calling Ohio. Hopefully, I
He's
can
our.
call Texas. Let me see if Trump might actually have gotten more votes in Texas this time. Let me see here.
North Carolina has just narrowly flipped by 3,000 votes.
To Trump?
Yep. With 88% in.
88.
Trump's already got more votes in Texas than he did last time. I think the voter turnout there's a lot higher.
What the hell happened in Arizona? Look at it.
Keep in mind, Trump only got 52% of the vote in Texas last time, so... that might all be from Phoenix. I'm not going to call Arizona until, like...
Origin.
Sorry?
Montana's blue.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
Montana's blue.
Okay, but it's
Is
only
it actually
17%
blue?
in. Yeah.
So is Ohio.
No, I'm doing Argent's meme.
Oh.
Oh.
You're
Isn't,
not... Because I thought you were actually worried there for a second.
Isn't Arizona expected to go blue?
I think it's a pure toss-up.
Yeah, it's in the toss-up category.
Because 70%'s in and Joe Biden's winning by 10%. But if Trump wins
Trump is up a bit more. Trump's 200,000 votes up in Virginia. Like, I don't know. Let's take another look at Rhode Island.
I'm still really confused on Virginia.
I think Trump's up even more in Rhode Island.
I think they just don't want to update the map like Probably there's someone manually coloring in the states, right? And like they just don't want to unblue it.
Okay, let me refresh the BB, the big black.
Well, if they undo it, then that means like that, like they have to like lose authenticity. Like Trump has 97%. There's 97% in, and he's winning Florida by 2.5 or 3.
Actually, that might be more. Let me see.
It's 97% in on Real Clear, so he's won Florida definitely.
And it's more than 1%, so there won't be a recount.
There's more percent difference than there is votes left in Florida, but it hasn't been.
He's up 3.2.
Yeah, so there's more. Trump is higher than if all votes came in for Biden. Trump already won Florida.
So Trump is
But they
2%
still have-
higher than what he got last time. And Biden is exactly the same as what Hillary got.
All the Johnson votes went into Trump.
Texas might be ready to call reasonably soon.
I mean, is there a possibility Trump's going to win the national vote?
I think he could win the popular vote.
In Illinois, he has 45% of the vote so far.
Because not most of Cook County hasn't come in yet, so
Yeah, no, but he might do better than we expected in some of these. Rhode Island is still like nowhere. Oh, he's up 4% in Pennsylvania?
That's crazy.
But only 27% are voted.
Oh, okay.
I remember in 2016, Ryan Falk called Pennsylvania like insanely like months beforehand, and that was like a very surprising call, and it actually happened.
Okay, I'm calling North Carolina for Trump. Narrow victory, but a victory nonetheless.
I mean, this looks pretty good so far.
I just don't... And we haven't called any of the really important states other than Florida yet.
Ohio. You called Ohio.
Oh, okay.
No.
I didn't really consider Ohio to be a swing state anyways, so...
Devastating news, everybody. AOC has won re-election.
Let me see, how much did Trump win Ohio by last time?
Honestly, I think it's better to have her in Congress. Like,
You know what the worst thing about
Why?
AOC is?
What?
It's all
Everything?
it's all the beta orbiting that
Yes.
conservatives do.
I think
Trump's
like
actually...
AOC,
Sorry, go on.
AOC delegitimizes the idea of being a congressperson. Also, Trump gets to make fun of her. Like it's good.
Mm-hmm.
So,
When will she be able to vote
I'm
run
just
for president?
looking at compared to last time. So
When she's 35.
Trump is actually going to win Ohio by a larger margin because last time he got 51.7%, and so he's actually doing better than he was last time. It looks like the most... I don't know. It looks like... I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of lost my train of thought there. I think the libertarian vote is split more for Trump than for Biden, but I don't know.
AOC might be able to run for president in 2024, but she can definitely run in 2028. I'd have to check her exact age because I think she's right on the mark for 2024.
Mm-hmm.
But I doubt that will happen. I mean, that would be a really weird circumstance.
That would be
Look at that.
freaking hilarious if she won.
No, it wouldn't. Be
It would be
horrifying.
awful, but it would be funny.
Yeah, she would probably get steamrolled though.
By who? Who do you think is going to run after Trump? If Trump wins
Let's say
again?
she'll get Biden instead. I like that.
God
Okay,
Emperor
so-
Tucker Carlson.
So
I
Trump
hope
is
so.
up by 6 points in Wisconsin, and half of Milwaukee has been counted. So I don't know. Wisconsin's distinct. Let's look at Michigan. I don't know. It's possible. He's up quite a bit in Maine.
Mm-hmm.
Maine, we expect it to go for him, right?
Well, the one district. Maybe the rest of it will.
I think
New Hampshire is probably. I don't know. Let me see. New Hampshire.
Maine is one of those states that splits its votes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So somebody posted this on Twitter, and it says, "My gay son is so obese he was physically exhausted from filling out his ballot. The fact that Trump forced my ridiculously fucking fat gay son to risk his health to vote against him shows how evil Trump is, and he must be stopped."
Is this real?
Yes, this is somebody. No, it's obviously a troll tweet, but it's funny.
Well, it's hard.
I
to
don't know,
tell.
man. I can't tell anymore.
This is true.
So I'm not calling this election yet. It's looking good for Trump, but I don't really, like I said, I don't know how the mail-in ballots are winning. I don't know if they come in first or they come in last, or like how about it goes along. But
I just think of the meme from when it happened in Austria. Somebody posted the meme from Harry Potter when Dumbledore goes, "I have sorry, it looks like Slytherin won, but I have a few last minute points to award."
Oh, by the way, I just like to thank you guys for coming on. I think it's been a really good stream so far.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's fun.
I've been having.
I
a
would
lot
not
of
want
fun.
to do this. I wouldn't want to do this alone.
Class was redundant anyway.
Also, I just want to thank everybody who's watching this. We've got like 240 people, which is the most I've ever gotten. I really do appreciate that you guys chose, because there's so many people running streams in that. I'm very grateful that you guys chose to watch mine. I hope you guys are having fun. That's all I can say. So,
Well,
Wait.
this one is the
You know,
coziest.
I'm getting news that Alex Jones is on Sargon stream right now.
So-
Let me check.
yeah, I appreciate it, guys. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Thank you.
So the only thing I'm going to be a little upset about is like some of the like anime and movie channels that I watch, or game channels. If Trump wins, they're going to be real salty, because like 90% of like that type of YouTube is left wing.
I've often wondered this. What percentage of hardcore anime fans are based?
This is the thing, though, right? It's like it seems.
I honestly would guess around like 30%.
I would say it can be fairly split, but the thing is, like,
Yeah.
95% of like people that make videos on anime are like shit libs. Everybody except ER.
Here's the thing: I don't think that there are moderate people that watch anime.
I think that's probably the best way of putting it.
When I'll just the people that are like, I guess you could say base, that do anime content, they don't say it. I don't think they would say anything.
Also,
The reason why Virginia got called for blue is that their system is count mail-in ballots last.
You know what I'll say?
Ah, shit.
Most based people like anime, but most anime fans are not based.
Yeah.
I like anime well enough. I maybe like watch 1 or 2 shows a year. Usually like the best stuff. I don't keep up with the new stuff. I catch up on
That's
older
fine.
shows that I haven't watched. Like there's tons of older anime that I haven't seen. Lots of good stuff.
You should watch Vinland Saga and then tell me if it's good.
Okay, so Milwaukee is 45% reported. Trump's up in Wisconsin. I don't want to call it yet for a while. Let's see what's happening in Rhode Island.
On betting odds, Trump has started to win.
The
only
last
thing I'm worried about is
anime I watched
Arizona.
was, Outlaw Star. Actually, I
Oh
watched that.
yeah, I was just thinking about that recently. I think it's you can say whether or not one is objectively better, but I like it personally more than Cowboy Bebop.
I like Bebop more. Like Outlaw Star was just a little too goofy
Fun.
for me, I guess.
Yeah,
fun.
it's a different tone, definitely. It's much more just kind of fun and wild than something more serious, but it is visually really nice.
I just love the lonesome nature of Bebop. And like
I prefer Outlaw Star to Bebop myself.
they're both really good. So either is a fair choice for sure.
I'll be
they're all-
frank. I'm more of a magical girl kind of guy myself.
Get out.
Ugh.
I tried to watch 5 minutes of the original Sailor Moon, and I just couldn't do it. It was so.
What?
Sailor Moon is amazing, and I watched all 200 episodes.
The thing is, though, it's like you can tell the politics of somebody by what. It's like there's the base black person has the Naruto or DBZ avatar.
No, you're forgetting Yu-Gi-Oh. You always
true.
leave out Yu-Gi-Oh.
Does anybody
It
want?
was unironically pretty good.
No, well, I'm just saying that one of black people's favorite anime is Yu-Gi-Oh.
It is actually.
They didn't grow out of it. But like,
I actually played Yu-Gi-Oh! In tournaments in real life, and then there was like this black guy that was pretty good in Montana.
mhm.
It's pretty funny.
So
And that's in Montana.
I've actually found, interestingly, that I don't really like Gynax. Like, I like Evangelion for what it is. But I've watched most of Gynax other stuff at this point, I think. And
did you like?
I just don't really like their shows.
Did you like
Can I-
Secret of Blue Water?
I haven't seen that one.
That one's good.
Can I give a hot take on Evangelion?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean,
It's
just
all right.
I think.
It's not fantastic, nor is it horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, what was I gonna say? I
If
wonder.
you're in the position in your life where you're like, you're not in a very good position in your life where you're making a big decision, Evangelion's a very, very good show, and it's deeply moving.
Yeah. So, do you think the Young Turks are committing suicide yet?
Do they have swords out and they're about to
Because
split?
like Chank, I don't remember what that was, what that stuff was, but yeah, Montana is totally a swing. Well, it's like 19% in. I don't know because they don't show where the early vote like is located. Like,
Apparently, Virginia, the early vote is after, so that's why they called it for Virginia.
I don't know though. Like, I don't know. I think some of the early vote has been counted. For those of you who know a bit more about, who are like, if anyone wants to look up like what percentage of the early vote has been counted in Virginia, yeah, I'm looking.
Do you want to put Maryland in for like confirmed on your map?
Oh, Maryland? Did I not put that in?
Yeah, it's still gray, I think.
No, I have Maryland.
I just can't see it.
I haven't called. Oh, right, okay. Rhode Island yet. Because I don't want to call it until like. Okay, New Hampshire is getting closer.
That's crazy. That shouldn't be happening.
So apparently, the lockdown is like the Beckloff is right. If Beckloff comes back, we need to like give him an ovation for being right that the lockdown would cause Trump to win by a larger margin.
I'm not saying that yet.
I think it is.
No, it probably is.
I think what he's told us before when we watched the debates when he came in is coming true. I'm not gonna say 100% it happened, but I'm starting to think that he was right.
But no, like I don't know. I'm not calling like once again. I haven't called any state that I wasn't fairly confident in yet, so I'm kind of holding up. If I call like Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania,
I might. I don't know. I would hold off till they're like 60 or 70 in.
yeah. Well, because I don't, like I said, I don't know when early voting is counted, and I think for them it depends. If the urban areas have been exhausted, then I'll call them. Let's see here. Maybe Rhode Island, it's like all early votes, but. Yeah, Trump might actually win Texas by a larger margin than he did last time. Let's look at the states I've called. Okay, so Alabama, Trump looks like he's going to win by 63. What did he get last time? Okay, so he's up in Alabama by 2 percentage points. Georgia is so far 55. In Georgia last time he got 51. North
He's winning in the
Carolina
popular
might
vote.
wind up being the only state he wins by a smaller margin.
He's
He
winning.
might actually lose Arizona.
Mhm.
He's winning by 1.6 million votes in the popular vote right now.
Well, that's because California hasn't come in yet.
That's true. That's true. Which is again that the existence of California right now is evident. I think is some of the best evidence against people wanting to abolish the electoral college.
The problem is with the Democrats is virtually all of their money. Most of their voters are in very, very concentrated districts, like New York, Illinois, and California. So while those states are all big, it's kind of they win by overkill in them. So it's not actually helpful. Let's see in Minnesota. Let's see if like they have Kanye listed anywhere yet. No.
No easy victory to start the end of the world.
So do you think Trump will be any bolder in his second term if he wins the popular vote?
He'll be bolder because he's term limited.
But I also think if like all these states flip, I think it does give him more of a mandate. I know that's all very like theoretical. Okay, so Trump won Florida with 49% last time. This time he got 49. So he's up more than 2 points there. Let me see what South Carolina was last time. He's more in South Carolina. Does this maybe like is this a white pill that maybe the demographic situation isn't quite as hopeless as we thought it was?
Too early to tell, just yet.
I really don't think that you should call that just yet.
No, okay, I'm saying like is there a quantum of hope that maybe it's not like
I guess.
Well,
My
I guess
problem though
depends
is
on what
that
you mean by that, really.
my problem is the secularization of Hispanics is actually really blackpilling. Especially, it's that and the fact that like they're getting a lot of Hispanic Catholics are stolen by evangelicals.
No, I definitely think the Hispanics are going to
wow,
be leaning.
he's up by 7% in Pennsylvania.
Well,
But
in terms
Philly
of,
and
like,
Pittsburgh haven't really come in yet, so
in terms of like left, right, and Hispanics, I honestly really think that they're probably going to be leaning left for the next couple decades. I don't really see this. The only way I see them voting, I guess, for lack of a better term, Republican, is if the whole Overton window just shifts left, so the Republican Party has to adjust its positions.
I by that I mean maybe like 30% of Hispanics.
No, I'm not saying that the Hispanics will like move to become Republicans. What I'm saying is that they'll be consistently 30 to 40% of Hispanics will be Republican instead of like 80 or 90% like blacks are.
Because wasn't that what we were all kind of worried about?
I'm very pessimistic on that. I don't know about that.
Let's see.
The thing about Hispanics assimilating or not is in areas like southern states where they're a small minority, they end up just becoming white. But in like New Mexico or Arizona, then they become like the mass block that you're talking about.
Hispanics are incredibly elastic when it comes to what they absorb.
So, like, if Hispanics move to Montana, obviously, what ends up happening is they just blend in with all the white people and they culturally become white. But if there's a whole bunch of them, like California, then they just take over the state.
Well, yeah. Well, there's what I just tend to like. The major principle with Hispanics is that they're incredibly elastic, and that they will absorb what's around them or what's put in front of them. So, like, there's like a large contingent that absorbed like American black culture and like ghetto or urban culture, but there's also all sorts. It depends on where they are.
Okay,
really.
sorry. I wanna read some cope from the New York Times. With most votes counted in Ohio's heavily suburban Delaware County, Trump has a 5-point lead there. He carried this county by 16 points in 2016.
Where is this?
I'm just reading the New York Times like Twitter feed.
Okay.
But he's got like a larger overall share of the vote in Ohio so far than he did last time. So I don't know what like they're talking about.
Maybe cope.
Yeah, I'm calling Ohio. Well, I called Ohio just because there's not that many votes left.
Thing is, though, if he wins, do you think you can call if you can call Michigan or Wisconsin?
No, because I'm not calling those until like I'm reasonably sure that
Because you have to wait till all the Midwest falls and then just ignore Arizona. Because if he takes part of the Midwest and Arizona is still going, then you have to watch it Arizona and Nevada.
Do you think Montana's actually going to go Democrat?
I think Arizona might.
No, Montana was what he was asking about.
Oh no! So Arjun has this long-running joke between me and him because I live in Montana, where he's telling me that Montana is a purple state and it's like the biggest toss-up state and the most important state of the election.
Oh, okay.
And Montana's traditionally in presidential elections a hard red.
Trump won it by like 22 points.
Okay. Do you
Now,
think
the
it'll be
Dems might do better just because of the senator.
Yeah, it's because of the senator election. Trump is going to lose points, but he's going to win.
Okay, so here's some more quote from the New York Times. The early exit polls of Arizona show voters over 65 prefer Biden by 5 percentage points. In other words, this is not your grandparents' Arizona full of conservative retirees. Well, it's not your grandparents' Florida full of retired lizard people. So, Ohio, Pennsylvania. I think somebody said Pennsylvania is like they're not counting any more mail-in ballots tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Will mail-in ballots have the chance to change the results in the next few days?
Because I don't know if when they're saying percentage of votes counted, if that includes mail-in ballots. I'm assuming it does. Has anybody else been calling any states? Let me just look at Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Missouri, North Dakota. I guess I'll call Missouri just while I add it. I'll call Idaho. Why not? Is Colorado confirmed at this point? Let me see.
Biden's winning by 17%.
And there's 20. I'm gonna. I'll wait for a little bit on Colorado. New Mexico looks like it's going to be closer than Colorado. That's weird.
Closer to Trump than Colorado is?
Yeah, because Trump at the moment has 44% in New Mexico and 47% in Colorado.
Ah.
Was that just because Gary Johnson took a whole bunch of votes?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the thing about Colorado is Boulder in particular, being this tech hub like Austin is in Texas. So a bunch of gay boys moved there, basically.
So Trump's still up 170,000. I guess in Virginia, the mail-in ballots are coming in. Rhode Island hasn't budged in like over an hour. Maine has
One of my friends is saying that they'll at least be counting in the mail-in votes in PA until Friday.
Okay.
Oh, here I have a great quote because I follow the Star Wars Revenge of the Sith novelization on Twitter, and they have quotes from it, and it says, "Intolerance at the intractability of the universe and at the undisciplined lives of its inhabitants. This is the normal state."
Yes.
Which is why Palpatine did nothing
I
wrong.
admit, I stopped watching Eckhart's Ladder after he spurred out on me on Twitter.
But Argent diversion Eckhart.
Well, I don't know. I just hate like all the fucking non-political channels that inject it into everything. And it's always like the whiny. I think my biggest issue isn't even that they're left-winged. It's that they think they're taking like a really big, like dramatic stand. Like
They think they're brave for opposing.
Like Eckhart's Ladder is a Canadian from like Halifax or something, and he thinks like being anti-Trump makes him like brave and going against the grain. And like that just makes me like, that irritates me more than the actual, like they're like, I have to use my platform to discuss this like unpopular opinion.
Orange man bad. Racism is bad. Black Lives Matter. Wow, you're very brave. You sound very original. I would love to have a long discussion with you over coffee about your very original things, which I have certainly never heard of before.
Okay, so they've called Missouri. Let me see. Have like a lot. I feel like a lot of these states that should have been called. Has Florida actually even been called yet? Let me see.
No, it's still uncalled.
Isn't it physically impossible for Trump to lose at this point, though?
It's physically impossible for him to lose Florida now.
Do they not call Florida because they don't want to give him Florida just yet? Or is it because
if he wins Florida, it'll cause a psychological meltdown?
Because even if he wins every other, even if the entire remaining vote goes to Biden, it's like not even going to put him within 1%. So
yeah, 3%, and there's 3% left in Florida.
I mean, to me, the way I was viewing it is Trump pretty much. I don't know, like Trump pretty much wins if he gets Florida.
Like I said, I'm not calling it until like a big swing state is definitively.
No, yeah, well, I know it's not exactly, but I'm just saying the chance, like
the fact that he won Florida by more than he did last time.
Yeah.
Like the fact that it's not even really close.
He's in the column of one Florida, then it's like you're waiting to see. Instead of waiting to see which state that Trump loses, you're waiting to see if like Biden loses one more major state, it's kind of over.
Yeah.
Then once Biden has to win the rest of the states.
It might not even come down to Pennsylvania.
Anyway, I'm gonna go for a little bit. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, no problem, man.
They've
I'm
called
gonna
New
call
Hampshire
Texas.
already. For some reason, they've called New Hampshire for Biden.
Well, do you want to look at the breakdown? What's going on there?
It's 38 in, and Biden has a sizable lead, but I wouldn't call it just yet. I think he's probably going to win it.
So
I used to think it was Joe Biden.
So Trump is up like 4 points in Texas with 71%. And most, like, I think all the large cities are basically exhausted or nearly exhausted. Most of the remainder is, I think, rural. Let's see. I don't think it's like... Okay, so Trump is up by 7 points in Ohio and 86% has been counted. I don't think it's, like, physically possible.
Yep, looks like he's got Ohio. That's awesome.
He basically just needs Wisconsin. He needs. I've heard it's like of the Midwest states, he just has to win 2 of them, and then he's won the presidency. Or if he wins Virginia, then he would only need 1 of them.
I don't know. Virginia's probably going to have some shenanigans.
But he's still got a sizable lead, and over half the votes been counted.
I think the remainder is all mail-in, though.
Okay. How's your cat?
She's meowing a lot. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
You can probably hear her playing with some toys in the background.
Aw.
Um, 538 still has Trump winning. Still has Trump even. Let me see. What are the major election odds? Let me see what the New York Times has. Okay, the New York Times is not showing any additional projections. They're probably committing suicide as we speak.
They'll come in the offices next day. The janitor will just come in. It's like, oh no.
I don't know. I'm up to personally 80% chance Trump's going to win at this point. Unless something really dramatic, because something dramatic would have to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all 3 of those.
And the thing is, Wisconsin is just going to get even more red since Madison and Milwaukee have already gone in, and everywhere else in the state's pretty red.
I know a right-wing guy on Twitter who was really black-pilled, and I think he's bet, he's taken tons of bets saying that Biden would win, and I think he bet something like $800.
Why would you even do that? I don't get it.
Because he's a Californian.
I was considering betting, but it felt dirty, so I did not.
I was pretty confident Trump would win, about 60-40.
I was 98% that Trump would win, but I don't know, it just feels wrong.
I'm not calling Arizona yet.
I've also never gambled on anything ever, and I'd rather continue to sit it.
Good idea.
I really legalized gambling in states is the state lottery a private organization or is it run by the government? Regardless, maybe it's different for different states, but it's something does sit wrong with me with legalized gambling because it's essentially just explicit exploitation of poor people.
It's exploitation of people who are bad with money.
Yes.
You know what's crazy too about lottery tickets? Most of the sales go to gambling addicts who will buy 200 lottery tickets at a time or whatever. So a lot of people will say, oh, well, look at lottery winners and how quickly they lose their money. That's proof that poor people just can't handle money. It's no, it's because the people who end up winning are people who are compulsive gamblers and they just gamble it and waste it all away because they're gamblers to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the odds are currently at 72% Trump.
Well,
owned.
We'll probably know then the full results in a couple hours, or we'll be able to enjoy salt. I just can't call it yet. I can't start celebrating it. I just want to see the Young Turks. I want to see the tears.
I recall.
Jake is saying they still might win. Here's how Bernie could win.
I remember last time it was until 2 or 3 in the morning that we actually found out. But I get the feeling we're going to know significantly earlier this time.
Well, that's good because I think a lot of people were maybe almost more afraid than who would win is that the results would be delayed a lot longer.
The mail-in votes.
Because I'm assuming once again that percent counted includes mail-in.
What I'm wondering here is, what are the riots going to be like?
Oh.
You'll want to get a lot of popcorn and maybe some body armor.
Yeah, I mean, luckily not luckily, but I'm
Trump,
Canadian, so...
I heard a lot of people talking about they're going to vote Democrat as an accelerationist vote, but Trump was the accelerationist candidate all along.
Yep, he's the moral candidate and the accelerationist candidate.
I will say this, of all the people, I just find that in terms of personality, the never Trump, not the Ben Shapiro types, but the Lincoln Project, like Bill Kristol and the rest of them, they seem like the most despicable. They seem even more despicable than most progressives are.
I will say this: they have siphoned millions of dollars from Democrat voters as part of their grift, and I mean, it's bad, but I admire it on some level.
I do find like Bill Kristol and Ben Shapiro to be more detestable than progressives. Yes,
I don't even put Ben Shapiro on the same level as like Bill Kristol and like Rick Wilson.
Sure, but not by much. I mean, Ben Shapiro still is.
He doesn't quite as bad. He doesn't have quite as bad physiognomy as they do.
Okay,
though.
Someone has a poll. If Trump wins, which freakout are you most looking forward to? Richard Spencer, TYT, Rosa Aslan, Movie Bob, and TYT has 2/3.
I want to see Movie Bob. I think putting TYT in that is unfair because they're just so much more famous. I want to see Movie Bob's.
What about Vaush?
I really want to just see Spencer. I just can't stand that guy.
I'm sorry. I just started cackling, thinking of Spencer getting pissed off. Do you think he'll cry?
No. I just have a feeling he won't. He'll just be like, well, whatever.
Yeah, he's like that.
He's a little gay bitch, but I don't think he'd be a drama queen over this.
Mm-hmm.
With many, here Dame Pesos, with many tacos and calls for meltdowns in the chat, TYT starts to feel fear as Nate Silver moves the chance of a Trump victory from 2% to 35%. Like,
have you guys seen Nate Silver's physiognomy?
He's such a fucking joke. Like, honestly, if he had have said that Biden had, like, because I never said thinking Biden would win was, like, a stupid position or, like, was irrational given what we knew going into this. But to say that Trump had, like, a 2% chance to win is so retarded, I can't even, like...
He just recently tweeted out saying, well, the narrative doesn't really matter anyway.
Let's see what Nate Silver's posting. He's probably
I'm just curious. I'm curious what Sonichu is going to post because this is probably going to be even worse for his mental health, but it'll be more delicious because everyone's favorite autist Chris Chan is because back in 2016, like he doesn't hate Trump because of any of his positions. He hates him because he voted for Bush and Obama, and since he's just a spoiled child in an adult's body, he doesn't like it anytime things don't go his way. So when Trump won, even though he voted for Hillary, he just had a meltdown and said he's going to kill the president and called on snipers to assassinate the president. But since he's lost in his own fantasy world, it doesn't matter. But I need to stop talking about Chris Chan so much because there's basically infinitely better things to focus your life on than him.
I don't know, man. I think that guy's going to be remembered forever.
The thing is, he will be a gold mine for psychoanalysis in the future for things like autism and the internet age and cyberbullying and all that.
And trolling-induced transsexuality.
Yes, and especially since he was a massive homophobe to begin with, and the fact that he was so stupid about it because he used because he doesn't understand irony or sarcasm at all. He thought that when Family Guy used the quote from the Bible to oppose homosexuality, he thought it meant that Seth MacFarlane and the team behind Family Guy did not like homosexuality. But right now it's just kind of sad because of COVID, since he wasn't allowed to go to a Brony convention, he basically had a meltdown, and his coping method is saying that Sonichu has possessed him for the past 6 months.
What on...
The thing is, though,
okay, sorry, dude, it's just No, I don't know. It's kind of bothering me.
Okay, if you don't want to talk
the
about
topic.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just getting like too weird, even for me. Okay, so Trump is up 12% with Hispanics, 2% with blacks.
Is this nationwide?
Yeah. The only people he's down with are age 65 plus by like 1%.
Is Wisconsin's going to be most likely Donald, right?
Well, I mean, if we look at Wisconsin, like it doesn't look like any of the rural areas have been started reporting it.
And it's already in his favor, I think.
Rachel Maddow is in denial.
The reason
Remember, guys.
Okay, so Trump won the union vote in Ohio, 56 to 42. Trump won the union vote.
56%.
Let me see which states they refuse to call. This is going to be fun.
They won't. The Guardian still hasn't called Florida,
They
Georgia.
won't call Florida.
Look, guys, Joe Biden can still win. We just have to get as many illegals in there and vote. And well, no, they're trying to develop a time machine.
They won't call Ohio. They won't call. I don't know when they'll be able to call Michigan. I actually have no idea for Arizona.
What happened in Arizona, though? That's weird.
I mean, well, I don't know. Let's see. Oh no, Arizona has some more stuff has come in. Okay. So Arizona is now 54 to 45. So I think it's narrowed quite a bit. New Mexico is closer than I thought. So TYT is blaming Obama.
What the fuck?
Saying that he didn't do enough to help Biden.
What?
Really?
Let me see what the popular vote's at the moment. Yeah, Trump's winning the popular vote. I mean, California hasn't come in yet, but let me see if there's any more calls I can make.
My friend is saying that he's going to retweet every single leftist saying that they're literally shaking.
He'll be there all day.
That's awesome.
Even everybody's least favorite conservative.
Is it a certain Anglophile who's saying that?
No, it's a certain young person. It's a certain Zoomer.
Oh, okay. Could you just send me a link to his Twitter on Facebook?
Yes, I shall.
Okay, I just want to look at it.
Look at
it! Do you want me to put it in here, or do you want me to just send it private?
It doesn't matter. You can put it in there.
I'm reading that a bunch of mail-in ballots just dropped in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and Biden's retaking it. Is that
there you
correct?
go. Sent it, Arjun.
Oh, he did? I mean, let's see.
Just reading that on Twitter.
Let's just refresh. I wish I could play Never Come Down, but if I do that, I'll get a copyright strike, so...
We
It's
could
too
sing
early
it.
anyway.
Okay, I think, though, regardless of who wins, the landslide was bullshit. I think we can say that, like, right now.
Mm-hmm.
It usually is.
Iowa. Okay, so Des Moines is 100% roughly. So yeah, Iowa is still very much in play. What states, sorry, did they say they dropped mail-in ballots in?
Pennsylvania.
Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Oh, they aren't being reflected here yet.
Okay.
Let me see.
I'm literally shaking and curled up in a chair. Oh yeah, somebody is retweeting all of them.
I'll bring his Twitter up in a second on the screen.
I think it's the same person I know you're thinking of.
Yeah.
I might
Spooky.
follow.
Yeah, I posted.
I just wish it would start being over, to be honest.
Let's see. Oh, it's refreshing. I'm just trying to find Pennsylvania. I don't know. The Real Clear Politics one kind of sucks. No, I mean, I don't see anything in Pennsylvania. So let's go look at the. Let me see what Classical Theist is saying. He was really, really like.
Classical Theist. Classical Theist is such a firebrand. It's great.
It's weird considering like how gentle he is in person.
He is one of the most gentle, sweet, caring friends you could possibly have ever.
Yeah, he's one of the nicest people I've ever met.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see here. Tweets and replies. I hate Twitter. Like, I just find it really hard to even find like people's tweets. I don't know.
Oh gosh, Twitter sucks. I'll just link him.
No,
Right.
I have it open. I have it on screen at the moment. But like it's because they have like every okay, let's see here. Oh, okay. Thomas Sullivan. I stayed in line, but they locked the doors. I'm so mad. I'm literally shaking. I'm literally shaking. How close this is. It shouldn't be. I'm literally shaking. These are just all the people. Logging off BC. The election is making me so anxious to the point where I'm literally shaking. So good night. I wonder if these are like all bots or something. Because they're all saying.
No,
literally
that
shaking.
it's. You have to understand they are literally shaking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe they should put a code on.
But why are they all saying that? Is it a meme or something?
No, it's a long-standing
Groupthink.
way. It's a
groupthink.
long-standing like cliche by which you express your anxiety by saying literally shaking.
Okay, I must have missed that.
No, sorry.
I'm a heterosexual, so I probably missed that. Let's see here. I literally walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and had a panic attack. Then got out and ripped down the sign. I'm literally shaking, guys. I'm so scared and nauseous. I have a dull headache.
Owned. Thought BTFO'd.
Wow.
Imagine being
God.
this.
There's so many of these.
I know.
I'm literally shaking. I don't know right now. How the hell are we going to get through next week?
It's amazing.
Here's one. I'm literally shaking it right now. HSJCKSBF8KHSH.
What? What does that mean?
I just opened a bottle of peach Bellini from Trader Joe's. I'm literally shaking.
Well, I had a bottle of wine for a different reason, but
This is it's gonna be really interesting tomorrow to just.
I wonder, I'm tempted to go, well, I think the Young Turks put everything behind a paywall, but I'd almost want to watch their stream just to see the gradual
there'll be plenty of
descent into
highlights
madness.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
The thing is, though,
Wait,
Trump
they
hasn't
hid
won yet.
their stream behind a paywall?
I thought they did. Maybe they don't anymore. They used to.
Good news for Cert Montana is now going Trump.
Yeah.
I think Serp always knew that.
I mean, it was a meme. Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna they're gonna
well, I
refuse to call Texas.
Cities, right?
I don't know why they're not calling Ohio. Well, no, I do know why they're not calling Ohio.
They're not calling Georgia, which
it's
is
physically
bizarre.
impossible for Biden to win Ohio, but
Why is Trump doing so well in Maine?
Maine's kind of a swing state in a way.
Oh wait, yeah, he can probably get a electoral vote from them anyway.
Maine has a pretty strong libertarian streak to it, I think. Also,
It
Maine's
does.
entirely liberal. Also Maine's almost entirely rural.
White.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's all other white states like Washington and Oregon.
That's true, but like I do love there's the channel Real Life Lore, which does have some good videos, but they are definitely have a very left wing tilt to them. I like when they're talking about global warming and all of that, but I did love when they had a video which was like what each state is best and worst at, and when they went to Maine, they said Maine is best at having the lowest crime rate, but it's the worst at being the least diverse.
I'd admit I've kind of just jumped on the global warming bandwagon.
No, that's one of those issues that doesn't really bother me. Oh, they just called California, Washington, and Oregon for Joe Biden.
Well, okay.
I'm kind of agnostic about it, but I think most of the things that would be involved in global warming prevention would be good for the environment in other ways. So
That's my attitude as well.
the problem is a lot of it is extremely damaging.
So can I say what I believe about global warming?
Sorry?
Can I say what I believe about global warming?
Sure.
I think that I think basically global warming's real, but it's like a very minor. If that makes sense, like that the humans are influencing the environment, but it's kind of like a minor factor.
Do you think it's kind
And
of
it's
a
like
combination?
Not a combination. I just don't think the environment's warming very severely.
Do you think
So I think that it's happening, but it's not like a very severe threat. That makes sense.
so? It's not an existential crisis.
It's not an existential crisis. It's just like
I do think we are facing in general an existential crisis to the environment.
crisis to the environment that global warming poses is generally minor, but the crisis of like deforestation or like pollution through
and the destruction
fossil
of
not
biodiversity.
is a much greater threat than
The carbon.
Warming itself could be good for all we know.
The
Depending
one
on
that-
like theory I've heard that might just be like right wing cope is that plants will grow a lot faster with more CO2 in the air.
I'm just waiting for when we can return to having megafauna.
they're trying to reintroduce aurochs as a wild and
That
bred
is-
back.
that
And they're
is, like the
bringing
sexist
European
thing ever.
bison into Europe that they've bred. They're trying to reintroduce the aurochs and the bison into Europe, and they're slowly introducing the bison back into Canada and the United States.
Oh,
Apparently, grizzly bears have
They
rebounded.
still won't call Florida with 99%
97%.
reporting.
So, like, grizzly bears are gradually moving across Montana into the plains states.
So
What is
they
the
called Rhode
what is the
Island,
margin in Florida?
despite Trump being in the lead, and they've called Virginia, but they won't call Florida. Didn't that happen last time too?
I think
so yeah.
There were several states they just wouldn't call for hours last time. I think Florida, Pennsylvania.
family who's Democrat told me like it was a very big family issue last election, and they told me they just stopped watching as soon as Florida was called. They just went to bed because they knew Trump won.
What is the margin in Florida?
The margin like Trump won. There's no
3.5%.
Okay, yeah, they can't recount then. It's he has it solid.
Let me just, because I'm tired, so I'm just, my math skills aren't the best. 40, 15, let's see.
Oh
3.5%.
gosh.
Is it bad of me? But like, I think Trump basically won at this point, with the exception of Arizona.
It is.
Like, no way he can lose if he loses both. Can he lose that way? I'm gonna go to 220 to win, or 270 to win. If he loses Pennsylvania and Arizona, does he lose?
See,
No, he still wins, but it's possible he could lose in the Electoral College.
Well, we also don't know about Nevada.
If he loses Nevada, Arizona, and Pennsylvania, he still wins.
I'm not calling Minnesota yet because Minneapolis is completely exhausted at this point, and there's still half the votes to count. So Texas, yeah, I called Texas. So yeah, it looks like mine is going to be somewhat wrong.
What was your map again?
The exact same as last time.
What state did he gain since last time? Possible the same
Actually,
exact.
no, I was wrong about Arizona. I think that's it so far.
I think it's funny.
Arizona. Did you call Arizona yet?
No.
But it's being that way.
I just don't know how much is early vote. I'm gonna call it at like 80%.
Somebody gave you a super chat and said, "Can you look at the House and Senate and governor results?"
Okay.
It's like the Republicans are going to lose, but maintain the Senate.
Okay. Yep, that's a good call. Let's take a peek at what the results are so far. So the GOP picked up a seat in Alabama, but lost a seat in Colorado, and they held South Carolina and Texas. I don't know. Like, they have to win a lot. The House so far. Actually, I don't know. Let's look at this.
The GOP might take the House. Holy shit.
California
just
hasn't
back
come
to
in
blue.
yet, though.
Maine just flipped back to blue. What happened in Iowa?
Let me see.
Oh, a lot of places haven't.
It's Des Moines has fully reported. Is Des Moines the only Democratic area? It's the only urban area, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm not calling a lot of these, because the urban areas report first. I'm just trying to see if there's like, if it lists somewhere like how many pickups there are so far. I don't know. I think Real Clear Politics thing like really sucks.
It looks like Trump could probably win all four of the Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. I mean, he's already won Ohio, right?
So the GOP's picked up 2 in Florida. I think that's like all they've picked up so far.
Yeah, but the Dems have picked up none.
Yeah.
So they might gain. They'll probably gain in the House, lose like one or so, or maintain the Senate.
Oh,
But-
no, Dems picked up a couple in North Carolina, so it might be like about the same.
I think that the House will be closer, but like the Dems will still hold it.
Mm-hmm. The governors are all held so far. Nothing's changed.
And it's going to be very interesting for the governor.
Yeah, Montana. I think it says that it's completely tied at the moment.
Yeah.
They called Washington with 0% reporting, but they can't call Florida with 100% reporting. Let me see. Is Florida up to 100% yet?
That guy I mentioned actually
nope,
ended up
they've called
betting
Florida.
2K. What kind of fucking fucking idiot does that, man? I understand, betting $20 or something like that with a friend, but gosh.
Happened?
This guy on Twitter who was positive that Biden was gonna win, and he was very black-pilled about it, ended up betting like $2K.
Have you ever bet against yourself? Like, bet against what you want to happen?
Always, well, there's an expression, always bet on black. AKA always bet on yourself.
So, Trump could have just easily won everything if he just promised GFs to people.
Is it too early to call Wisconsin?
I mean, Biden promised a free black
Milwaukee
GF.
is 94%.
Well, no, Biden promised to make black people white.
Shit! Kanye West is gonna win Idaho.
Oh well, that explains why Trump is winning.
Did Kanye promise black GFs too, or did he promise?
No, like, so what's the origin of that meme?
What meme?
The
Y'all
black
ain't
GF
black?
meme?
Oh, that's just our mutual friend Squiddo came up with that one.
Oh, okay, right.
I think that it's a internet wide meme, and it came from 4chan. I don't know what the origin.
It was actually 4chan. Yeah.
Can I call? Okay, so I need a vote. Okay, so Wisconsin, Trump is up 4% with 60% reporting. Milwaukee is 95% counted, and Madison is 72% counted. I'm going to call Wisconsin. Is there any objections to that?
Let's zoom in on it again.
Wait till 70.
Okay, I'll wait till 70.
I'm just trying to be more respectable than
Yeah.
I thought Distributors was going to do a live stream with his family.
I don't think he's going to win. Illinois looks like it's going to be like a lot closer than... Because Chicago is like fully counted. I don't think he's going to win. I don't think that's going to happen, but it might wind up being like a lot closer than it was last time. Let me see what Trump got last time. Last time in Illinois, Trump got 34% of the vote. Oh no, sorry, 38% of the vote. So
What is that yellow?
Yeah.
I don't know Howie Hawkins. I have no idea who the hell that is.
Must be his home county.
Green Party candidate.
Oh, okay.
He's got like endorsements from a lot of parties that are too far to the left for the Democrats.
What's the latest on Virginia?
It's 58% in, and Trump's still leading by like 6 points.
Oh, I really want him to take Virginia.
One guy. This is a guy, and he's saying, "I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying." Owned.
So amazing to play endless on dusk why Trump is winning, and you read off like depressing tweets from Democrats.
Mm-hmm. I think
I'm jubilant, man. This is pure Schadenfreude.
I still think that Minnesota's could very well go Trump because Minneapolis is fully counted. Let's see what Texas is at the moment. He's up 4 points in Texas, so he's going to win Texas by more than last time. I think North Carolina might be the only... No, actually, he's up in North Carolina. Last time he got 50%, and this time he's up like half a percentage point. But
if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, then he's probably going to win Wisconsin, and then he just has to win either Michigan or Pennsylvania, and he wins the election.
Because he's up 7 points in Pennsylvania.
Oh, apparently the distributor is supposed to stream at 9:15 PST. Oh. He always streams so late, I can't ever watch it.
Yeah, because he's 3 hours behind us.
Yeah.
I think
Well, yeah,
Nevada was held up for an extra hour or something. Let me see. What haven't I called yet? I'm not calling Rhode Island yet. I'll wait for 60 or 70 for New Hampshire.
People have posted the thing of the prodigal, a painting of the prodigal son, and it shows the faithful son is just West Virginia, and saying it's time to come home, Virginia.
Oh gosh, this one black woman is saying, I'm sitting here, hyperventilating and shaking in rage. I just unfriended all my white friends on Facebook and threw my laptop against the wall in a fit of rage. Black people are not safe in this country, especially me, because I'm brave and outspoken.
Now Nate Silver says, oh wait, no, that's from a few days ago.
Oh, what's the cope? What's the Nate Silver cope?
No, it's something he put. Somebody apparently said he I think this is from 2 days ago. He says, "I think Trump can win legitimately, a 10% chance per our model." What's he saying most recently?
Okay, here we go. There are certain scenarios in play if Biden loses Pennsylvania but wins Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Trump's not out of the woods yet. He can still lose Georgia and North Carolina.
94%.
It's pretty extreme hope.
He's up 10 points in Georgia. Let's see, it's like, what's left? I guess there's still a lot of Atlanta left, but I don't know. North Carolina's 94%, like, counted.
Yeah, Trump's lead is now rapidly shrinking in Virginia. He's only up 3 points. I guess that's the extra votes coming in. But if he wins those Midwestern states, he's got it.
He's up more than 10 points in Michigan. So do you guys think it was... I don't know. I think it might be just BLM and... what's the other one?
You think it's a lockdown?
I think the virus won him the election. Like the way I see it is like you have one candidate say we're going to get things back to normal and you can have your jobs back and start living normal lives, and the other side offering just more and more lockdowns, and people need jobs back. Like Biden has rhetoric like, oh, we're going to do these economic injections and protect the businesses, and it's like you just need people back to work. I mean,
but I think Trump, was the economy going good prior to Corona? Or
it was. We had record low unemployment.
Because I think Trump could have run on that. So
he tried to run the fact that before coronavirus, the economy was doing really, really well.
Because I think he could have successfully run on that. So, sir, do you think this will make your prediction that the Dems will split? Or, like, there's going to be a lot of, like, civil war between the left wing and the establishment?
I hope so. Because it's going to be Biden lost the election by pandering. And that's because the problem is that the ideological left leads it, even if the... So, like, the people that are active or that don't have jobs, they're going to say Biden lost the election by being a moderate. Mm-hmm. And it'll fuel this division.
Yeah, that's going to, like... You're going to see sort of like Obama figure pop up in like 3 years.
Okay, so here's what I don't know who's NX Thompson. I have no idea who that guy is. He says Biden can still win if he wins Arizona, New Nebraska and Maine congressional districts, and the rest of the Midwest.
Biden's definitely going to win Nebraska, right?
Let me see what California's at. I'm kind of curious. How much did Biden win California by last time?
You mean Clinton?
Yes. I guess I'm senile. I like what you said in your video that Biden's like gaffes were like normal things people say when they're tired.
And that helped him.
Trump is up by 14% in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
I don't think Philly's been counted too much yet, though. But
He won Ohio by almost 10%.
no, not well. Yeah, maybe. Let me see. What did he win last time? I don't think he got like over half the vote last time. Oh no, he got 51.7 last time. So. Yeah,
somebody did post this is in the from Starr County, which is 96% Latino. Trump won 47% of the vote. So he won a huge amount of the Latino vote.
The Guardian refuses to call Florida for Trump.
We have to wait until it's 105%
ridiculous.
reporting in.
I'm not going to call Arizona yet because I don't know where the votes came from. Where's the liberal part of Arizona? Tucson?
Phoenix and Tucson, yeah.
Okay.
Trump has maintained his lead in Wisconsin, even though what was it? A bunch of early votes came in or something.
He's up a lot versus last time. Okay, Kami Catcher says, so should Trump divert emergency funds to masquerade projects for Biden supporters committing seppuku? Yes.
So he's still winning Virginia, though?
I haven't. Let me bring up Virginia.
He's still 61%, and he's still winning by 3%.
I don't think he's going to win Virginia. It's probably going to be a lot closer, but I mean, there's
winning a lot in the popular vote.
Sorry, what'd you say?
He's gaining a lot in the popular vote.
He's still winning. He's winning by 700,000 votes.
Oh wait, let's look at New York. Okay, so let's see here. So
that's fairly close.
So he's up like 5% in New York.
How did my county do? Oh yeah, makes sense. I was about to say what county I live in.
I don't know. No, New York's not going to flip, but it could still get pretty close. Because, I mean, most of New York City's reported.
Mm-hmm. And then the rest of the states, I wouldn't say we'd be a solid red state. We'd definitely be something. We're more conservative than we're a mixture between, like, New Hampshire and Pennsylvania. Because we've got, like, cities like Syracuse or Albany and Buffalo that kind of make it more liberal, but everywhere else is pretty right-wing.
Okay, let's look at the Senate.
They fly Confederate flags in my state.
So Georgia's going to have a runoff. Let's see, all Senate races. So it looks like it's going to be unchanged so far. Oh, Susan Collins looks like... I don't like Susan Collins, but looks like she's going to keep her seat. They refused to call North Carolina for the Republicans, despite it being statistically impossible. Bullock and Date, whatever his name is, in Montana are neck and neck.
I went through Montana. We're a state that counts early ballots first, and no county has its
Can we
vote.
turn the music off?
That's what I figured, just because of how big Biden was initially winning. So Foxcall Arizona for Biden.
Oh, here's another good one of them retweets. Is my rights are really about to get stripped away from me, bro.
I wish. Why do these people have to make Trump seem so much more based than he is?
Yeah, I know, that's actually annoying.
Has Georgia been called yet?
Nope.
No.
Oh,
Even though
Iowa
Trump's
now
up by
again,
9%.
As you know, as apathetic as I was with Trump with the last year, just the way like progressives in the media, it just makes me want to defend him.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of I was kind of like that with the Iraq War, because I was like super anti-Iraq War and super anti-Bush, but the people who criticized him were just such massive the F word that it made me like
just call them maggots.
Yeah.
Again, about half of the reason I voted is just because I want to see the left have another meltdown. I don't really care about policy so much. I mean, I do, but you know
they
what I
won't
mean.
call Texas.
They haven't. Guardian still has not called Florida, with 98% in Trump with a 4-point lead.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Trump, but I am a fan of owning the lib. And this owns the libs.
Sir, I've heard that Trump has appointed a lot of other conservative judges.
True.
No, is that true?
Across the circuit courts, he's appointed more judges. Obama was just too lazy to do it. Like, Obama had all these judges that he never appointed because he was so lazy.
Because I had heard that, like, he was using, like, lists the Federalist Society gave him or something.
Yes.
Oh, so that's true. He did appoint a bunch of conservative judges?
Maybe not, but he's been appointed more judges than Obama did in 8 years in, like, the first 2 years of his presidency. Because Obama was extremely incompetent and, like, didn't appoint them and do his job. Like, he was really, really lazy and didn't work very well. Like, didn't work at all.
Did
Trump's
just go
greatest
golfing, like... I remember someone did, like, the number of days Obama went golfing.
Okay.
I think the golfing thing is a meme.
It literally is a boomer meme.
Trump's accomplishment that goes unspoken is the number of justices he's appointed.
Okay, get this. Richard Spencer thought Biden was going to win between 325 and 75 elections.
So, here's another fun salty thing is I've had my biggest anxiety migraine all day, so catch me curling up in bed for the next 3 to 5 business days. The possibility that my rights will potentially no longer be deemed unalienable is weighing heavy on me.
Wait, someone in chat just said VA is at 97%? That's not right, is it?
No.
No.
Apparently, New York Times is going to do no more, like, gas polls except for those 3 states.
Let's see let's see if Nate Silver's committing suicide yet. I feel like he should just have, like, all remaining legitimacy stripped away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's still in cope mode. Maybe Alaska will save Joe. Let's see, what's the popular vote at? Okay, I think my popular vote might... I said 49 Biden, 47.5 Trump. So...
The popular vote is going to look really bad when, like, California comes in.
I have more salt is when did I assume you voted for him? Coming from someone who has actually received death threats and hateful comments for being a bisexual woman, I'm tired of trying to be peaceful, quote unquote, when my rights as a human shouldn't have to be questioned. I don't know. The bisexual woman part made me laugh.
It hasn't said where in California has voted yet. They won't say where, because maybe Trump will do a little better in California.
Am I reading this right? Someone's saying Georgia and Philadelphia have stopped counting ballots until tomorrow.
Well, it doesn't really matter since Trump is so ahead in Pennsylvania.
But only 50% is counted, so I don't know. Let me see here.
I feel this is really gay.
What is?
The whole. I still, even if it didn't do what I said it would do, the whole so much early voting and not counting ballots until later, it's so fucking gay.
Mm-hmm.
The odds of Trump to win. Okay, so there's this maggot on who's like the Canadian version of Nate Silver, who's even more well, I guess I'll just say it, even gayer than Nate Silver. Let me see what his was, because his was like a meme. 338 Canada. Let me see if he's in meltdown mode. Let me see, where's his Twitter? Oh, I don't think he has Twitter. Let me see where the U.S. election is.
All right, guys, I'm pretty confident. I think I'm gonna head to bed now.
Okay.
Have a good night.
I love you.
God bless.
God bless.
Thank you
man.
so much. Thank you so much for inviting me, Arjun.
Oh, no problem. It was great having you, man.
Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good
Bye.
Good
Okay, so this is 336. So this guy also calls reports people to the police who troll him on his Facebook page. So he had North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan. So he had Biden winning by 300.
Mm-hmm.
Someone says check global news. Okay, might as well. They're probably committing suicide too. Okay, how long till they blame the Russians?
I'm surprised they haven't done it yet.
Oh, okay, global news. Yes, Trump's at 118. That's totally the case. Let me see what they refuse to call.
Isn't that what the Guardian is saying?
Well, they have Florida blue, Georgia blue.
So they refuse to call Texas, Florida.
So what advantage do they get? Do they just demoralize people that haven't voted yet for not calling these states?
Thank you for the super chat. So Virile Journey asks, Serp, are you still black pilled?
About Montana or Trump winning?
I mean, I guess I don't know what context. Virile Journey, maybe you could, I'm still black pilled in general, but you got to take your wins.
Is extreme black pill for the future of industrial civilization in general, but I think Trump's going to win now.
Some days, all you can do is make your enemies bleed.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you're falling down a well with your mortal enemy and you have a knife in your hand, I mean, you get the satisfaction of killing him before you die.
That reminds me of the imagery there reminded me of Gandalf fighting the Balrog, and they're soaring down the chasm.
That's what it should remind you of. At least we can be Gandalf and they can be the Balrog.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna call Iowa soon. I'm gonna wait till 80%. Because Des Moines
as in Japan, Iowa.
I'm gonna call Wisconsin. It's at 65.
Speaking of which, I actually do find it kind of interesting how there definitely seems to be a lot of linguistic similarities between Japanese and a lot of Native American language. Have you guys
Oh,
noticed
it's too
that?
bad Torellian isn't here because he's a linguistics major.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So he could probably speak to that more. I mean, Trump so far is getting 43% in Detroit. I feel like that's really high. Okay, what haven't I called yet? I haven't called Virginia yet. I'm not calling Rhode Island yet.
Colorado and New Mexico.
I don't know how Maine works. They don't really explain it properly. Yep, I'm calling Colorado for Biden.
Yeah, you can
Why
blue
is
both of
there-
those.
Everyone's talking about losing their rights now.
I might wait on New Mexico till we get a bit. No, I'll just call it. Nevada still hasn't started yet.
Neither has Alaska and Hawaii.
I'm just gonna. I think I just called those already. Yeah, I already called those.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
Yeah,
we
that's
need to
safe.
look at it. I think Hawaii is like the most blue state.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yeah, Hawaii is the bluest state aside from DC. So Trump got 30%. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with California. What did Trump get in Oregon? Is it Oregon or Oregon?
Oregon.
Okay.
And it's not Nebraska, it's Nebraska.
I feel like these the western states will be a bit closer. It's just that oh, here we go. Okay, so the Guardian's saying Biden takes early lead.
What?
What?
Biden takes early lead over Trump as millions still being count. That's just because you're not calling certain states.
Yo, what?
I think I'll call Arizona for Biden.
Let's wait on that one.
Yeah,
for
okay. I'll wait for
80%.
Arizona. Oh, here it's only 73.
I think you might be able to go. Wisconsin is at 67%. I think you might be able to call it for Trump now.
He called it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, what is Arizona at?
It's at 73%, and Biden's winning by.
Oh, that actually might be safe to call in.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Arizona.
Curious as to why it flipped then. But
Well, I guess the easy answer is Mexicans, but hey.
It's interesting
time
because
is-
the Midwest looks like
He's-
it's gonna completely flip.
He's up in the Hispanic vote though, so I feel like that answer doesn't really make sense.
mhm.
So
Is
I don't know.
anyone
That's
watching the Young Turks? Let me see what their Twitter account is saying.
Is it just them saying ah?
Okay, let's look at this. The Justice Debs are having a very good night. Well, Anna looks horrible. She looks like a fucking skeleton.
Where are you finding this?
Look at
Where-
it. Like, what happened to her? She looks like a Holocaust survivor.
It's like harassed by the other ones.
for being Armenian.
No, for being a woman.
Okay, so an hour ago, they're saying Biden is going to win. I think they're in full-on cope mode.
can Illinois be called? What's going on there?
Oh, I just forgot to call it.
Actually, it's closer. No, it's not closer than. It's relatively close to Arizona.
Illinois
Iowa?
looks like fairly close, given that Chicago is also, or
Yeah. Yeah, Trump's doing better in Illinois, but yeah. It's
Okay,
still gonna go to
Virginia
Biden.
finally flipped to Joe Biden.
Wait, what?
Virginia flipped
yeah,
to Joe
I'm
Biden.
calling
He's winning.
Virginia
Yeah.
for Biden.
Well, that's on the early voting.
Better, though.
Trump might have won if it wasn't for the early voting shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna call New Hampshire for Biden.
I would call Iowa for Trump. It's starting to look like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Iowa.
Michigan is almost at 50%.
All right, I called Wisconsin.
Hey, somebody want? Can I have one of my friends on Discord join the stream?
Sure. Is he like super spurky?
No, he's British.
Okay, sure.
He's a conservative. Don't worry.
Okay, sure.
I'll just how do I invite? How should I link it to you?
You can copy his Discord username, right? Just post it.
How do I do that? I'm sorry, I'm having a boomer moment.
Oh, you can't invite people because it's my server. Here, I'm just sending. There's the there. I posted the link to the server in the
Thanks.
in the chat.
You could also invite Arjun and your friend to a private chat. Oh, that would work. Looks like Minnesota you can call blue, huh?
I'm not calling Minnesota yet.
Okay.
Because Minneapolis is exhausted. Rural Minnesota hasn't been counted yet.
Okay. Interesting.
There he is. Hey,
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
could you turn your volume just down a little?
I can turn it down.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
How's it going?
Going well. Yeah, my sleep schedule is absolutely disgraceful at the moment. So, yeah, so there's nothing else to do. And my girlfriend's watching, is doing the same thing. So I thought, oh, why not join in this stream?
Okay.
Cool. I love Anglos.
Yay.
Well,
I mean, I'm in Northern Ireland, so you either love them or you hate them.
Northern Ireland or Republic of Ireland?
Northern Ireland.
Okay.
But yeah, so things look like they're getting better.
Yes. I think they're
beginning to come in.
Oh, Nevada's come in with 65%. I mean, no, 1%. So that was Utah. Trump is winning.
I don't think the popular vote is out of the question. Let me see. Oh, California is at 50%. Okay, so it's not out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
Look, the thing I think we're all waiting for is the inevitable second part of like Donald Trump initial D video.
Now, I literally listened to Never Come Down for like an hour today in preparation for this.
I mean, I honestly I've only been keeping up with the occasional thing of the election. Like, just life's been busy in general. But yeah, this is definitely looking interesting.
It seems like Biden is going to take Rhode Island.
I mean, that's not a surprise at all.
No.
Oh, wait. No, Trump is winning again in Virginia.
Trump is winning again in Virginia.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm going to decall Virginia then.
I don't know why, but
I don't know what the fuck is happening in Virginia. All I hope is the meme is like West Virginia.
What the hell is happening in Virginia?
The votes haven't come in. I think it's a lot of the mail-in or early votes haven't come in yet.
Hmm. I mean, Biden's early lead was probably just because of the cities.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the biggest thing about Virginia is Fairfax County, which is like the biggest suburb of DC, is and DC is almost entirely left. Is almost entirely Democrat.
Any objections to calling Michigan?
I would like you to, but
I'll wait till 60.
Yeah, it's only 50%.
I think you should. I think you might be able to call Wisconsin though.
He did. He called Wisconsin.
Oh,
Apparently, like they're all screaming right now. We should have voted for Bernie.
Yep.
You had your chance twice.
Gentlemen, I'd like to give a round of applause for the Democrats for sabotaging their own campaign.
Again.
Harder than any of us could.
Well, they're very spooky themed elections, these past two, right? You first have the pumpkin against the witch, and now you have the pumpkin against the skeleton.
Reminds me of that meme of history of the presidents and biscuits, and they're all like rich cream, and then you've got the one bourbon, and then you have the fucking Cheeto.
Mm-hmm.
It's super lame in Pennsylvania how it looks like they're just stopped counting.
Well, apparently they did. That's what I read on Twitter. Is that Pennsylvania?
Another one of my friends wants to join. Is that okay?
Did they give any why they stopped counting?
I don't know. We'll see. Sure, let him in and we'll see. If it gets too bad, then
okay.
Palpatine.
Sorry for that.
Yep.
No, it's just if too many people get in and people start talking.
Apparently, Philadelphia has just stopped. They just stopped counting. And they're going to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So,
even though
gotta rig it.
Yeah.
What matter at that point? Or are they just gonna rig that state and then like win through electoral like absentee electors or some bullshit?
You know what'd be funny? If someone was to make like a fake VOD of just like, okay, everyone, welcome to the 1788 Holy Roman Emperor elections, and Habsburg won again.
Good evening.
Hey.
Thank you for letting me on.
Mm-hmm. So,
yes, Trump might have successfully flipped Virginia. The lead is narrowing, but it's still there.
in Virginia right now, or for where I have it, it's 60%, 64% in, and Donald Trump is winning by 2 points.
Yes, so there of course will be the late ballots coming in, and those will, for obvious reasons, favor Dems. But that he's gotten a lead at all is in itself remarkable. The riots, the lockdown, and the gun, especially the gun grabbing, is what is turning out Virginians on in droves.
Let me see what he got in Virginia last time. I probably mentioned it already, but so he got 44% in Virginia last time. What is he at now?
He's at 50.
Oh,
he's
okay,
at
so
50.2.
So the biggest thing I think about this is even if Trump loses Virginia in the end, even if he doesn't keep it, he's shown that it is in fact competitive. It can be done, and part of that, of course, the Democrats have to be willing to screw up in the way that the current governor Northam has in order to make it competitive. But because they demonstrated that they can just rely on Fairfax and Arlington to push in a narrow majority, that emboldens them into effectively pushing policies onto the entirety of the rest of the state that are highly, highly impossible.
Viral Journey donates $2 and says 4 more years, fellas, 4 more years.
It's a little too early to call yet, but I think it's favoring Trump, right?
Yeah, it's favoring Trump. Ohio's leaning. Erie County in Pennsylvania flipped for Trump, so that's a very good sign.
Well, I mean, Arkansas already called Wisconsin and Ohio for Trump, so
yeah. And Georgia's been called, I believe. Hasn't it's? I'm pretty sure most of the counties are reporting in, but anyone is saying Georgia's competitive is believing their own propaganda.
Has Ohio been called yet?
Nope. Even though 94% in, and it's impossible for Biden to take it.
90. Real Clear Politics is saying 96.
You know, I've seen Fox called it. Like, Ohio's being called now.
Fox has had bad calls all night. They called Arizona for Biden.
North Carolina has not been called yet with 100% reporting. Or has Fox called it?
I can't recall if they did or not. I do know that Kenosha County has gone for Trump, so that's very entertaining.
Was that Minnesota?
The one suburban county.
Kenosha is a place where the riots started when a certain fellow
Yeah, that's
Colorado
Okay,
decided
Fox
to shoot
just
a
called Ohio.
predator.
So it seems like it's going to take months till we find out who one thing is going to be bullshit. I mean, it might take weeks for Pennsylvania, but
It might not matter.
mm-hmm.
I mean, if Trump wins the popular vote, then even if the election is contested, and it absolutely will be, people on both sides will cry voter fraud, and there probably will be voter fraud on both sides. If Trump just wins a popular vote and pulls out an electoral victory, that's going to take the wind out of the sails of any serious allegations. They'll still be made, but it's not going to be taken nearly seriously as most.
Yeah, again, it's that sort of point. We've reached that point. No matter what happens, there will be calls of voter fraud, and there will be calls of something's happened.
I mean,
at this point with politics as it is, that's going to be the case.
In Pennsylvania now, it's going to have to break pretty hard. Okay, Wisconsin's at 81% and Trump is up 5%.
Did you call it already?
Yeah, I did. I'm just...
My God, I have not seen Chatelet in ages.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan's still looking good.
But yeah, I would, for anyone who's listening to what Fox is calling, I would hesitate to do that. They did not change Virginia to reflect the fact that Trump got a lead of 4 hours.
No, they've called Virginia
been behind
before anything came in.
For a long time.
What's Virginia at in terms of counting?
That was the weird thing about Virginia.
On The Guardian, it's 64% in, and Trump still has a lead.
Let's see. WAPO is having Biden at 52.5 of the vote, and Trump at 45.9. I'm
going to see what Poll is saying about all this.
Now, the thing I like most about this is even if Trump somehow loses, and I don't think he will, the pollsters who've been predicting for a very, very long time that Biden, it's going to be another blue wave, Biden's going to sweep the country again, Trump is going to be kicked out, they're going to be on suicide watch. Shenki Uker is already talking about putting the DNC in re-education camps and whatnot. And of course, this is only a few days after he was getting into an argument with Anna over the Armenian genocide.
Oh, has he actually had arguments? I thought that was a meme.
No. It was literally only a few days ago when Anna and Chen got into an argument about the treaty with Armenia between Azerbaijan and whether the Armenians are not actually actually
CNN,
to be on that land.
Sorry, CNN and TYT is saying that Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, there's widespread GOP election fraud. And we won't know if it's legitimate until tomorrow.
And of course, there are still 2 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania to be counted. And the GOP is, of course, going to be all of those ballots. We all know that the GOP is famous for having the mail-in ballot vote.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Trump's up quite a bit, though. Okay, Virginia's at 64. And
okay,
he's still up.
We've got a large box of votes here from a Mr. Fyodor J. Kaczynski.
It is said this is for what industrial civilization is done.
Virile Journey is suggesting I fire up the Young Turk stream and just to look at the chat. That is not a bad idea. Let me just... Oh, wait.
Oh yeah, it is entertaining.
I'm just posting random images of the 4chan threads.
The problem, though, is that if Trump wins, there's a possibility that he won't be able to get back to the White House because it'll be burned to the ground by BLM and Antifa.
And
that's not really a bad thing. They'll be finishing what we started.
This is true. Oh, as I was talking about the fact that getting rid of Washington, D.C. is a good thing anyway.
Yeah.
But I forgot about 1814.
My guess is they've just banned everybody in their chat.
I mean, would you really put it beyond them?
Okay, let's see what the super chats are. We'll bet $50 on Biden.
Oh. Okay, so this is what we need to do. We all need to go into the TYT
There's some
chat,
illegal.
and we need to start betting.
There's some illegal Hispanic immigrant who's saying, "I wish I could vote." Some people are yelling "taco." Can you guys on the stream see the TYT chat? Or
I can, even though it's delayed, obviously.
You know what? Let me just see here. Pop out chat.
I'm just posting some of the stuff I'm seeing on the 4chan threads.
Yep, there we go. Okay,
the fuck is this?
Wisconsin from Moloch. You're not far off of that. The Rust Belt will sell out its soul for anyone who promises an extension to coal.
Okay, well, more Hispanic, like 10% more Hispanics voted for Trump.
Yeah, that's a thing. Hispanics and the black male vote has swung a little rightwards over the past few years. You actually saw that in the Georgia election or the Georgia midterms elections when Brian Kemp broke double digits with black male vote. Now, that's not, of course, saying that you're going to see some massive shift in black voting towards Republicans, but it is remarkable that they are actually losing some grasp on it.
Uyghur is such a fucking dollar store.
Oh my god.
Dollar store Brown John Goodman.
Half of these posts are not even related to the election. It's just people posting random stuff.
Look at Shank's face.
It's like he's a man.
He looks like a well-cooked steak.
Let me see. I can't. Where is this? How do I watch it?
Just go to the Young Turks on YouTube.
It's just on their channel.
What else can you say other than Shank Yogurt looks like he's eating some chunky yogurt?
Chink yogurt.
Like he's put on.
Mega the civil cry. Mega Trump 2020. They're just spamming. Oh, look at the like to dislike ratio. 20.
Oh, that is beautiful.
I gotta go on my account and dislike this.
Oh.
I don't even have a YouTube account, and
I
I'm trying to make one just like this.
Okay,
So-
I'm posting in the chat.
All right. How far are we off from a safe and secure society?
Very stream
Strong and stable.
Strong and stable.
For a safe
Hey,
and secure society.
Autocrat. So does anybody in Britain remember Theresa May, or is she just completely?
Oh no, she's been outcasted at this point. She's gone to the same shadow realm that Tony Blair and David Cameron now reside in.
They've literally been sent
Pop
to
that on
shadow
your heads
realm.
every once in a while to remind the rest of humanity they're not fucking dead.
You remember when everyone thought Theresa May was going to be the new Margaret Thatcher?
Oh god. My duty and downvoted it. Oh shit! I mean, I just outed myself as a redditor.
Okay, I'm gonna post this in the chat. Everybody, go and express your love for the TYT stream by giving them an upvote.
This is a no bully stream. Please do not take us down, Susan.
So yeah, if Trump wins Wisconsin and Michigan, he's won the race, right?
Oh, basically, but he's already. I would say with great certainty he's already won Ohio. Pennsylvania has swung towards him. I'm pretty sure Florida has been called for him.
What happened?
And keep in mind too.
Nevada? Why isn't it coming in yet?
the shenanigans going in and out in Nevada.
Because they had announced some of it and then they immediately took it down.
Well, Nevada, you will not suspect it from Nevada, but Nevada is probably one of the best places for electoral fraud out there. Like, Harry Reid had it down to... He's created one of the most effective patronage systems in American history in Nevada. It's just remarkable what he's done.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to read Super Chat. Vero Journey sends in $5, post tacos in chat for Dame Pesos and Taco Tuesday.
Can you zoom in on Arizona and look at the percentages of each county that's actually been counted?
Yeah, let's. Can get to Maricopa County too?
Maricopa County. It says 0% in, but it says Biden's leading by almost 10%.
It really gets a noggin jogging.
Oh, is Maricopa red or blue?
Maricopa is red, but you can find some dots of bloom there. So
but isn't that's the county with Phoenix in it?
I just don't want to call it because like nothing's reporting. I don't even get how Biden is winning by so much because like none of them are reporting.
I should have screen capped this. I just saw in the Young Turks chat somebody said Argent rules. That's great.
Oh, there's a TYT meltdown thing on poll at the moment. I'm just reading through it now.
Oh, beautiful.
Trump had lost a lot apparently on the betting odds now.
I just posted subscribe to InfoWars in their chat.
All right, everyone, just make sure to tell them that you really need that PewDiePie did nothing wrong. Okay. I think
we
that's something
stop
we all agree on.
focus on our own stream.
Sorry, what did you say?
Why don't we focus on our own stream?
Yeah, I just was doing a brief like side thing. So they won't call Iowa, despite Trump being up 6%. And
I'm selling free helicopter rides to those who want them.
Last time he got 51% in Iowa, and this time so he's up in Iowa.
What's the case in North Carolina? I think it's close.
It's 94% in, and Trump is winning by 2 points.
Well,
that's not close. That's too close for comfort, but it's still good, I suppose.
He's still winning in Virginia.
Yeah, but that is if Trump maintains Virginia but loses North Carolina, we will officially be living in a clown world.
Yes.
No, well, I mean, the remainder of the vote looks like it's in red areas, so I'm not.
Virginia will be.
That's everything too. For Virginia, the blue counties all came in first, and basically most of the ever reporting counties have just been red or leaving red. So he should be able to maintain his lead, even if it is at the end of the day going to be very narrow.
That would be very satisfying, mainly because this whole time Guardian has called Virginia before any votes came in. They called it Biden before anything came in.
I think everyone was.
Told that you started.
I think everyone was. And the best
voice for Trump.
Oh, and the best thing about Trump
sure.
leaving Virginia is because of the changes that were made to the Virginia House of Burgesses, where they tied the seats there to the national margins. It could flip Virginia it could flip the House of Virginia along with it, which could actually give Republicans some teeth there again.
So let me see here. So Iowa is currently at 89% counted and Trump's up 6, but they won't call it. They still haven't called Florida yet.
Well, the best thing about Florida too is the Panhandle, which is in a different time zone, is largely red. It's more red than the rest of Florida.
No, Panhandle's fully reported.
Yeah, the Panhandle.
Florida is reporting. Haven't called it yet.
Okay.
Florida's 98% and Trump's
No
up.
matter where I go, I cannot escape from TNO.
Yeah, there's no way they can take Florida.
All I'm seeing on Twitter is just Bernie Sanders is going to win in a landslide over and over again.
Jeb will come back from the grave and he'll save us all.
What's happening in Arizona? Why have no ballots
He's so
been
powerful
counted?
that he comes from the grave even though he's not even dead yet.
I used Monster Reborn to summon Monster Grave.
I removed Jeb from the field and put him in.
I don't know. Arizona's confusing me. Like it's
half of these.
Okay, so
Jeb are just screaming.
Jeb wasted millions upon millions of dollars just to advertise his guac. the DNC has wasted millions and millions of dollars just to try convincing people that Arizona will actually flip.
They spent apparently $100 million against Mitch McConnell.
The thing that does, and this is another one of my arguments against democracy, right, is with all the money that's spent on elections now, how many of the actual problems they promised to fix could you have actually fixed with that campaign money?
Exactly. That's what I've been saying all this time. Surely it would be great if every member of a country on election day donate like $10.
Mm-hmm.
How much money you could have? What's the American population at the moment? Like
330 million.
You would actually have almost no money from that. Like you'd have how many people vote in the election? Like 150 million. So you'd have like $1 or $2 billion, which is just like nothing.
Yeah, true.
Sadly.
Now, if you think
any donation to CatGo research is a donation enough.
Damn,
unfortunately, in 2020, several $1 billion doesn't solve anything.
Now, if you think that's bad enough, in
in
France, for example, if you run and even if you lose, your campaign costs will be refunded by the government.
So looking at
taxpayer money goes to pay for political campaigns in France.
Looking at the Senate, it looks like it's going to be a toss-up. No, it looks like the Republicans are going to, because it doesn't say who the incumbent is for a lot of these, or for any of them. So it looks like they're going to win Michigan, North Carolina, probably not Montana. They're going to win Georgia.
Sweet
Georgia has 2 senators running?
Yes.
Every state has 2 senators.
No, sorry. I mean more than 2.
No,
I mean both senators are running in Georgia.
Okay.
Those senators are running for re-election this year.
Because one retired, I guess?
I can't remember the exact details, but all right. Here's a particular thing, or a very particular peculiarity about Southern politics. The entirety of a black political class, at least a black male political class, is almost exclusively derived from the clergy, and the problem is the clergy have. The black church has been gutted spiritually because of that. Because the clergy have largely just neglected any pursuit of religion or any sort of spiritual teachings in favor of using the churches as basically patronage network. It's like the Catholic Church under the I'm sorry, under the Medicis again. It's quite frankly disgusting, and because of that, where they can't rely upon their flocks to reliably come out and vote for them, they have to make up for the patronage. And you see that reflected in the governments too. Most of the black businesses, especially the black middle class, were reliant on government contracts from primarily black-run cities. So when Trump comes along and starts breaking down, it starts instituting the tax cuts and whatnot, and fostering a more business-friendly environment, the more up-and-coming black middle class in the black community, they are starting to defect, and that will doubtlessly have an effect on Georgia's senatorial races. You saw it again with Kemp back in 2018 when he broke double-digit black votes. No, I'm of course not going to say that will, I'm not saying that will say get into like 20s or even 30s or even 20s. But it probably will cause of a fellow in North Georgia. I forget his name off the top of my head. I don't see him winning, and I probably don't even see him breaking into the mid-40s of the vote.
So is there any objections for me calling Michigan? Michigan is at 53% and Trump's up 11%.
Maybe wait more.
Okay, I'll wait till 60, maybe.
Yeah, I would wait a little more, but Trump did win Kenosha, so I wouldn't fault you for calling it. I would just wait a little.
I'm not calling Rhode Island because it's 50% and they're like 1,400 votes separating them. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the hell happened in Rhode Island.
Speaking of Rhode Island, what's the opinion on Maine here? Is it going? Are we thinking it's going to be a split ticket, or will it actually go full Dem?
Not sure.
So, how does Maine... I don't really know how Maine works. So I think there's 2 at-large and then 2 districts? Because I don't see any specific... let me see if they've called any of these.
The Babylon Bee has just said CNN refuses to call Florida for Trump until they run it by President Xi Jinping.
Oh, that's actually another thing too. View on seems to be going through a momentary economic crisis right now. And Chinese media is thinking Trump will win. So, money generally doesn't lie. If I were you, I'd be buying shares in salt mining companies right now. You're going to get a lot of profit out of them tomorrow.
Let's see here. It doesn't look like the GOP lost any House seats in Arizona, though.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's the Senate race that you have to keep an eye on in Arizona. It's McSally against the astronaut, and I genuinely don't know why McSally is having such a hard time in Arizona. I think a lot of it is just that she comes off as she's effectively Trump to a lot of people on a local level, except because it's obviously local. They don't think it's as important as voting nationally, so they
they're saying I should uncall Arizona. Oh, I forgot I called Arizona. Let me see. What happened in
Speaking
Arizona?
of astronauts, have you seen the video where one of the moon landing hoax truthers was harassing him, so he just punched him in the face? Right? He punched Buzz Aldrin in the face. Yeah, or no, Buzz Aldrin.
No, Buzz Aldrin punched him,
which is base.
Yeah.
Who punched Buzz Aldrin?
No,
Buzz Aldrin was the alter ego of Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, okay.
Buzz Lightyear, i.e., one of the earlier versions of the Space Marines.
I wish they would explain somewhere how Maine, on the map, because I don't really know. Because they have Maine listed as one state on this. They don't have.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, Maine politics are fairly simple. All the districts in the northern part of the state are not actually populated. They're just trees. It is a literal vote farm, and the trees there are just counted for the votes.
So the Ents are voting.
Yes,
but we've lost the vote from the Ent. We've lost the vote from the Ent.
It is literally the Entwade. Maine is literally the Entwade, and they're going to come down and smash up Boston.
It looks like they might lose both congressional districts in Maine.
Who, the Republicans?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. I think there's shenanigans going on in Arizona, and definitely shenanigans going on in Nevada.
Oh yeah, Nevada, absolutely Nevada. Harry Reid again, just what he did. He basically recreated Chicago on a state level.
Trump is winning by almost 16% in Pennsylvania. It's almost 60% counted.
Oh, is our votes still coming in? It looks like votes are still coming in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to win by such a... Isn't that a bigger margin than 2016?
Philly hasn't been counted yet. Or not a lot of Philly hasn't been counted.
I thought Philly were first.
Harrisburg has been. Pittsburgh hasn't been. But, I mean, he may get so large a lead, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Trump's still leading in Virginia.
Mm-hmm. If he maintains Virginia throughout the night, any sun shift makes tomorrow, I probably would not be enough to actually flip it.
What about the argument that Trump may be leading in these places, but the early voting or the mail-in ballots have not been counted
Hang on,
yet?
give me a sec, Rebecca.
Well, actually, if you look at, there's actually a good refutation to that. That's if you look at Pennsylvania, because in Pennsylvania, when the early voting came in, Biden led only by 700,000 from early voting in Pennsylvania. If a Democrat can only pull a 700,000 lead in Pennsylvania from early voting, that does not bode well across the state, or I'm sorry, across the nation. And a lot of people did come out and early vote, but I know it was not nearly as much in Biden's favor as people want to believe. My aunt and uncle went out to vote here in Georgia, had to wait 2 hours in line to early vote. Almost everyone was, I guarantee you, a Trump voter.
Now, the only state I've been wrong about so far is Arizona. And I think I said Arizona was like a pure toss-up in my mind. They've called Minnesota. I'm not calling Minnesota yet till we get to like 80%. Because like rural Minnesota hasn't come in yet, so.
Mm-hmm. So if he wins if you can call Michigan, does that mean he then gets the election no matter what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. If he wins Michigan, he gets the election. It won't matter anymore.
I don't know. Like Illinois is going to be reasonably close compared to like.
He's flipped Virginia.
Well,
even if he doesn't flip it back, the fact that he did flip Virginia, the fact that Illinois is somehow actually competitive, it's not in play, but it is competitive, is just bloody remarkable.
He's up 5 points in.
Can you say bloody remarkable again?
Bloody remarkable.
There you go.
I just say like because Chicago proper is fully counted. I think the suburbs. No, I think the second. I might just leave Arizona until like we're up to 90% because people are telling me they keep going back and forth on it.
We still have 0% reporting in Biden leading states. Sorry, Biden leading counties.
Yeah, and I don't understand how there's 0% in the county with Phoenix in it.
Maricopa.
Yeah, Maricopa.
0% in like most, like half the counties, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on there.
Skinwalkers, clearly.
Let me see what the popular vote's at. See, the issue is, and I've said this many times, the problem is because California has a jungle primary system, there's not a Republican senator who runs, it's 2 Democrats. So I think Republicans in the state just don't bother voting because they can't even vote for a senator. So
yeah, I know some Californians who just they don't really vote. They just try voting the local elections, and that's it. And the most remarkable thing too about the 2 Dems running in California, going back to midterms again. Who was the incumbent against? Wasn't Pelosi? Might have been Pelosi actually. I can't remember, but it was the perennial senator from California who was going up against. Wasn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mumbling. Let me do this.
Sorry.
Feinstein.
Yeah, Feinstein. It was Feinstein.
Right.
In Feinstein's midterm election, she had everything possible in California backing her. She had all the media institutions, as much corporate money as she could have wanted, and all her colleagues coming in for her, and never mind the celebrities. And she couldn't even get a decisive vote over the challenger, who was a literal who from the Greens, if I remember correctly. He was a Dem, but I'm pretty sure, I know he was one of the new left people, and he got somewhere in the 30% margins. People talk about the California exodus in terms of turning states bluish or purple, and while that is the case in some areas, in other areas it is a case of red people leaving California. But the far left people, the really far left people, are staying in California, and their power is growing because even the moderate Dems are starting to leave. So you're likely going to see. I would not be even surprised as early as 2024. Some actually really, really far left people get elected in California.
These are the far left people getting elected in California.
I think Rain's happy that Trump's winning.
Aw.
You know, the old joke about California sinking into the sea is becoming less of a joke and more of a forlorn hope.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, the problem though is that if the fault gets bigger, it'll only push part of California out. Aww.
Let me see here if anything else has come in.
You know, Argent, if California goes, can you please take back Washington too?
I'm back.
Hey.
Sorry,
Just got some chocolate.
Sorry, why
I just got some chocolate milk.
Why should I take back Washington?
Oh, you know, 48-40 or fight.
You can have him.
I mean, so Pennsylvania is at 61, so I don't know if they're still counting there or not. Like,
hang on, let me see how. I want to see the autistic spurge that is Ryan Knight on Twitter.
So 55% of Michigan is in, and Trump has a 10-point lead.
there's still some Detroit left, so we'll wait till like 60%.
Okay, so I think we're past the point of denial of Biden can still win in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, what happened with Florida? The percentage counted went down.
What?
It went from 98 to 96.
We must be living the end times, with dead or crawling out of their graves just to cast for votes.
What place went tonight? Wait, what?
The percentage of votes apparently went down in Florida.
Counted votes.
Yeah, I see that.
In one, but in Real Clear Politics says 100%, so maybe it's just The Guardian being The Guardian.
Oh yeah, if you're getting that from The Guardian, it's definitely just The Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just using them because they have the best map.
So, who has been accurate this election in terms of the polling? There was Trafalgar, which I would say has been fairly accurate, but aside from them, who else really? I mean, everyone called Virginia for Biden out for the bat, and Trump has managed to flip it and has managed to hold on to it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look at Illinois again. Because that might be tonight's big story.
Why do
Hey,
people...
If you want to have a cringe, here's this guy.
If Trump flips both Biden... I'm sorry. If Trump flips both Illinois and Virginia...
No, he's not going to flip.
Oh, I know he's not going to, but if he does, tomorrow will be glorious to see. Well, except for people living in Illinois, of course.
But he has increased his share of the popular vote by a lot.
Yeah. So if he's won the popular vote by now, I think it's safe to say.
I don't know. No, it's going to be close. I don't know. Let's see how much of California's been counted.
60%.
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind too, California lost an electoral vote this cycle because that's how many people were leaving. Now, of course, it's not to say it isn't a massively overpopulated place with very, very easy voting access to illegal immigrants.
Okay, so I think I'm going to call shenanigans on California. On Arizona.
I'm reading that Wisconsin said they're not announcing a winner tonight, and Michigan needs until Friday. Pennsylvania has no idea.
So
Remember
they
when
can.
Al Sharpton lost, then had 5 recounts at only 1?
Did they give a reason?
Nope.
What year was that?
Last year, I believe, actually.
Okay.
Not last year. Last election, midterms.
Is Al Sharpton still? I didn't know he was still alive. He's looks like a deflated, balloon.
It was Al Franken.
I'm sorry, Al Franken.
Okay.
Al Sharpton. I get it too confused, It's very hard to tell.
Well, Franken's a lizard person, and Al Sharpton's black. Rhode Island.
Gratisland.
So it looks like I don't know. Do you think they're going to try to steal Michigan, Wisconsin, and Penn?
Apparently, Biden's supposed to make a statement shortly.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm starting to get fishy feelings.
Yeah.
Feelings.
I apologize, but I'm afraid to say my legs are not that hairy.
But, I don't know, it's...
Well,
Trump's so
on
far
one
ahead.
hand, Biden isn't pulling a Hillary, and he's not already celebrating. On the other, Biden is Biden, so who knows what he's going to say? The man said he was running the most comprehensive and diverse electoral fraud system, or voting fraud system in American history. Camera.
You're almost trying to play Hitler salute.
Who knows what will come out of his mouth tonight?
Apparently, in Maricopa, they haven't reported any votes for 4 hours, and no votes from Election Day have been reported. It's only mail-ins. So,
okay. Oh, okay. If it's only mail-ins, that's very, very fishy.
I feel like this night's getting kind of weird.
So it seems like in all the states that are still swing states, because I don't know, because Arizona, I still think there's a 20% chance Trump could win it.
Nick Land is saying they pressed the coup button on Twitter.
Sorry, did they say Wisconsin's completely stopped for the night?
Yeah, they're not going to announce a winner.
But
I'm pulling this from Twitter, so just take whatever with a grain of salt.
It just seems that Trump has a pretty good lead in Wisconsin, and
it's a blatant attempt to stop him from getting the state. If I had to guess, if we're not just trying to buy time, we're hoping that they can delay it long enough for Biden to get leads elsewhere, and hoping that will eventually see him pull out.
Sam,
I don't necessarily think it's anything. I don't think it's the coup button. I just think it's them being desperate and trying to get any possible edge they can. That means
Sam Harris said hope is overrated.
He's overrated. Dumb piece of shit.
So they're still counting in Pennsylvania.
Still 64?
Oh,
64%.
wasn't it like 61 a little while ago?
Yeah. Trump is winning by 16% or 15%.
When this election cycle started out, Biden was campaigning for his totally not a campaign. He had what I thought would have been the greatest gaffe he could have possibly made, and that was when he was up on stage after he was having allegations of having raped women. I can't remember the context for it, but there was some kid up on stage as part of his rally, and then he put his hands on the kid's shoulders and then joked to the audience, "You see, I asked first." And
Virginia just flipped back to Biden.
Oh.
Okay, so Wisconsin is at 87% and Trump is up by 5 points.
Yeah, Virginia just moved massively for Biden.
Okay, so either we're starting to count the mail-in ones.
It's the coup button.
I mean, if it was going to happen in a state, it would be Virginia. That is where the Washington suburbs are. So,
he still might wind up doing better.
It seems like Wisconsin and Michigan are still totally solid. but of course we know they're just giving
They're
up. I
still
guess.
counting. So there's 20% of votes left in Wisconsin. Milwaukee's been completely counted. Madison's been completely counted. All the remaining ballots are in rural red areas. So even if they don't announce a winner, it's going to get to the point where it's mathematically impossible.
Isn't it basically at that point now?
Yes.
Just come back to the stream and notice the cat.
Yeah, that's that's Rain, my cat.
My dog's had puppies recently, so.
Yep, I just picked her up in June.
Oh, he's a floofy boy.
Things are starting to get interesting.
This is where the fun begins. So saith Anakin.
Flying is for droids.
Keep remember heritage, not hate. Vote CIS.
Well,
Vote for the Confederacy.
I mean, if Trump manages to flip Virginia back, we actually will see a resurrection of a solid South. That would be remarkable.
Even though, again,
Nope,
earlier
Trump's back in the lead, I think, in Virginia.
What?
All right, the solid South.
Yeah, he's back in the lead again.
Again.
All right, okay, everyone, we need to crank Dixie.
What?
No, because they'll get a copyright strike.
What's with the
No one's saying.
And I wish I was in Dixie. Hooray.
consider it the white man's revenge for Charlottesville.
I prefer I'm a good old rebel myself.
I don't know. I think there's some shenanigans going on in Michigan.
Or everywhere.
Wisconsin is 70.
There's a bunch. There were a bunch of federal gay ops in Michigan.
The totally legitimate plan to kidnap the
Yeah.
the governor. That was
I heard somewhere. My girlfriend told me.
But
About this.
wasn't that I thought the people that were arrested for it, they were anarchists, weren't they?
I actually don't. I think they were
They were boomer, not boomer, but they were a bunch of pot smoking libertarians. So the feds infiltrated their Facebook group and yeah. Hey kid, you want to take out a government official? Hey kid, you really don't like this governor?
Hey kid, want to get in the unmarked van with us?
Virginia went back to Biden. Sorry to rain in our parade.
Remember when the CIA released the protocols of the
I'm gonna call Virginia for Biden.
No, that was actually the feds.
Oh, it flipped again.
If it's flipping back and forth, I would hold off on calling. I really hold off on calling Virginia until
Biden's at 4%.
Oh, look, Nevada's starting.
And everybody thought it was so. I don't know, man.
Ohio.
It's gonna help with the popular vote, if nothing else.
This is literally all of the 4chan threads. They're either saying Ohio or just ah.
Okay, so
It's
Ohio's
Ohio
finally
or
been
Iowa.
called.
What has?
Ohio's finally been called. I love how Trump's only at 145. Biden's still gonna win. Still no votes have been counted in Arizona.
Because they won't.
No votes have been counted in Arizona, but we assure you, it is leading Biden. Trust the
they
plan.
claim 75% have been, but
90% of the poll 4chan thread for the election is just anime girls.
I can take it.
Look on the bright side, everyone. No matter who wins, and no matter how they win, the QAnon boomers will still keep going. They will keep going even after Trump is out of office and in the grave.
Well, they said trust the plan, and we should have trusted the plan.
I mean, Nick Fuentes and his Catboy army were just... If we're going to come back, if we're going to liberate us...
I think Florida, the lead's too big for them to do shenanigans. they're trying with their like lowering.
Oh no,
the percentage.
Broward County is the capital of voter fraud in America.
Is that in Florida?
Yeah. Broward County is the biggest county in Florida, if I remember correctly, and it is if electoral shenanigans go on anywhere, you can be guaranteed it'll be Broward County.
I just don't think.
Is that the lizard people county in Florida that says the highest proportion of Jews in the world outside of Israel?
I don't know statistically if that's the case, but I do know Florida does have a lot of Jews. And of course, the weird thing too is you get some really weird Protestants who who think that no, if the Jews aren't the Jews, we're the real Jews. It's like the white black Israelites.
Guys, I need to share this with you. Oh, where is it? Hang on.
Almost as bad as the Protestants and some Catholics that say that we don't need to convert Jews.
Could we
because
just
there are...
like not talk? Sorry, just not on this stream because I don't want the stream to get taken down. Sorry.
Read over Bullock.
Yes, talking about the Jews in Florida is fine, but mentioning the Protestant question is going to just take him down.
Just because this stream is going to get a lot of views, and I don't want it to get like completely demonetized and removed. So.
Hey, you made that decision when you started this, boy.
Oh, Guardian finally called Florida for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? It's got to be somewhere.
Somebody in the chat says, "Hey kid, want to blow up a federal building?"
You remember back? I think it was the midterms when they discovered that supposed plot by those evil Nazis in Florida, and it turned out to be some crazy Seminole who covered his van with literal it covered up the windows of his van, including I think the front window.
Is that the Filipino guy that was like sending the bombs to like Democratic senators supposedly?
Yes, but I'm almost certain he was if he wasn't a Seminole person at the very least, he was a Seminole. He was a Seminole supremacist because he was talking about how the Seminole Nation had never been conquered. And when the pictures of his van got leaked, all the walls. Not all the walls. All the windows, literally covered in Trump stickers. You could not drive that van around anywhere because the Trump stickers would have been blocking out the sight, your line of sight of a road. So something went on with that.
Does not need sunlight when they have embraced Trump.
The God Emperor will guide you through the warp. That's clearly what was going on with that van there.
Put in Fritz server as well because this is just a meme.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
If President Trump wins Florida,
remember, if we vote Biden, we get China first. If we vote America, if we vote Trump, we retain where how it should be, Israel first.
The big man said we could talk about this.
I know. I'm sorry.
So it looks like what's going to happen is they've stopped. Oh no, they've stopped counting in like the states Trump needs to win to try to I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Wisconsin went up a bit. It's at 80% now.
Yeah, Wisconsin's still counting. I think Michigan is, although it seems to be really slow.
No, it's just one up. But the lead seems a bit too big in Michigan for Trump to lose it.
Yeah. It's a bit narrower in Wisconsin, but he should have it.
Where's Barry?
So the New York Times says that Biden's going to win Georgia now.
Who is?
Yeah,
that's not even possible.
Sorry,
that's because Atlanta's
okay. Oh shit.
What?
Atlanta hasn't reported yet.
Well, almost.
It's not going to flip the state. I absolutely sure of that.
I know what you mean when you're saying it hasn't reported in, but it sounds really ominous, like hasn't reported in. What's going on?
Okay, well, the thing you have to understand about Atlanta is that it is, and I say this as someone who is, well, I wouldn't say from Atlanta, but from near it. It is a literal cancerous tumor constantly spreading outwards. When people say Atlanta from Georgia, they don't mean, they mean Fulton County. They don't mean the general Atlanta metro area, because we don't think of it as that. So unless a Fulton County, if all the counties that make up the Atlanta metro area have reported it, it's one thing. But if it's just Fulton County, maybe a few of the outlying ones, and that's another thing.
No, Fulton's at 60%. Fulton is the county Atlanta's in. Fulton's at 60%. The two next to it are at 0.
Okay. So,
although they're still showing votes, I don't know. Maybe this Guardian map.
If Fulton's at 60%, then it should be relatively safe. The further counties out from Atlanta generally tend to be more red.
Yeah, I think the Georgia thing's just a psyop.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's like Arizona. Okay. No. So keep in mind too, Georgia, and I say this as someone who lived in the county where Pinewood Studios set up shop. Georgia is a place where all the movie people are moving to. It's not just where they filmed The Walking Dead. They're filming more and more movies here. They're bringing more people. So naturally, it's going to be the place where we're going to focus the most efforts on trying to convince people that it's actually a battleground state. John Ossoff, I can say many things about, but one thing I cannot say is that he actually has a decent chance of winning. He's already lost twice now, and he's lost. The last time he lost to a literal Karen, a woman named Karen, who was a member of Nathan Deal's establishment, who no one was really fond of. He lost to her at a bigger margin than everyone in the state was predicting to. Georgia's not a battleground state.
I hope you're right.
Wait a minute. Somebody says Flint has gone red.
Flint County went red a while back, actually.
Where is Flint?
It's in Michigan.
No, I mean where in Michigan?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's near. It's somewhere of a. Go to Detroit and go about half an hour to the left, and you'll be in Flint. It's where all the water is. If you drink it, you'll grow like an extra limb or something.
And it's where that fat trans woman, I mean Michael Moore, is from.
I don't really see where. I don't know. I don't see Flint.
I'm just surprised.
It's a few counties to the left of Detroit.
I'm surprised he hasn't come out as trans yet, Michael Moore.
Okay, cool it.
He does.
Excuse me while I go to my mansion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would Michael Moore come out as trans? He has everything Chris Chan ever wanted.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know, though. We don't know if his boyfriend...
Did North Carolina just go back on the number of votes counted?
No, it's been 94% for a while.
Oh, I thought it was higher than that.
Vote Christian for boyfriend.
No, Real Clear Politics has it at 100%.
Hi, Billy Mace here, the mayor of Quickville.
Yeah, Real Clear Politics has it at 100% counted.
Phil Swift is just Billy Mays reincarnated. Prove me wrong.
Okay,
but they were alive at the same time.
Jeb may not be able to win the country, but we can get him to win Quickville. Okay. This is what we need to read. All right, this is what we need to do our stream about.
I'm gonna say something. The Jeb jokes are really cringy. I'm not gonna lie.
Phil Swift couldn't fill in Billy Mays' shoes.
So yeah, Trump won Flint by quite a bit.
So who won New Vegas? Was it Mr. House or was it Caesar's Legion?
Oh, apparently Biden's making a statement. Okay, let me see if I can find this.
To give you a momentary canonical answer, Fritz. House is implied to the dialogue in the final DLC where Ulysses will rant about how House is evil. And regardless of who you choose, he'll
The only good option for Vegas is just to take it over with Yes Man.
Okay, could you guys shut up for a minute? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
But Biden is giving his speech, so let's see what he's saying.
I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
They had to get some. They had to have some time to write.
You know, we
like,
could know the results
what he needs
as
to
early
read.
as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, look, Dave is live.
Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Okay, so Biden just gave a victory speech.
Yeah, he's kind of saying he's winning.
Alright, so he's gone full point now.
Yeah, I think they're, yeah, this is looking bad in terms
Can't
of,
see anything else outside of his programming.
If I had to guess, they probably got him doped up on enough medication just to be able to give that coherent speech. And he's
Has
just
Michigan
high,
gone up?
high off dopamine.
Because it's at 59, so...
So have we elected for Boogaloo?
That might happen. I mean, they're signaling that that's what they're aiming for right now.
I mean, yeah, there was, that the group literally calling itself a resistance was talking about how they would violently oppose the election, regardless of the results. So.
Fulton's at 71%.
Oh, this is interesting. Looks like Veritas might have found something in Arizona. They haven't put out details yet, but that confirms at least what we were thinking.
What, that they're doing shenanigans?
Yeah.
Just watching Biden to see how long it takes before he starts to flub it.
So he basically like announced that he won, even though there's no evidence.
No, he didn't announce that he win. He announced that he's going to win tomorrow. Basically,
I think like people have been calling him from those states, like, "Don't worry, Joe, we're gonna screw with it until you do."
It's pretty obvious that the intent at this point is to just wait for the votes to come in and then fix the swing states with quote-unquote mail-in votes.
No, this is interesting. Nassau County is.
So does that mean the
56
fix is in?
Maybe.
Does that mean?
It is in for sure.
Trump has just announced he's going to make his statement.
In the meantime, there's a bit of news in Nassau County.
Okay,
Biden's only got 50.6%
Hey
of the vote.
guys! Trump is tweeting right now. He says, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." And then next, "I will be making a statement tonight, a big win." So he's basically saying he won, and that they're trying to steal the election.
This is unprecedented. I don't think both candidates have ever said basically they won.
Yeah, I cannot think of a single election where both candidates have directly announced.
I think they're delaying in Nevada.
Yeah, we're heading.
I'm looking at a few. The Associated Press, Biden's up by 223, whereas BBC is saying he's only 205.
Are they just gonna have all the Pennsylvania and
Michigan and Georgia and Nevada just do recounts until whoever gets the courts or.
But can they like do a recount if it's like that big a margin?
I don't know, dude.
I don't know if they legally could, but either way, it'd be unprecedented.
I mean, Trump is up. Sorry, it's late. I can't read. Let's see what he is in Georgia.
I mean, either way, Trump has the Supreme Court in his court now.
No,
so
I don't know. I still think the Supreme Court will vote against him. Okay, so Trump is leading in Georgia by 7.5%. Why is polls capitalized? Oh, well, whatever.
Why haven't they called North Carolina?
Oh, wait, they're decreasing again the number of votes counted
Where?
in North Carolina.
No, it's the same where it was last time.
Okay, because they're saying 100%.
On both Real Clear and Guardian.
1 second.
It's 100% on Real Clear and Trump won, but it's not called. I would trust Real Clear more than
Yeah, Real Clear is probably the most reliable source you'll get right now.
The funny thing will be if Trump wins, when Biden is still saying he's won.
Just before we continue, I just want to thank you guys for coming on once again. I'm not gonna end it. No, I just wanted to thank you. Also, once again, I just want to say a thank you to everybody who's watching this. This is the biggest stream I've ever had. I really appreciate, once again, just because there's so many people doing streams, that you choose to come and watch mine. I like to think we're having a lot of fun tonight. So just thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, yeah. It's been fun hanging out.
That was something when I converted to Christianity, to try to be thankful for things.
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit that I know people don't like him, but Dennis Prager said something that I think was very accurate, that gratitude is the key to happiness.
Mm-hmm.
A broken clock could be right twice a day.
Yeah, I felt some of that recently too. I agree with you, Argent.
I agree, yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, we can complain about how broken the political system in the U.S. may or may not be, but at the end of the day, we still have a political system. We're not yet living in Africa.
Not yet.
We can be grateful that we all grew up at least in a
Not
relatively
yet.
Christian society, and a relatively civil one at that.
Britain, not so much.
Well, at the end of the day, regardless of how fucked up America is, we can rely on our Lord and Savior to come and set things right at the end of time.
Amen.
And
Amen.
because I honestly, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional because it's so late, but I honestly don't know if I could really get through my life without a belief that ultimate justice will come at some point in time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry to turn it so serious for a second. I just
This is a national election.
An election night when it gets late. Wait.
This is a national election, and I'm pretty sure everyone here has had a drink or two. I think it's okay to get a little.
Well, I don't drink,
Right,
but
guys, I'm not going to get all deep and theological. 2 drinks later.
yeah, I don't drink. I've had probably too much coffee.
No, same here.
I've
I
had
don't
wine.
drink.
I drank wine earlier, but I sobered up already.
Rain, don't walk on your keyboard. On my keyboard.
You just see the words "help me."
Oh, this is interesting. Fritz, Nassau County, Trump has 50.6%, or I'm sorry, Biden has 50.6% to Trump's 48.5%.
Where is
Some
that?
flip, but maybe it could flip. I
Where
doubt
is
it, but that's still something, I guess.
What county? What state is this?
Nassau County, New York.
Oh, I don't really care.
Let's just take a look.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go back and take a look and see what states, like comparing what Trump got last time, particularly in blue states. So let's see what he got in New York last time. Okay, just give me a sec.
Wyoming's like 71% Trump.
Wait, Nick is calling Sam live. Oh my god, Nick has Sam Hyde on his stream right now, live.
Don't tell the people that.
Oh my god,
they'll leave here and go there.
I'll hide.
So are we entering Boogaloo?
Yep. We're rocketing towards Boogaloo, to be sure. I mean,
there's been all this footage shared on Twitter of like riots in DC.
Really? Right now?
Yeah.
What are they? Don't they have to wait until the winner's declared to riot first?
No,
they don't.
Do you think they need an excuse?
So Trump is up 3% from where he was last time in Georgia. Let me see what he got in North Carolina last time. He actually is doing better in North Carolina.
Trump's also up 23,000 votes in Nevada, it looks like.
Yeah, but it's only 3% of the vote.
Hmm.
And Vegas, Reno, and Carson City haven't come in.
Let's see. Have I called? Can we call Rhode Island yet? No, it's like, I don't know. I feel like Rhode Island, there's shenanigans going on because it hasn't moved in hours and it's a small state.
I'm gonna peep on Sam Hyde real quick.
Twitter's now censoring Trump actively. Twitter just censored "We are big," but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after polls are closed, and Twitter censored the tweet.
I love how that's like a controversial statement that you can't vote after the elections.
Wow.
I don't know. Once again, okay, so there's been no votes counted in Arizona. Wisconsin and Michigan are still counting, but it's like a glacial pace. Pennsylvania gave up for some reason.
Well, we know why.
Mm-hmm.
Texas isn't called either.
Oh, so they GOP picked up Montana for governor.
Oh, for governor?
Yep.
Also, I guess marijuana got legal in a landslide.
Who cares?
That's just
living here for my entire life, I knew that was going to happen.
It's weed. It smells horrible.
And the people that smoke it are degenerates.
Okay, so none of the Michigan electoral districts have been called yet.
Smoke opium like a real man.
Even though the Republicans are ahead in like most of them. Let's see. I'm just looking.
Let's see. Academic Agent tweeted that Steve Bannon is calling for Jack Dorsey to be arrested.
Who's Jack Dorsey?
CEO of Twitter.
Oh, okay.
He's the guy that cosplayed as Rasputin a few days ago.
Yes, he should be arrested.
Yeah, when Ted Cruz it's quote unquote interviewed him, he had a very long unkempt beard that made him look like Saddam Hussein. He was dressed in all black that almost looked like a robe. He looked like Rasputin.
Show me a picture. Who is this again?
Yeah. Let me.
The guy that it's the idiot that runs Twitter. .com.
Okay, so Wisconsin is at 91% and Trump's up like 5? Or 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Minus 47.4. Okay, he's up 4%.
Here we go. Yeah, just
People question when I advised the Tsar, but they feel the Tsar.
just take away the nose ring, and he looks like Rasputin. It is uncanny.
Yeah, he kind of does. He looks like a younger Rasputin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, there was this thing that Russia Today did where they had all sorts of people role-playing as people during the Russian Revolution. So you had, like, the Tsar's daughter shit-talking revolutionaries in Twitter comment threads.
Russia Today had, like, a segment where they were going around and interviewing people about, like, how they were helping Trump win the election in Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so apparently how Virginia flipped back to Biden was they just suddenly had 500,000 votes come in at the last minute that all went to Biden. Just suddenly. All last minute and all to Biden. So I think we know how Virginia flipped.
So, looking at the map, Trump literally just needs to win one more state, and he's ahead in all. Okay, so he's behind in Arizona, but he needs to win.
If he can just win Michigan or Pennsylvania,
I'm gonna call Minnesota, unfortunately, for Biden.
Yeah.
Michigan and Minnesota tend to vote together.
Well, they didn't last time.
Well, true.
Statistically, they did. It was so close on both sides. They basically.
Yeah, I would hold off on calling it.
Minnesota has 90% in. It's, I think, statistically impossible for Trump to win it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Oh, wait a minute. I think Arizona is swinging towards Trump a bit. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wait till like 90% for Arizona because there's definitely shenanigans. I don't know why, like. I don't get why, like, Nevada's. Well, I guess they're just defrauding it, but.
Is Trump speaking at the White House right now?
Okay, if Trump's speaking, let me know.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, people are gathering in front of the White House.
Isn't there like protests already going
To
on?
listen to Trump or to protest Blum?
Yeah, that's a different stream.
Let me know if Trump's on and where,
Yeah,
and
I'm gonna try and find it when it happens.
Okay, and then I'll just put that on. So I think the only states I might have gotten wrong are Nevada and Arizona, interestingly. I think I said those were both like pure toss-ups, but
There's so much screwery going on tonight that I honestly would not really call anything that is possibly competitive until tomorrow. That's just me.
I might want to get sleep too.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go to sleep soon. There's no way we're gonna.
Sleep is for the weak.
I don't have to work tomorrow, so I might stay up a while.
Yeah, I have to get up.
I have to work tomorrow, but it's a very low intensity day.
I'd like to check in on.
I would have gone to sleep an hour ago normally, but I'm waiting to see what Trump says.
Yeah, I think I'll go to bed after Trump speaks.
Also, Wisconsin and Michigan are still being counted.
When did they call the election over last time? Because it's 1 o'clock.
I remember in like Montana time, Trump declared victory at like 1:30 like 1:30 at night.
Okay, Real Clear Politics is saying Wisconsin is at 92%, and Trump is at. Let me see here, Wisconsin. It's been a long time since I've stayed up this late, actually. I normally go to bed earlier than I used to.
Yeah, keep in mind, last time it wasn't until like 3 hours from now that they called it.
Okay,
Right?
Trump is up 4%, and Wisconsin's at 92.
Yeah, what time is it for you guys?
It's 1 p.m.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. EST.
Well, it's 6.
Wait a
over
minute,
here.
Pennsylvania's at 65 now. Did they count some votes?
I don't know.
Well, if they've gone up, they would have had to.
It's weird how everyone has like different percentages.
Yes.
Like in terms of how much is counted. Michigan narrowed, yeah. Well, I mean, it was gonna probably narrow. Like that's a pretty massive lead he has.
Oh no, Kami's drunk on Twitter. She's the one that talked about Avatar with us, Arjun.
Mm-hmm.
She's drinking wine.
I had some rosé. I honestly would think it'd be odd to not drink something tonight.
Yeah, I already had some pink Moscato.
I drank PBR. I'm an American man.
Imagine drinking alcohol.
So Trump is up 6 points in Georgia, and it's at 92%. Has anyone? Let me look at Fox and see if what Fox is called.
Fox has not made good calls at all tonight. They called North Carolina for Biden from the outset. They called Arizona for Biden. They refused to change Virginia back to Trump after they'd already called it for Biden from the outset. I would not trust the slightest from what they had to say.
Guys, if it's okay, I'm gonna put my space heater in my room. It might be a little loud though.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Wish I could turn the heating up in my place.
Okay, so Fox is saying that North Carolina is only at 94%. So, I don't know. Nevada is like, it's kind of devolving into a shit show in some of these states.
I mean, Alaska's got nothing either, so that's...
Alaska is a great deal. So it's not going to close until 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. Eastern time.
It doesn't matter. Trump's going to win it.
It is 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Colorado, 80%. Right.
Yeah, we're not going to see any more Pennsylvania counted tonight for sure, or anything on the East Coast. I think they're done.
Pennsylvania might not matter though. So
yeah,
more in Georgia came in. It's at 87%, and Trump is still winning. They called Texas for Trump too.
Nice.
Yeah,
So
it's come through for Trump as well. Like,
So what's the final verdict on Maine?
I don't know how the fuck it works, man.
80% is in on Maine, and
we don't know. Maine doesn't matter at this point.
they said
What matters
Maine might win one. Fox
matters
is
is
claiming that
Michigan.
one of Nebraska's districts is going to Trump, but I don't really believe that.
Nebraska's all red.
Omaha City is very, very blue.
Yeah, that could end up going. I don't know. Is Douglas County where Omaha is? Is that the whole shebang right there for one elector?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, I mean, Omaha looks like it's going Biden, but it's only 57% reporting. I mean,
would it be
that would be surprising.
would it be a bad idea to bring a drunk Filipina onto the street?
No, you're not. No, I will kick you
I'm
if
not
you do
gonna do
that.
it. I'm not gonna do it. Louisiana did pass an amendment.
Memo could have been a Republican.
I still think Arizona I'm not going to call because there's been no votes come in for like 3 hours.
Both Arizona, Nevada, those are both really weird states right now. Like, I don't know what's going on. I think still Wisconsin and Michigan are the key states at this point.
You think we won't learn about them for a while, though?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Yeah, it's going to probably turn into a situation where we're all going to wake up to the winter. This is dragging on.
I don't really want to wake up to the winter. I'd like to know now, but I understand that's not.
Okay, so it looks like the Republicans probably hold the Senate.
That's good.
I think it's
Shank
very
sounds
unlikely.
like- Shank sounded like he's about to go down an Alex Jones rabbit hole right there.
I mean, Jimmy Dore already snapped. Jimmy Dore went off of the deep end. So if we can get Shank to follow him, it's going to be a very entertaining next 4 years.
I don't know. We'll see how the House goes because the Republicans might pick up a bunch of seats in Michigan.
Looks like the New York Times is now. They have the little dials, right? I think they're saying George is tilting Biden.
We've been saying that for over an hour.
It's probably just a cope.
It's not happening.
It's a cope.
Well, unless they bring in a fix.
No, the vast majority of Fulton County has already gone in. And
Yeah, Fulton County has already reported in. They can maybe squeeze out 1 or 2 more percent points for Biden, but it's not going to go. It's not going to go close.
Okay, Arizona. I don't know if there's enough. There might be. It's going to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
It's Arizona. I'll be terribly surprised.
Yeah, Biden also just tweeted that he's going to win.
Okay, so we now have a case where two presidential candidates have now openly declared that they're going to win.
Well, I mean, every candidate's going to say they're going to win. I mean,
Yeah.
so far all they're saying is that they're going
In this context,
I don't know. I think Trump will declare victory tonight. Probably. I'm not. I think it's possible.
You always just have a candidate who's like, I don't want to win. Why?
I mean, doesn't Biden have to win every single state that's left?
Yes.
Yes. At this point,
Trump only has to win like one more.
I mean, unless so, there's like 50. So Trump is up 4 points in Wisconsin with 15% left. So, yeah, he'd have to win. He'd have to make up like 8% in Michigan. Like, they refuse to call. Has Fox called North Carolina yet? No.
Fox called North Carolina from the start and then retracted when they realized that it was not for Biden from the start.
Oh, they had called North Carolina for Biden?
There's like nothing left.
When Fox started out, they called North Carolina. North Carolina was one of the first states they called, which is why again I've said Fox has been awful all night.
I see like all the counties look like they're at 100% except for 2 that are really strongly red. So I don't. I mean, North Carolina is clearly a Trump state at this point. Like, there's nothing left to count there.
Well, Real Clear says it's all been counted.
Okay, I'm looking at the Guardian. So yeah. I mean,
And Fox also says it's only 94%. So I don't know. Like, it really like shouldn't even be a thing. But like, they don't know how many votes have been counted.
Not in so many states as well. I mean, for some reason, Real Clear is still not calling North Carolina for him. I don't understand why.
I think that Real Clear doesn't call its own. I think it does. It calls based on what other people call.
Fairfax County has a 102% voter turnout. What?
Like what? Okay.
Just Booster God in the chat.
Yeah, Trump.
The only
Trump
thing I
is
know
still up
Fairfax
nearly
County for is
7
the fact that Chris Hansen did it to catch a predator there. That's all I know.
The thing is, though, I think Trump is. I mean, unless they actually do, are really trying to fudge all the votes, I think Trump probably is going to win. Because the thing is,
I mean, because judging by how well he's performed in all the other states, he's performing a lot better than he did last time. So, you know.
Well, we've had 4 years of media and every institution in this country.
Okay, so here's the problem with Pennsylvania. The ones that haven't reported are Pittsburgh and and most of Philadelphia. So I'm a little worried, not like super worried.
But what about Michigan and Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, it looks like it's mostly Trump areas left.
Mm-hmm.
If Trump, depending on how wide Trump's margin in Pennsylvania is.
Oh, Michigan, Detroit. I don't know. Michigan's weird. Detroit's only at 50%. I can't really see them making up that much.
Mm-hmm.
Can we go back to Nevada for a second? What does Vegas look like right now?
There's no details.
Basically.
Yeah, Real Clear has Nevada at 3%.
Securitron's at the moment.
I'm not calling Arizona yet because it's shenanigans.
Real Clear has Wisconsin at 92%.
Okay, so apparently if Arizona, for some counting, well, if Arizona, it looks like Maricopa is not counting right now. So, in since it's the most populous county, there's probably some voter fraud going on.
So he's up 3.9 in or let me see what Real Clear says. I don't get how they cannot declare a winner in Wisconsin because it's not close. It's like 4%. I don't know what's taking Nevada so long.
Well, on the bright side, we're busy trying to figure out what's taking Nevada so long. The Young Turks are busy screaming into the cameras.
Apparently, Cenk is predicting a Biden win now.
Oh.
So that's worrying. I don't know if he got the phone call.
That image has so much power in it.
The fic is in.
I mean, just him screaming about how Trump is going to turn America into a fascist dictatorship.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I mean, don't
Very
get me
concerned in all the clips I've watched so far.
Oh, I need someone to find an edit and edit that into like Sig Xeon or something like that.
I'm sure.
Well, I know of something similar, but it involves World War II, Japanese cartoons, and Nick Fuentes.
So he's up by 6 points in Georgia, and they've counted 92%.
Yeah, it's not going to go for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Atlanta has already counted some of that, right?
Yeah. Fulton County has already seems to have counted the most of its votes that it can manage, so it's not. And here's the thing too about Fulton County. Fulton County is deep blue, but it's not blue across. It's not an even distribution of blue. There is literally a secession movement within Fulton County to detach part of Fulton County from Fulton County because of it's South Fulton, North Fulton that basically wants to reform its own county because they end up paying for almost all the services of the inner city and they don't get any benefits, and almost all of them are Trump voters. So
Okay, I'm gonna call Rhode Island because Biden's up quite a bit now.
This is all looking very good for Trump. So I'm expecting Trump to come out just basically declaring victory.
Oh yeah. It's Alpharetta and Roswell are.
I mean, we can still know tonight, because Wisconsin and Michigan are still counting. Wisconsin will probably be done reasonably soon.
Yeah, but the thing is, Biden needs to get these last few he needs to get them. So, and these are the ones that are not going to be supposedly finished counting until what, tomorrow or Friday or whatever.
That's Pennsylvania.
Is Pennsylvania still at 65%?
64 for
I
like
see
2.
67 on Real Clear Politics.
Okay, so it's all in the same ball field then. Once it gets into the 70s, and we can probably determine whether or not it's going to swing or whether or not it'll stay.
I don't know. Philly's not in, so I don't know. Then again, let me see what. Oops. Let me see what Philly's actually at in terms of because maybe like it's not 100%. Okay. Yeah, Pittsburgh's like 100% Democrat. Okay, some of the suburbs of Philly are like not that bad.
The city of Beverly Shove is not entirely awful. It's just the city itself. It's like with Chicago. You have your Chirac and Philly, and you have the suburbs, which are generally a little more politically divided.
Let me see what Fox is saying.
I posted the Yahoo Finance stream in general chat, so Trump is supposed to speak soon-ish. No one has any idea.
Oh yeah, the yuan. Oh holy cow, the yuan is tanking. Let me send this, and so at least China is so confident that Trump will win.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Oh no, it's gone down even more over the past few hours. It is completely bottomed out now. Before it looked like a minor drop. Now it's going for the floor.
Oops, Nevada switched. Wait a minute, Nevada just all the polls just came in at once? What? Okay, I might call shenanigans on Nevada.
I think Nevada's expected blue. I know someone earlier mentioned that it's like the fraud 100 state, basically.
Yeah. Nevada is Harry Reid basically recreating Chicago on a state level. It is impressively corrupt. And of course, it's possible to do because effectively Nevada is desert. Aside
Clark
from
County
City.
isn't even that Democrat. Vegas isn't. I don't know. I'm not calling Nevada for a while.
That's the thing too. Vegas is oddly enough leaning more towards Trump than I thought it would. If I just had to guess, it's resentment over the lockdown.
Yeah.
Biden says to keep the faith, guys. We're gonna win this. What could he mean by that?
So Biden said that I don't have the power to declare this election. The American people did, and then I shouldn't say I won or something like an hour before that. And he said I won twice now.
Looks like Trump is maintaining his lead in Pennsylvania by anywhere estimated from 14
I'd
to
imagine
17.
Vegas would want Trump to win as well because less taxes mean more money for the casinos.
Means more prostitutes.
Yeah.
Let me see, what's Wisconsin up 93?
I couldn't tell if you're yawning or just doing a voice.
So he's up 40%, and Wisconsin is at.
I'm sorry. Did you say 40 or 4?
4%.
Okay, yeah. If your custody was up 40%,
Nevada looks like it's going to be really close.
Never North Carolina, then?
Why hasn't Georgia been called yet?
Same reason why Michigan hasn't been called yet. They don't want to call it.
And North Carolina.
I'm trying to believe it's been 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when I was in like sixth form looking at the inauguration, and it's just like, yikes.
Yeah, I was in my final year of high school when Trump was elected.
I mean, the thing is, I was in sixth form. I was my last year of sixth form, and now here I am doing a master's degree in Northern Ireland.
The world felt like it just ended in 2017 as we knew it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean, I don't want to compare a presidential election to 9/11, but the shift
here we
in
are.
our
Here we are.
yeah, but the if a shift in the Overton window in our perception of the world, and I say our broadly as in the American populaces, it has shifted as radically as a pre and post 9/11 world as a result of Trump. I'm not saying that to aggrandize Trump or to demean him. I'm just saying that the effect that election had has just completely skewered the traditional.
So if Trump wins Wisconsin and Michigan, it doesn't matter what happens in Pennsylvania.
I would like
Nevada.
Sorry?
Arizona and Nevada.
It doesn't matter if Biden wins Arizona and Nevada. If Trump wins Michigan and Wisconsin, then that puts him to 274.
I would like to thank Gavrilo Princip for getting us to this point. I mean, I'm not wrong.
Thank every what?
Thank Gavrilo Princip for getting us to this point. For setting off the chain of events that led to this moment.
Well, as you know, Mundane Matt is the reason why Donald Trump got elected.
He was.
He created Gamergate.
Okay, I feel like Michigan's just stalled now.
Yeah, Michigan is just doing nothing.
That was obvious from the outset. For declaring we're not going to announce a winner is just a blatant attempt to stall for time. If not to try stuffing a ballot box, then to at least hope that other states will start calling in for Biden to start swinging the vote.
Times like this, I wish the Matt Monarchist was still here.
Whatever happened to him?
He left.
He was too pure for this
He
world.
just burked out and left, I guess.
He had a combination of burnout and then people like complaining that he liked anime, and just because you like Orthodox people, that means you're not real Catholic. It's like, no. I think it just got. And the fact is, I think it was burnout as well. He'd been doing this for like over 10 years at that point, so it was like, might as well. So he is alive.
Were you talking about the Marcus?
Yeah, it's the occasional activity in the favorites on YouTube. So he is alive and doing things, but he's been away for 2 years now. So
His mom died, and then he got really depressed.
yeah,
that'll do it.
And then politics and all that, and
Okay, some more votes came in Michigan.
hopefully he'll come back one day. That's a pretty funny.
I hope it serves as an object lesson of dangers of purity spiraling. There's keeping the loonies out, and then there's just witch hunting.
Trump's actually doing pretty good in Detroit.
Yeah, he still is.
You know, that's actually the odd thing about Detroit. For all the riots that have gone on over the course of this year, Detroit, of all places, has had the most peaceful ones. Like they had a 100-day protest that it's a meme to say it, but it actually was largely peaceful.
The population's has all left.
Nevada is completely irrelevant at this point.
No, they know how bad their city is, and no rioting would just not help at all. So it's like
it doesn't have enough electoral votes to.
If there was to be a riot in Detroit, and start the meme, stop, it's already dead.
Well, you see, the reason why the Fallout games are based in California is because it's actually reality. Wild animals do, in fact, roam deserted streets.
I have a friend who moved here from California, and he told me that.
Yeah. Wild pigs actually getting into people's trash cans is a major problem in suburban California.
Okay, so Joe apparently got one electoral vote from Nebraska.
It's Nebraska. I'm not terribly surprised. Speaking of which, JoJo's running mate on the official ballot got his nickname put on it. Something Spike something. But JoJo couldn't just get JoJo put on the ballot. That is shameful.
Wait a minute, he wanted to name himself after JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
So JoJo marketed her
he is
campaign.
a Joe Star, isn't he?
JoJo got an electoral victory in Nebraska, or Joe Biden did?
No, Joe Jorgensen got an electoral vote from Nebraska, not Joe Biden.
Oh, Joe
Jorgensen.
What?
But yeah, Joe Jorgensen marketed her campaign as literally JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. She went on Twitter talking about voting for JoJo, but she couldn't get JoJo put on the official ballot. But her VP candidate did get Spike put on the official ballot as his nickname.
Apparently, there was like 100,000 vote error in Fairfax.
Who is that? Joe?
Oh yes, 100,000 voting error. In parentheses, of course.
I assume those votes went to Biden?
No, they're getting knocked off of Biden.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
I mean, it wasn't just Fairfax where all...
Joe Bergen? What?
Joe Jorgensen.
And it's a she.
I think Trump might have won Biden without electoral fraud. Sorry, might have won Virginia without.
Virginia, yeah. Well, even
also, I mean,
what caused the sudden shift in Virginia back to Biden, I think, was like 500,000. So even if it's 100,000 off, I don't know if that'll be enough.
Virginia's like ludicrously gerrymandered as well.
The only reason I've been bothered looking at the Libertarians was because of the fact, or what was it? What's his name? Vermin Supreme showed up on the.
Yeah, the thing about the Libertarians is they, oddly enough, have increasingly become the party of the neocons and the neoliberals. Like the disillusioned neocons and neoliberals who get upset about Trump and the far left taking over their respective parties. Basically, either them are the ones who just want the pot for all moving into the Libertarian Party, so the Libertarian Party will become the establishment party at the current rate things are going. It will be very fun to watch.
So, Trump needs to either win Michigan or Pennsylvania.
He's still leading Pennsylvania by, I think it was 14%.
Let's see how much is he up in Michigan. Is Michigan narrowing? I can't really tell. No, he's 9 points up in Michigan.
Yeah, I personally would say both Michigan and Pennsylvania go for Trump. I think he can hold that.
I mean, he ought to win Pennsylvania, but we have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, tomorrow is all fear, but remember, he managed to flip Virginia. Likely, it should still be flipped without any voter fraud, and he's made Illinois competitive. I honestly don't see how, barring something very, very fishy going on, that both Pennsylvania and Michigan don't go this rate.
I'm the Anglo, by the way, chat. Yes.
Yes, La Petite Arion has come to visit us.
And Arizona has not had any votes counted for the last, 3 or 4 hours.
Trump has done surprisingly well in New York.
Wow, yeah. Who knows? He might win the popular vote still.
I can't actually say anything about it because that would dox me further than other than I live in upstate New York.
This is
What the
this is what
fuck
it was.
just happened?
This is what it was in 2016. So he's actually done better in 2016 in New York than he has now. Or I'm sorry, he's done better now than he did in 2016.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
Boobs are more
late.
pressing gamers.
So wait. Trump did flip Virginia.
Looks like there's some serious shenanigans going on in Virginia. Fairfax was at 99.59%. I'll just post the tweet here in general.
Yeah, it's Fairfax. Fairfax is a giant. Fairfax is a giant room and breakfast in bed that all the civil servants in Washington use. It's that Fairfax and Arlington are effectively what dictate the state, and the majority of people who live there. Well, I don't know if it's majority, but a good portion of people who live there do not even spend most of their waking moments in Virginia.
Okay, so Wisconsin is now at 93%, and Trump is up 4 points. It's not like mathematically possible for Biden to win.
But electoral fraud doesn't require mathematics.
So I'm just waiting on Michigan to be like 70, and then I'm going to call this for Trump, I think.
Okay.
The whole election. I want to get his announcement, but apparently we're gonna probably wait for a while.
I'm not going to bed quite yet. I'm just seeing if stuff's still coming in. Like I said, I'm going to work tomorrow.
Just gonna come out with a victory speech.
Oh, it is only 1:30. Only 1:30. If Trump doesn't come out in the next half an hour or so, he'll have missed a good time frame. So he'll probably come out soon enough.
He's probably waiting for Wisconsin and Michigan to finish. Is there another one that's updating more often than let me see.
Let me have a look at the BBC.
Oh wait, mate, you got a license to look at the BBC?
That made me think, right? What if in Britain somebody gets arrested for not wearing a mask, but then they put on a mask and they get arrested for not having a mask wearing license?
Not wearing a license. Oi, mate, have you got your breathing license?
That belongs to Her Majesty.
So
Allah save.
There's a whole
Allah
bunch of
save the
great.
Queen.
What is it?
So yeah, I don't know like what's even going on because they're all reporting like different counting numbers.
Yeah, autocrat. My
Oh,
favorite
that's
one
true.
of those. My favorite one of those is the guy's just fishing, and then the British policeman just comes out of the river. You got a fishing license?
Oh no, I don't. Oh yeah, you'll be beheaded. That's sort. I
I'm
think it was
curious to
something
see
like
what
it.
voter turnout is like.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. If people start talking about higher black turnout rate or higher black percentage rates and higher Hispanic percentage rates for Trump over this, I wouldn't necessarily attribute that entirely to more blacks and more Hispanics voting for Trump, although that is the case, but also just for a lack of turnout for Biden.
You know, there are actually people in the UK who watch TV in black and white because they have to pay like they have a 75% reduction of the TV license.
A literal color tax.
How many votes have come in? We could just tally it up real quick.
For what?
Just total votes. Looks like 65 million for Biden, 63 million for Trump.
Higher than last time by like over 10 million.
So yeah, 128 million.
I think the VOD is going to be a photo finish. It doesn't like actually matter. But it was.
I mean, at this rate, any further electoral results are superfluous, but will at least be useful for analyzing what's going on in the country.
I placed my money on Kaiser's Legion.
Well, I placed mine on the safe and secure society being.
I'm voting for
declared.
Grievous. Fuck you.
I mean, I'd support Mr. House if he wasn't such a dick to the Brotherhood of Steel.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Mr. House getting rid of those murder hobos was one of the best things he did.
No, the Brotherhood of Steel is the best faction in the Wasteland. Fight me.
Unironically, I believe that the two best factions are for the future is the Enclave and the Brotherhood of Steel.
So
No,
Wisconsin's at 94 with Trump up 4 points.
So one of the interesting things about the counts is like Fairfax, and I think could happen in Milwaukee as well, is they're reporting like 99% counted, and then like 10 times more votes than would have been counted so far come in.
Oh yeah, it's blatant voter fraud.
Like Fairfax was at 99.5%, and then 0.5%, and the counts increased massively. Like, so I don't know what
500,000 new votes discovered for Biden in less than a percentile left. It's I don't see how anyone could look at that and
Is
not
the New York
vote
Times
fraud.
still saying that Biden's going to win Georgia?
Would you be surprised if they did? It's a repeat of 2016.
They need it. They need Georgia,
and we're not going to get it.
Yeah. If you're in the position where you need Georgia for the Democrats, that's. I mean, you pretty much lost already.
You know, it's a bad state of the games industry when I'm more hyped from the Fallout New Vegas mod for a game that came out 10 years ago than I am for most games.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're never going to play Cyberpunk, but I'm happy because
I'm talking about Fallout the Frontier, which is basically just Fallout Vietnam, except Vietnam is Washington State in a snowstorm.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like Georgia's at 93% with Trump at 50.7, Biden at 48.1.
He widened the margin. That's wow. Yeah. Previously it was 7%, and that's up from that.
7%? No, it's Trump is only up by like 1.7 or something.
Yeah, but that's still up from.
Sorry, 2 points. Whatever.
Well, it's still up from it, and Fulton County hadn't fully come in yet, so that he's widened it. It's still in of itself.
Yeah, look up Fallout the Frontier if you're interested, but it's hang on.
Oh yeah, the best games are the ones that are still being modded 10 years later. Empire at War has one of the most active modding scenes out there. It's very beautiful to watch.
I mean, New California came out a couple years ago, and that was great. But Fallout the Frontier is there's a section of Brotherhood of Steel who have basically just become Neo-Crusaders. No, they call themselves the Crusaders. It's because they were kicked out of the Mojave and then went to New Canaan. So they're weird, Brotherhood of Steel, syncretized with Mormonism.
Oh, so it's a heretic.
Hey, how dare you dish Joshua Graham?
Literally, sometimes we can't let God do all the work.
Can't let God do all the work.
Problem is that the next time I play New Vegas, I want to side with the Legion just because I haven't done that in a long time. I normally just go with Yes Man and say, all right, we're going to create the Kingdom of the Mojave.
There's a mod for that, you know.
Ooh.
Imperial New Vegas, it lets you... well, the guy who made it is obviously an ANCAP because you turn New Vegas into a libertarian monarchy.
So
that's actually... A libertarian monarchy is unironically what Charles Maurras wanted.
Well,
he wanted to be. Yeah, it's what Tolkien and Maurras wanted. Whereas envisioned France as being radically decentralized to the point where effectively universal suffrage was enacted on only a municipal level, and the regions were represented by parliaments.
I mean, I was playing New Vegas and I wanted to try and get to that point. Hang on, let me get the mod up.
I sided with the NCR the first time I played the game.
Why?
Because I kind of like the NCR.
The thing is, though, Mr. House has the best quote, though.
And then I went for House the second time.
I went for House this time.
I love the quest names in for the final ones. Let me think. There's no gods, no masters. Surrender onto Caesar. The House always wins, and for the Republic.
I think there's some good DLCs. There's some mods though that adds all the content that they had to cut out because of time. Like, there's so much stuff in New Vegas that was cut due to time because Bethesda were bastards to Obsidian.
So does the Enclave still
To be
exist?
fair, Obsidian having
Not
to cut
really.
stuff is basically par for course for Obsidian. Look at KOTOR 2. Which, by the way, the Sith Lord's Restoration mod, 10 years of the making, they double the size of the game with it. But Obsidian traditionally always bit off more of an ink of chew.
Okay,
and
people are
publishers
like, okay, guys, stop talking about Fallout New Vegas. People are complaining about it in chat. So Nevada, I think, is still up in the air. Arizona hasn't counted anything. Trump's increased his margin in Georgia, I think. So in Georgia, he's currently at 0.7 minus 48.1. He's currently at 2.3% with 7% left. Let's see what's Wisconsin at. It's confusing how everybody has like completely different percentages counted.
Yeah, same. I was looking at what's it called, the BBC and what's it called, Associated Press, and they were both different.
Yep, Wisconsin, they refuse to call it. I doubt they'll call it. Even once Wisconsin reaches 100%, I doubt they'll call it.
They have to. So are the Democrats instead actually just trying to perform some necromancy rites on illegal immigrants?
Statistically possible for Trump to lose Wisconsin at this point?
Well, they found 500,000 votes from less than percentage in Fairfax County, so...
I didn't know there were that many people there.
Yeah, let me take another look at it, so...
Well, it's only the highest of highest tiers of necromancy, if I can unlock these powers.
What was I thinking about? So let me see, what's Wisconsin at again? I think it's at 94. Wisconsin. Yeah, it's at 94 and Trump is up 4%, so I don't think that's okay, now people are complaining we're not talking about New Vegas, whatever. So,
This is why you don't bow to chat.
So we have Georgia. I don't know. Do you think they're not going to call Georgia tonight?
They probably will. Keep in mind, a big part of whether or not they do or don't call something is who's in charge of the elections. Or who's in charge of state elections, I should say. So Georgia will likely go. All of Atlanta is in. We're still up 2% for Trump. So I even if they don't call it, it's safe to call.
Nevada's extremely close, 51 to 47. Who the heck is actually winning? I'm so confused. Trump's winning, but there's a lot of shenanigans going on. So, yeah, someone's pointing out every site is different figures. They do. Michigan's at 65 and Trump's still up 9. What's left to count in Michigan? A bunch of rural counties. And
Yeah, the Superior side on the lake. I'm sorry.
Is that part like all really red?
Yeah, the upper part of the state. The further up you get, the redder it gets. Of course, the less populated it also gets, so it takes a lot longer to process events. Here.
Milwaukee, actually, Trump got 39% in Milwaukee. Is that a lot?
For Milwaukee, yes.
Yeah, that would probably mean that like every single white person voted Trump.
I mean, Minnesota has been ground zero for the, to be honest, just race riots that have been going on for the past year or so.
Mm-hmm. So someone on Twitter is saying, remember when Voldemort thought he won the Battle of Hogwarts?
Read another book.
All right, I think I'm gonna head to bed now.
Okay, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, it's been good. I'll see you guys tomorrow around.
It was a pleasure.
Okay, I'll see you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
I'm kind of doing a sunk cost fallacy at the moment.
And I just took some sleeping medication.
Yeah, I took some too, so we'll see. We'll end it when that kicks in.
That's apparently Arjun's version of alcohol.
Yeah, the only vice I really indulge in is, other than I guess food in general, although I'm trying to work on that, is caffeine. I drink way too much coffee.
I've never had coffee in my life.
But I feel that's less bad than, actually my 23andMe said I react stronger than normal to caffeine.
I had coffee once as a kid. It was too bitter for me to drink. But of course, I started drinking tea straight, so...
Mm-hmm. I just like tea with some honey in it.
Yeah, that's good.
The thing
Earl Grey
is,
with some honey and some bread pudding is a good dessert.
Yes, sir, it is. But the thing that makes me despise the South, and you guys have to really make it up for this, is like these TikTok videos of like a Texas mom and her daughter saying, "Here's how we make sweet tea," and taking tea and pouring like 5 gallons of sugar in it.
Yes, I'm a weird southerner in that I drink my tea hot and without any sugar whatsoever.
Night, everybody.
Night,
Good night,
sir.
sir.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah.
God bless.
But yes, we Southerners are literally weaned on sweet tea. It took me years of drinking hot tea to realize that a sweet tea is just basically soupy tea, and it does not taste good.
Is there a difference between iced tea and sweet tea?
If there's not really a difference, because it's the South, we ice our sweet tea.
Alright.
I'll stay for a little longer.
I'm a bit of a night owl. I'm fine for staying up as long as I need to.
It's only 7 o'clock here, so.
I'm really curious to know what Trump's going to come out and say.
Georgia's at 99%.
Well, how can Biden still win Texas?
No, Texas is called.
I know.
Thing is, Biden probably doesn't know this at this point. He's
waiting to see if Obama will win the election.
Well, I mean, I was wrong about Montana. It was a lot closer than I thought it would be, so...
He's the only one who can beat Ronald Reagan.
Unironically, yes. The 2018 midterms, Republicans performed better than they did in Reagan's first midterm. They actually gained a Senate seat, which did not happen in Reagan's first midterm.
Yeah, they refused to call North Carolina.
Okay, so we're not calling North Carolina, we're not calling Michigan, we're not calling Pennsylvania, we're not calling Wisconsin. How long are they going to put it all for? How long
so
do you
they-
think they can get away with putting it off for? Who do
we
you think
can't
they are,
keep letting him
Shanghai?
get away with it. No. Didn't you hear about the latest Islamic terrorist attack? It was by Samuel al-Hayid.
Nice. Samad al-Hayati on his
there we go.
crusade to rid the world of competitive esports.
I think my favorite MRE or no what is it MDE
MRA?
video is when he's like he's in the convenience store and he's just like, they got Goopas, man. I might get one Goopa. I might get two Goopas, and he's just picking up the can and at the end he's just like, I don't have any money. Chased out of the store.
Well, at least he shook it down early and often. Early and
It's Samuel Hayid and John
Jafari.
I don't know, Wisconsin, it keeps changing how many people have voted.
Hey, people.
Hey, people, welcome to this. The thing is that I think his videos are funny, but then in one of them you said he's donated to hentai artists to draw he commissioned hentai artists to draw pictures
No,
of certain.
that was his Patreon. He donated over $1,000 worth.
Yeah.
Of his Patreon to hentai.
I do love his Morrowind video when he's like, unless you can levitate like a normal person.
Well, Seth is a degenerate, but he's our degenerate.
Of those guys, one of my favorites is probably Mandalore.
Yeah, Mandalore is pretty awesome.
But just his Mystery of the Druids song that he had was pretty great. And
Mystery of the Druids.
I'm pretty sure Seth spent over $2,500 on hentai at this point.
Why would you spend money?
I mean,
it's like
just like how every normal person levitates, one normal person doesn't spend over $2,000 on hentai.
I mean, that's like where you draw your morals, like that it's bad to pirate hentai.
Pirating hentai. That's not a problem. It's like hentai isn't bad. It's the pirating of it that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the moral compass.
But does anybody know Joseph Anderson?
Yeah, I've heard he's a massive faggot. According to
Don't use that word, please.
Oh yes, I am sorry.
But yeah, I mean he's a lib, but he does kind of live a trad life where he's got a wife and 3 children. And he
Joseph Anderson makes good videos. I've just heard it from many people who have interacted with him. He can be a little sensitive.
Mm-hmm. I do subscribe to him on Twitch. He's the only creator that I actually give any money to. But no, I liked there was a great Mandalore stream where he and Shammy were streaming some stupid RPG, and they were getting more and more drunk, and eventually Mandalore just bit into a raw onion, and it just became the meme of the stream where they put how there's a thing the JoJo meme with the purple U kanji, they just put that over the onion.
JonTron's better, and so is ER.
ER, he needs to make more videos. He's the only right-wing anime
the only
person.
flaw he has is that he doesn't make enough content.
Mm-hmm. I did love when he just because he did what I had thought about in 2015, absolutely trashing Legend of Korra by the piece of shit.
Get Kaiser Redux, do have long win, and then do the second gunpowder.
My issue with Kaiser Redux is it doesn't let you use other mods with it. Because there's some other mods I like to use, like reduce construction times and stuff like that, and they don't work.
The general problem with not just Kaiser Redux, but Kaiser Rec in general, and Kaiser Redux is a symptom of this, is that the mod just lacks direction and lacks an overarching vision. It has ceased to be Kaiser Reich and has just become a jumbled mess of everyone's own personal trees put together into
It's weird how Germany doesn't have any.
Yes, Germany still has not been updated, but every nation in Central America has its own focus tree.
Do you guys find that Germany loses every third international war?
Back in the day, they used to, because of the...
Can I be honest? I don't really like Hearts of Iron 4 at all.
Oh no, it's an awful game, but it's at least a good vehicle for telling
I think
stories.
it's better. I think it solves a lot of the problems of 3 and 2.
Well,
There's a few.
my favorite of the Hearts of Iron one is the Darkest Hour mod for Hearts of Iron 2 that became its own game, and they're still updating since 2005. But my favorite, I think I still have to. You'll hate me for this, but my favorite Paradox game is probably Stellaris because I like the setting the most.
I thought you were going to say March of the Eagles for a
No,
second
that's
there.
nobody's favorite.
Speaking of March of Eagles, people are. I only found this out 2 days ago, but someone is trying to make a modern, up-to-date March of Eagles mod, and not only doing that, but trying to make a modern-day version of it too.
I'm gonna
simulate wars.
I'm
in
gonna
the
do a
Caucasus.
review of the New Order at some point, but TLDR, it's the worst mod I think I've ever played for anything.
No, granted, TNO is not the best mod ever, but I still enjoy it. I still enjoy TNO personally.
A really disappointing one I've played is Arms, Armistice, and Revolution.
Tabaritsky is hilarious.
I think it's garbage because of how bad the interface is.
I don't mind the interface.
Really? It made me blind.
I like it. It fits the style and it makes
I
it...
also don't really get like what the point of it is. So it's an alternate history to the alternate history?
Well, no,
Well-
it's... Yeah, TNO's law is odd. Like...
No, I'm not
it's
talking
not the
about
first
TNO,
one
I'm
to
talking
do
about
that.
Führerreich. Like, so
Führerreich. Yes, that
Oh, yeah.
is basically
Well, no.
in...
Well,
There's an
Führerreich
event
hasn't
in
updated in
Kaiserreich,
years.
which I think it's Winston Churchill writes a book about what it would be like if the Allies won the Entente won the First World War, but it's skewed in sort of a Kaiserreich perspective, and then Führerreich is that.
The result of that, yeah. And the funniest thing about that, too, is that event is actually alt history of alt history, because Winston Churchill did write alt history. He actually published an anthology of short alt history stories, and Hilaire Belloc, contributed, I think it was actually 2 stories to that little anthology. I'm pretty sure C.S. Lewis contributed a story as well. If it had gone differently, I think is the name of it. It's hard to find a print copy nowadays, but yeah, it's the event in Kaiserreich is an alt history of an alt history, and Führerreich is an alt history based on that alt history of an alt history. It is a rabbit hole.
And of course, there's the one mod I'm really looking forward to. There's 2 mods I'm looking forward to that are so autistically insane, which is Godspeed: A Flame of Winter and A Long and Happy Life. And Godspeed has Julius Evola leading a pagan revival in northern Italy versus Mussolini, who is Muslim and has the Sword of Islam, and they fighting each other in a duel.
So like in Kaiser Redux, Ride the Tiger is a focus tree.
I love that.
Like,
I
and
love that so
Evola
much.
like dismantles the Catholic Church as part of it.
You can dismantle it or reform it.
So
most of
the
it.
game I'm sorry, Arjun.
Sorry, what were you trying to say?
Oh no, I cut you off. I was apologizing. I was just saying that the game I'm most looking forward to is actually you all know the Great War mod for Hoi 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, the developers of it are making their own game called Fields of History, because they've, unlike so many other devs for Hoi 4 who try shoehorning finances and complex political mechanics into a game that was just not made for that, and 4 years later still does not have anything resembling that in updates. The devs of the Great War figured out that it would just be easier to make their own game, so they made their own engine from the ground up, and they are trying to make a comprehensive simulation of World War I as an individual game. It's called Fields of History. they have the Patreon up, and from the looks of it, they're aiming for a release in 2021.
One of the things I'm mad about is back in 2012, Paradox announced they're going to make East versus West a Hearts of Iron game, so you were going to get a Cold War.
Oh, I was really excited about that.
And then they said, nah, you're going to get another Hearts of Iron game and another EU game. Though, again, my favorite is Stellaris, just for the setting and the fact that the only big... I mean, there's a bunch of issues with Stellaris, but my biggest issue outside of the cost is the fact that for some reason the tech tree is randomized, so is like partially randomized for no good damn reason.
So Trump actually is up a bit more. So Trump is up in 4 points in Wisconsin, and how much of the has been counted? 95. So it's
Man, it just keeps widening.
It's likely going to be Trump. The issue is, of course, pride comes before the fall.
Yeah.
Twice the pride, double the fall.
Have you tried, by the way, Fritz, Endless Space or Galactic Civilizations?
I think I may have tried Endless Space once a long time ago, but no, I should try them because I do like Space Empire Sims a lot.
I can vouch for Endless Space too. I think its biggest weakness is just simply that the end game is really lacking. The early and mid games are solid.
There's one game called Star Dynasties, which is like CK2 but in space. So effectively, just what was that mod called for CK2? The one where it turned it into a space sim.
Mm-hmm. The thing,
Crisis of the Confederation. That's it. Basically that, but
oh yeah, the one where the equivalent of Catholicism is basically a religion based around guaranteeing pilgrimages to Earth, if I remember correctly.
The best mod for CK2 is After the End.
What's After the End?
Oh, After the End is a CK2 mod, which is in a post-apocalyptic north and parts of Central and South America, where there was an event which is not disclosed, so it could be anything from nuclear apocalypse to plague or so forth. But America's reverted to a feudal society all over, and it's divided all over into many lords and things like that with different wacky religions. Like there's a papacy in St. Louis. What's it called? There's people who worship the founding fathers as gods. There's a Holy Columbian Confederacy, which is supposed to be the HRE, which is...
anytime people post like what America balkanizing looks like, I always hate what they do with upstate New York because the second anything like that starts happening, we are separating from New York City as soon as we can, and we're going to join either.
But do have a look. It's such a good mod, and it's interesting, but it's also funny, and it's just a nice, unique space with new religions. And
Michigan's closing a bit, but I just don't see them making up 8.5 points.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, again, 500,000 votes from less than percentage in Fairfax. Now, of course, that's not as comparable. 8 points is a bigger gap than I think it was like 2 points, but it's still possible. At any rate, while we're waiting for that to come in, let me go back to East versus West for a second. Paradox is a big problem with Paradox, and I say this as someone who's actually interacted with many of the devs and contributed to some of the DLC for U4. A big problem with Paradox is they'll release like a small indie title, but they'll do it more as a test for mechanics in forever established franchises than they would for the sake of making a game. Like look at Sengoku, which was effectively just an alpha for CK2, when it wasn't a necessarily good game on release, but if it had gotten a few more patches, maybe a DLC, it could have turned into something that was on its own good instead of what it is now. And the same for March of the Eagles, where they took some of the mechanics and ideas of March of the Eagles and effectively would reuse them for Imperator Rome. Rome, they've taken and reused some mechanics for that for CK3. And they, of course, abandoned March of Eagles. They, to my, frankly, great surprise, did not abandon an Imperator and were trying to fix it. So I at least give him credit for that.
Well, fix it with $20 to $40 DLC. Probably.
Actually, no. They as far as I'm aware, they've put out maybe 2 DLC for it, and both of it's just optional content flavor for individual nations. They're not putting camps on DLC, which again really surprised me. This is not Paradox in the slightest.
The only way I justify this is that because it's such a niche market, it feels kind of like Paradox. Kind of feels like when your dad buys a train set, and you pay the big price for the tracks and the locomotive, but then if you want to have any actual fun, you have to buy like other buildings and other cars and stuff to slowly add to it.
Oh, absolutely. Paradox is suffering from the same monopolistic conditions that Total War and Civilization have. Civilization to a lesser extent.
So speaking of Total War,
there's no one imposing it on their niche, so they can get away with a lot more than they would have.
I think Total War's been shit since Rome 2.
I'm in the camp that Shogun 2 was accidental genius. It's still a great
was
game.
Shogun 2 after Attila?
No. It was before Rome 2. Yeah. No, it was before Rome 2.
Okay, because Shogun, I think, is not bad.
Oh yeah, no. Shogun 2 is a great game. The vanilla campaign map is completely awful because they hired Stefan Turnbull, who is a disgrace to to historians everywhere, to advise them on what the campaign map should look like.
Was he behind Empire Total War?
I can't. No. He's primarily Japan.
Am I the only person who liked Empire Total War?
It was a fun game, but just now looking at it, the historical implausibility of all of it makes it not fun because of the context.
Empire Total War is in a weird state of fandom where you have a lot of people who say they liked it, but most also agreed it wasn't a good game. I think if they had just put Empire off for like a year and a half and just taken some of the mechanics that they put in from Napoleon, like generals who can't die, more focused campaigns, unit replenishment, and then nixed down the time scale a bit, they could have actually made a good game instead of one bad game and one decent game. Because the biggest weakness of Empire was also its biggest selling point, and that was the global scale, and it ended up where you never had anyone from Europe going into India.
My biggest issue with Empire is how inaccurate the guns were. I get that they weren't the most accurate, but you have cases where like 100 guys fire and like 2 guys would drop dead.
As you do.
That reminds me of a Monty Python sketch where the guy's biking through Soviet Russia, and he gets lined up against the wall for a summary execution, and they keep missing every time.
Yeah.
How could you miss? You moved.
But pretentious. What do you think of Empire of Total Warhammer 2?
I thought Total Warhammer 2 was horrible.
I like it actually quite a bit. I mean, because there's enough scale and because there's no historical context, like, I don't feel as bad about it going crazy, but...
Three Kingdoms was also really bad, in my opinion.
In a vacuum, I like Total Warhammer 2 because it's Warhammer. The problem with it though is Warhammer 2 isn't in a vacuum, and they're trying to put Warhammer stuff into their historical titles, which was the big reason why people for so long did not want a Warhammer game. Or why there was such a vocal opposition to it in some Total War circles, because Total War is now being turned into Heroes War.
Because I lost a lot of battles just from Heroes.
Well, there's
apparently Trump's going live soon.
Oh, good.
About to get into yeah.
Yeah, there's a channel I've been watching called Volund, who basically makes hour-long videos that goes into detail about Total War's decline in basically every aspect since Medieval 2.
Can you link his channel in the?
Yeah, I'll do that.
I mean, in the Discord.
Yeah, he's made some very good videos. The latest one was about how the testudo, and I bought Total War II Rome on release. I was a teenager who got caught up in the hype because I played Rome as a kid. I didn't even know that at release, the testudo in Rome 2 actually decreased your block chance. That's how broken it was. And then they couldn't figure out a way to implement it, so we just gave it a blatant stat increase.
Speaking of very obscure YouTube channels that are very focused on one game, I do love there's this one channel by a Dutch guy, and all he does is talk about roller coaster tycoon mechanics 20-something years after the game started.
So one Dutch guy focuses in very hard on something involving train tracks.
Yes, but the thing is, I grew up with Roller Coaster Tycoon, and it's also a really good game anyway.
Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 is really good. I don't know if the sequels were any good.
2 is really good. 2 is the best one. 3 apparently is garbage. Though a little bit more on Paradoxes. I really like City Skylines, and the thing is, it's poison. It made it like, I mean, it was basically just them Paradox flexing on EA all the time because it's such a better game. Although even calling it a game is a little bit of a stretch, considering it's more just build a city simulator. As like, it's not, there isn't like missions or things you have to do, opposed to just build the city up and get money.
I mean, when is flexing on EA ever a bad thing?
It's never bad. Like, have you heard considered one of the worst things ever?
I'll play Trump's speech once he starts talking. Sorry if I'm being quiet, guys. I'm pretty tired.
Considered to be one of the worst things EA has ever done is the spouse testimony, which is a wife of one of the developers back in 2004, leaked out some of the horrible conditions people that worked at EA had to go through, because that there's crunches at most game companies, right? You have to work 60 plus hours a week for a few weeks to finish up the game, and then you'll get compensated with extra pay or maybe a week off. They would do this consistently at EA and then not give them any time off, and then they would repeatedly just fire all the people once the project was done for no extra pay. Thankfully, I guess
not even Korean animation studios go that far.
Yeah, well, it's EA, and also people hate what Disney did to Star Wars, but I think the worst thing they did in that respect is they took it from its beautiful, loving father with LucasArts and then gave it to EA, and EA ruined it. I know Arthur likes
excessive avarice.
They were gonna make that amazing 1313 something.
Yeah, 1313.
Yeah, the Boba Fett RPG.
And then they said, nope, no more fun. Now we're going to take over Battlefront and make it into a gambling simulator.
It's funny because Jedi Fallen Order, it was initially supposed to be a female Jedi, but they didn't want another female Jedi to compete with Rey.
Rey is that much of a Mary Sue that she even takes away the Mary Sue-ness of ever characters.
She's very astroturfed.
I will say too, EA having a grip on LucasArts, or I should say on Star Wars, is not a new thing. Never forget SWTOR. Never forget that instead of getting KOTOR free, we got EA's MMO. And I will say to you, George Lucas is entirely to blame with this. There's a lot that George Lucas gets unfairly blamed for. What happened to Star Wars games is not one of them. He decided to cancel KOTOR free, Battlefront free, and Republic Commando 2 just to ensure that the 2008 Clone Wars animated series, that's nowhere near as good as Gennedy's 2003 hand-drawn one,
Amen.
Would have a budget of $1 million per episode. We lost out on and of course another effect of this too was Empire at War never even got was never considered for a sequel either. So we lost out on a bunch of good games for a subpar TV show because George felt insecure.
Okay, I'm going to have to fight you on the subpar.
Okay, I'm going to make a call. The Republicans keep control of the Senate.
I'm pretty sure that was okay. Yeah, I've been looking at it, and the Republicans seem to be quite in the lead, actually, in some regards.
Yeah, if they lose if they lose control of the Senate, it will be
They might
it'd be
actually
about as
pick
much a
up
miracle at
seats.
this point as Biden winning the election at this rate. I would not be surprised if they gain a seat. The one thing I am nervous about is the McSally Senate seat in Arizona. How is that going?
Oh, let me see. Senate. They've called it for Kelly.
Okay. Okay. So if you want to know how bad this could be for Arizona, a lot of gun legislation that went on in Virginia that actually drove out the numbers that Trump has now exploited tonight came from a lobbyist group that Kelly ran. So there's going to if Kelly goes through with the same gun grabbing that has gone on in Virginia, Arizona may take a hard right. But of course, that would have to be for another 2 years.
So I'm just going to look at. So Trump last time got 36.5% in New York, and this time he got
43.7.
So he improved that by a lot. Like, obviously, New York isn't competitive. But he did better than, like, Illinois. Let me see what he got in Illinois last time. 38.8. So, yeah, he massively increased. Well, not massive. No, wait a minute. I'm looking at Kansas. So he increased the percent of the vote by 5 points. So that's pretty good. Oh, Arizona. I'm not going to call it. There's only 4% separating. Okay, Trump's about to speak. I'm going to put this on.
Yeah,
I mean, if Kelly won Arizona, then it could very well be vulnerable for the Dems.
So I just had the Trump screen on, so.
This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. I appreciate it very much, and I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people.
Ooh.
And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us.
Nate Silver's claiming Biden has an 85% chance to win.
And we were getting
Nate Silver is delusional. If there's a case of suicide watch, it's him.
It was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
Let me know if the audio is okay.
We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%, or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. You can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000.
Yeah, the speech is on. You guys not hear it?
These aren't even close. It's not like, oh,
let me know.
It's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And
it seems people just want a full splash.
65% of the voters in it. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newton? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud. on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again.
It's like Shakespeare.
Okay. So now what?
I'm just
well,
gonna...
70% has been counted in Michigan, and Trump is still up by almost 10 points.
Yeah, I even if Detroit comes in entirely blue at this rate, it's not going to change the outcome, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd say the biggest victory that was won tonight was Trump outright saying it's fraudulent.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
oh, sorry, go on.
Trump is still up by almost.
I was just going to say that one of the biggest things that popped out at me is that if you compare Joe Biden's speech to Trump's, is Joe Biden was very vague and a little less, I guess to the average viewer, unsure, or it's like we're going to win. While Trump actually named specific states. That's one thing Joe Biden didn't do. He said we won this state. Joe Biden didn't even go into those details, but Trump did. I don't know. It just seems that maybe Joe, maybe in just looking at it in new light from now, he's not as confident. Maybe he's just was not willing to say we won this and that. He just didn't.
That would require Joe to be coherent enough to actually be able to think think in a linear manner for a sustained period of time. But either way, I agree. It's Trump's optics are much better on this. He was able to more coherently list out what he won and how he won it, and then was able to redirect the blame, undeservedly or not, for any stallbacks onto the opposition. Biden just threw out a vague idea of we're going to win.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so Trump increased his margin in Michigan. Let me see here. 45 minus 53.4. Oh, no, he decreased. Sorry.
What did you think about the speech, Arjun? I'm sorry, we didn't get to hear you.
I don't really have a take on it. I think he said that he won, but he didn't go all the way.
He didn't say I formally
You
accept.
mean Biden?
No, Trump didn't. Trump said he won, but I don't think he said like.
He pretty much said he
Yeah,
won.
I
I
guess
mean,
he did.
Yeah, he said verbatim, frankly, we won.
yeah, he said, frankly, we already won.
He said
And
as far as
basically, what he alluded to when he brought up the courts is that if they try, well, what he's trying to say is, if they try anything from now on, since we already won, we're going to fight it. That's basically what he's saying. So, I mean, if that's true, well, let's see if Trump can actually do it. Because I mean, he's basically saying like, I won already, and if you try, if you say you won or you challenge this, I'm going to fight it. So we'll see.
I will say that he did not come off as bombastic as he normally does. He meandered a bit on getting to the point of saying we won.
The dude's probably pretty tired.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is 2:30 a.m., but it's also election night. You can force it.
There's always coffee.
Are you going to
also cocaine?
Just more to the point, though. He edged very close to just outright accusing the Democrats of committing massive electoral fraud and threatening to use the Supreme Court, which he recently gained a uncontestable majority over, against them if they tried to contest it. So there is obviously reason to not be as bombastic in declaring that, but
Well, anyway, his speech strikes me as a very accelerationist one because I already can see how like the other side is going to interpret this, which is basically that Trump himself is going to take a coup and that he's using like just naked power to like suppress the votes that are going to come in to like overthrow him or something.
Oh yeah. Even if his delivery was very mild here, the media is going to just take this and run with it as much as possible.
Well, yeah,
and we're going to try whipping up a scare, and the people who are rioting are going to get a second wind out of this.
Yeah, but regardless of that, it's definitely I just find it a very accelerationist speech because of the implicit stand that he said that we already won, and that if like they try anything, we're going to fight it, basically. So very accelerationist, I find.
So people are asking who just kind of got here. So they stopped counting ballots in Pennsylvania, even though Trump has like a 13-point lead. They just stopped. They refused to declare Georgia. Georgia is 93% counted, and Trump's up 2.5%. North Carolina was 100%, and now it's 94%. So I don't know. They won't call Wisconsin, and Wisconsin has like it's statistically basically impossible for Biden to win. And Michigan, they're closing in Michigan a bit, or are they? I think a little. Let me see here.
There's also the matter of Virginia, where 500,000 votes were discovered in a precinct that had less than a percentile that hadn't reported in yet, and that flipped the state.
No, he's up 8% in Michigan with 71% of votes counted. I don't know. Arizona's probably going to go down to the wire. Nevada just randomly stopped voting. So Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is like the biggest remaining state by far. So if Pennsylvania was like called for Trump, then basically none of this would have mattered. Wisconsin, I think, is enough to push him over the edge. I'm not sure. I'm kind of.
Do you find it suspicious that all these states that just like would have sealed the deal just stopped?
Yeah, I mean, Michigan and Wisconsin are technically still counting, but they're going really, really slow. Let's see. I don't know, because Trump has such a big lead. I don't know. I don't think Arizona is a complete lost cause yet.
I mean, McSally did lose, so if she lost, then that's not going to reflect well for efforts across the state. Now, of course, it is still possible for Trump to win. It could be another Roy Moore case, but it's not something that inspires confidence.
No, I'm just saying I don't think it's impossible yet. Nevada is really close. It's still possible Trump might win it. I mean, it doesn't matter, but it probably. Well, I think it actually doesn't matter because I don't think that would push him over the top. So, let me see here. Let me just refresh this. Let's see, Pennsylvania, Florida, Ohio. So it looks like the Republicans picked up a couple of House seats. There's still some Senate seats. Let's take a peek at the Senate seats. I'm not sure. They picked up a seat in Alabama, a Senate seat, and the Dems picked up a Senate seat in Colorado.
So they broke even.
Mm-hmm. I'm just seeing if there's any ones that haven't been called yet. What? They're okay. They haven't called Alaska yet for some reason. They haven't called Georgia. They did call Iowa. Yeah, there's going to be riots. I can't see there not being riots after this.
Yeah. That's why I say he's the more accelerationist guy, because I mean, maybe there would be riots if Biden won, but I can't, like, Trump obviously is going to agitate more riots than Biden, right? So
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Well, I mean, I think that's. I mean, Antifa.
The people who have been rioting for the past half a year.
Yeah, they've been doing this for the past couple months. So, I mean, they seem to be a little bit more. They've already been doing it, and they're more. They've proven they're more eager to do it too. So, Trump especially if they think Trump is like ignoring the election and declaring himself dictator or whatever the hell they think. I mean,
it's going to further radicalize the left. Okay, let me bring up a minor anecdote that's tangentially related to this. In Germany, the government, as all of us are quite well aware, is very, very left. The situation with the Black Bloc in Germany and far left violence has gotten so bad to the point where German government sites are now reporting on it, and that is in heavily large part due to the fact that the rise of the German right has so terrified the German left that we're going to see a return of a you-know-whats, that for constantly going out into the streets and rioting.
But aren't the Antifa the real Nazis?
Well, the Allies were the real racists, so that would make sense.
Well, unironically, you could look at the war between the U.S. and Japan as a race war.
So Fox is still refusing to call Georgia and North Carolina.
Well, fuck Fox.
Anyways, what I was getting at was you're going to see some. You're already seeing it, frankly, but it's going to ramp up here as well. It's been made apparent over the past half year that the government, if the federal government will not clamp down. Right. If the federal government is not willing to clamp down out of fear of giving the left the ammunition at once, and municipal governments that support these rioters have no intentions of stopping them, or at the very least until the mayors themselves start getting threatened.
I mean, they already started already.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to ramp up, and the people participating in them are going to get more militant. People, of course, like to make fun of how the left doesn't have guns. If there's going to be a war, the right's going to have all the guns. Well, Antifa is starting to arm themselves and starting to train militias. And you saw that as far back as Charlottesville. It doesn't mean they're going to be good at it.
I think Antifa is not as strong. It's as strong as people think it is, mainly because it's astroturfed.
Well, it's an idea.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it's in any position to do to offer serious opposition. What I am saying is that they're going to continue to become more militant, and Antifa isn't the only group out there either. Like the Black Panthers were armed for decades.
Well, I find them to be I find groups like that, like Black Panther type organizations, to be more organic than Antifa, which is
I'm not making a judgment on whether or not for organic or astroturf. Yeah. I'm just saying that even if we're not going to be very good at it, you don't have to be very good at destroying stuff to still destroy stuff.
I also find it very astonishing. I mean, we've said it before, but neither of these guys conceded. Joe Biden still hasn't. Their side hasn't said they lost, and clearly, Trump says he won. So that's
Trump has made it clear he doesn't want to back down if he's going to actually stand firm on that. And if Biden doesn't back down, then things are.
Trump is still up like 8% in Michigan. I don't know. I just, with that much reporting in, I just don't really see how.
Biden is really following Hillary Clinton's advice. Remember, she said, "Don't concede under any circumstances." I don't know what her exact words were, but
didn't she concede though on election night?
Yes.
Well, she had John Podesta come out?
But yeah, she basically retired for the night and sent out it was either Podesta or Stafford, I can't remember which, to basically concede on behalf for her. She was that much in denial.
And then she went for a walk in the woods.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
There's a few things that I need to get set up and have a shower and all that, so I'll be seeing you guys.
Hi.
All right. Have a good night.
Oh, good night.
Well.
Or good morning.
So yeah, it'll be interesting if Joe. I mean, it's just looking like, well, if you don't incorporate shenanigans, it just looks like Trump is going to win most likely at this point. So I don't know. Will Biden concede tomorrow or later in the week? I don't know.
Well, the longer the situation drags out, the worse and the messier it will get.
I guess there's a possibility that they're going to go to the courts. I mean, Trump mentioned that too. So,
well, Pennsylvania.
I
think Pennsylvania said we're not going to have a result until Friday, and I don't think that's ever been done in electoral history, or a declaration being put off for that long.
Mm-hmm.
And if this goes to the courts, even if the courts side overwhelmingly in favor of Trump, it's still the courts. It's going to take a while. So the biggest question is just what happens.
Most of these media outlets have had it frozen at Biden 225, Trump 213.
At this point, I suppose the only thing we can do is pray. Just pray and leave things up to God.
Sorry, I just got back. What are we praying for?
I was just saying at this point, because we were just talking about the fact that Trump isn't backing down. The courts are in his favor, but the courts are slow. Even when they're fast, they're slow. And if Biden doesn't back down, and even if he does, Pennsylvania has said we're not going to release and declare until Friday. So the only thing that's really left to do at this point is just pray.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully tomorrow we'll have a better idea on Pennsylvania, because even if they do another, 20%, we'll be able to decisively call it. Let's see, what's Michigan at? Michigan's at 72%. Maybe Michigan's done. I haven't seen it move for a while.
I mean, if we're barring another Fairfax incident, I don't see how Biden could have overcome Trump's lead in that.
Because Biden needs to win. I think. Let me just bring up a map. I think he needs to win Michigan and Pennsylvania or something. Let me just look at this. I'm getting really sleepy. RCP.
Are you going to pull a Sargon? Going to leave us?
Okay, let me see here. Create your own map. Okay, so that's red, 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 blue. Let me just see here. So Biden would need to win both Michigan and Pennsylvania to win the election. If Trump wins, I think either one, then he wins.
I think he needs both.
No, I'm just looking at it. If he doesn't win, okay, so I'm saying he doesn't win Minnesota, Nevada. That will put him, if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, that puts him to 273. So he just has to win one of them. I'm more optimistic about Michigan just because more of the votes in.
Yeah, I say Michigan will be called first, especially since Pennsylvania has already again said that they're not going to declare until Friday, which I don't know how they could possibly hold that up, but they've already put it out there, so...
I mean, Arizona is... Let me see. What is the... So the margin on Arizona is 0.8 minus 46.9. Biden's up 5, but I don't know. The reporting is kind of wacky, so I'm not going to decisively call it.
So, can Trump still win if he doesn't have Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yes. If he has Michigan and Wisconsin, he can win. And
he just needs to win either Michigan or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin.
But he's probably got Wisconsin.
No, sorry, Michigan or Pennsylvania to win. It doesn't matter which. He'll probably win both, but I just say I'm more optimistic about Michigan because Michigan's a lot further along.
And Biden is in the same situation. He needs either what? Or he needs both.
He needs to win.
And Trump is last time it was polled, Trump was still ahead by a wider margin in Pennsylvania than it was in Michigan. So I don't think Biden will be able to win one, let alone both.
Let me see if... Yeah, Biden needs to win both of them, which seems very unlikely. All the other states look pretty settled. I think in some of the closer states, it's still less more than 1%. Like in Georgia, it's more than 1%.
Yeah, they only managed to pull off Virginia because it was because of such a tight margin. So if they can't find another state of less than 1%, it's unlikely we'll see another state flip tonight.
I mean, that's pretty. Yeah, let's see here. I don't know. It looks like Nevada is.
Oh yeah, Nevada might.
Nevada is close, and it looks like there's shenanigans going on. So,
You know, I have to say this. I'm getting triggered because I hate that word.
what?
Shenanigans. I don't know. I think it's because we've said it 5 million times during the stream.
Hijinks?
Fraud. Diversity of word choice might be a good idea.
Democracy.
Democracy.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
I love the memes in Kaiserreich, like you pledged allegiance to the republic, MacArthur, to democracy.
Oh yeah, the if you form the Italian, if you play as the Two Sicilies and you go Italian federal, if you play as Two Sicilies and Unite Italy, there is it literally a focus that is just reading out the Declaration of a New Order to form the Italian Empire.
I love in Stellaris since with the new federations, DLC and the galactic community mechanic. You can literally just say "I am the Senate." They have a way for you to be able to once you you can have a galactic council of 3 members and then narrow it down to 2 and then 1. And if you do that, then you can just say "I am the Senate." I mean, that again, the biggest. The game does a fantastic job in the early game by making you feel almost like a completely different game or what you focus on, because the exploration is really, really fun.
Well, Ben Shapiro said that Trump shouldn't have said that he won the election already because he hasn't. It was irresponsible of him to say he has. So, it's just Ben Shapiro being Ben Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, he
honestly,
hasn't won the
On a
election
scale
yet.
of 1 to 10, how AstroTurf is Ben Shapiro?
Dennis Prager.
What does AstroTurf mean again?
It's something that's artificial.
Okay.
AstroTurf comes from the type of grass that people used to put on
As opposed
fake
to
grass.
grassroots.
Yeah, it's artificial. It's being
It means
propped up.
fake grassroots.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro would not be nearly anywhere as prominent as he is today if the media did not prop him up as a prominent right-wing thinker. He'd probably still have a following, but he wouldn't have the market dominance he does now. No.
Mm-hmm. I think the corporations and stuff probably also heavily promote him.
Oh yeah, they do.
He's a corporate-friendly conservative.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure, actually.
Well, the techno union will support you.
I don't really pay that much attention to.
Yeah, I think the best way to handle Shapiro and his types is simply to just, not get up in arms about them. For not.
Yeah,
the best way an AstroTurf works is if you let it control your reactions. And not everything he says is totally unagreeable, and that's of course part of why he's so effective as an AstroTurf.
His book on porn was good.
North Carolina is firmly red, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it like 5 more minutes, and if nothing else comes in from Michigan, I think I'm just gonna say Trump won and go to bed.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock. EST. I think everyone. I think at this point we're safe in calling it.
You've been streaming for how long?
Like
8 hours.
4 hours, I think.
What?
We
No,
started
it's for
at
me.
7. So I guess 6. I don't know anymore.
No, it says 8 out. We've been streaming for over 8 hours.
Well, we're all honorary members of EFAP now. Congratulations.
Are members of what?
EFAP. Every freedom.
Okay.
This election sucked. Oh my gosh. Yeah, sure.
Well, it sucked, but it didn't suck that bad.
I wish more people would watch me Twitch stream.
I was going to, but it's really hard to get your audience to migrate. So
Yeah, it is, but it is good to have like to diversify. And I can't get games to run on HD with the YouTube streaming for some reason.
So is the reason Trump did pretty good in Pennsylvania is because of the Amish again?
Well, the
Ryan,
Amish actually
each the
did come out to vote, which is something that does not happen really ever. But more just had to do with the fact that Biden talked about killing the oil industry, and fracking is very, very important in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is an odd state in that it's a blue state that will generally lean red when it comes to issues, anything regarding protectionism, the guarantees towards industry, and generally speaking, towards most cultural issues. It's not like a New England where the issues come more down to guns and just local whatever. I'm sorry, my mind is starting to fail me.
Should we cut the stream now?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll just leave this. I'll say a couple words and then I'll end it. Thanks for being on, guys. Thanks for staying for the long haul. That
I
was,
couldn't get through it without you.
Yeah. Anyways, God bless you too. Try to get you guys try to get some sleep. So everybody, thank you very much for watching the stream. I think we had a lot of fun. That whole thing was pretty wild. I don't really think those were the results we were. I mean, my map I think is right actually, except for Arizona. But other than that, I think I got it exactly what wound up happening. So Nevada might flip too. Other than that, God bless each and every one of you. I really do appreciate you coming out for the stream and try to have